518. On the T-Horse Ancient Road, a rider turned his horse around and slowly headed towards the woman and the scholar with a bamboo box. Chao Fu was startled. Uncle Sui, what is Jingqing doing? Old Assistant Minister Sui Xinyu could no longer maintain his composure. He was furious but still tried his best to speak calmly. Jingqing doesn't like to go out since she was young. Perhaps she has seen too many terrifying scenes today and is a little bewitched. Chao Fu, you should comfort her later. Chao Fu nodded and smiled. Uncle Fu, don't worry. Jingqing is frightened. This is normal. Sui Wenfa was the most surprised and murmured. Although Aunt doesn't go out much, she is not like this usually. There are many changes in the family and my parents are always panicking. Aunt is the calmest. I heard from my father that Aunt is the one who came up with solutions for many of the problems in the officialdom. She is very methodical and methodical. Chao Fu continued to talk to the Path Protector using the Heart Lake Ripple. Have you figured out the depth? The machete man Xiaoxia hesitated and replied telepathically, don't underestimate him. It's best not to make enemies. There are undercurrents everywhere in the Great Xuan dynasty. Aren't we out of the Mountain Gate's jurisdiction? God knows which bastards have climbed out of the deep pool. For example, if he is an immortal master of the Golden Scale Palace, he will implicate your master and the Golden Scale Palace. Chao Fu said, unless he wants to snatch Sui Jingqing, everything is fine. Xiaoxia nodded, that's the best. Looking at him, he doesn't seem like someone who likes to get involved in the matters below the mountain. Otherwise he wouldn't have left the pavilion. Chao Fu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that we are the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This guy is a slingshot below the mountain. In fact, he came for you and me from the beginning. Xiaoxia smiled. If that's the case, what else can we do? Let's just fight. Sui Jingqing is someone your master is determined to get. He has a great fated chance. Since she discovered the clue before us, don't hesitate. On the path of Dao, if you miss a fated chance, don't think about grabbing it again. At the end of the day, master is doing this for your own good. You and Sui Jingqing have already broken ties, and you were the first to discover the preciousness of her robe. Therefore this great fortune should be in your hands. Xiaoxia glanced at the hidden blue-robed scholar. If he is a pure martial artist, as long as he is not the direct disciple of the 5 Ling Kings and my Xiaoxia, it is easy to deal with him. If he was a cultivator and not a cultivator from the Golden Scale Palace who was said by master to be a scheming cultivator, it would be fine. The reason why I reminded you to be careful just now was to prevent any accidents. Actually, there's no need to be too cautious. Most of the experts today have gone to the capital city of Great Xuan. Chao Fu nodded and said, let's take it one step at a time. Now that we've confirmed his identity, there's no need to rush to kill him. That Sui Jingqing seems to be suspicious of us. That's strange. How did this woman know? Xiaoxia said with a smile, your future daughter-in-law is half a cultivator after all. Her temperament and intuition are definitely not comparable to ordinary people. Our plan this time is still a bit shallow. It's too much of a coincidence, so it will inevitably make her suspicious. Of course, she could be deliberately tricking you. You still have to bear with it. Keep quiet and be scheming. This kind of meticulous and shameless woman who dares to gamble is indeed a natural cultivator. She is indeed a good match for you. When you become an immortal couple in the future, it will definitely be of great help to you and the mountain sect. Allow me to say one more thing. Master only wants her robe and golden hairpin. He still belongs to you. Chao Fu said helplessly, Master is already treating me better than her own son. I know it in my heart. Xiaoxia smiled. Some words should not be said as it would hurt feelings. Why is Master so good to you? You Chao Fu, don't take advantage of her. Master is a female cultivator of the Golden Core realm. If not for your low cultivation which has yet to enter the sea viewing realm and is still far away from the Dragon Gate realm, the two of you would already be Dao companions on the mountain. Therefore, if Sui Jingqing really becomes your woman, she will be offended on the mountain. Maybe after getting the bamboo robe and the 3 golden hairpins, you will have to personally polish a pink skeleton. Xiaoxia believed that when that day really comes, Chao Fu will not hesitate to make the right choice. The great Dao is ruthless. On the road to immortality, other than the immortal Dao companions who are bound by the great Dao contract, women are like shoes. No matter how beautiful you are, you can change them anytime and anywhere. The riders moved forward slowly as if they were afraid of scaring the woman who put on the hedge again. She stood up and stood behind the young man in green again. She said softly, "Child Xian, I know you are a real immortal on the mountain. Moreover, you clearly have no evil intentions towards me and the Sui family. You are just disappointed before and too lazy to care about it. But Chao Fu is unfathomable and deliberately set a trap for me. As long as you save me today, I will definitely be your slave. I, Sui Jingqing, am willing to be a servant girl who serves tea and water and carries a box and a load." The young man who had already turned to face the riders turned his head and gently waved his folding fan. "Don't talk nonsense. The heroes of Jianghu are chivalrous and don't ask for anything in return. Don't talk about being a slave. Be careful not to make a fool of yourself. By the way, do you think that Hu Xinfeng deserves to die?" The woman with the hedge thought for a while and chose her words carefully. Perhaps she thought that the young immortal master was testing her wisdom. She answered carefully, "He is just timid and has not killed anyone. He does not deserve to die." The man smiled and nodded. "You said it. You won't regret it?" She nodded heavily. The man closed his folding fan and gently tapped his shoulder. He leaned back slightly and turned his head with a smile. "Hu Xinfeng, you can disappear now." Hu Xinfeng panicked and did not know where to go. He jumped and directly left the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. He ran all the way down the mountain with a spirit of cutting through all obstacles. In a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The two sides were only 10 steps apart. Sui Xinyu sighed. "Silly girl, don't mess around. Come back quickly. Is Chao Fu not infatuated enough with you? Do you know that what you are doing is a stupid thing to repay kindness with enmity?" As he spoke, the old assistant minister who was the best in chess in the country had a face full of anger. He said sternly, "The Sui family has been upright for generations. How can you do this? Even if you don't want to marry Chao Fu carelessly and can't accept this sudden marriage, whether it is father or Chao Fu who rushed back to the sad place for you, they are all reasonable people. Do you have to be so rash and embarrass father? Do you want to humiliate the Sui family?" The young man Sui Wenfa and the girl Sui Xini were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had never seen their grandfather so angry. The woman with the hedge smiled bitterly. "Father, I only know one thing. Cultivators are the most ruthless. Marriage in the mortal world can only be avoided like the plague." Chao Fu's eyes were gentle. He said softly, "Miss Sui, when you become a real cultivator on the mountain, you will know that there are also Taoist companions on the mountain. Those who can meet at the foot of the mountain and continue their marriage on the mountain are even rarer. How can I, Chao Fu, not cherish it? My master is a Jindan Earth Immortal. He is a real Taoist at the top of the mountain. He has been in seclusion for many years. When he came out this time, he saw my face and calculated the movement of the red luan. For this reason, he specially asked for our birth characters. After some calculation, he only had a prophecy. A match made in heaven, a rare occurrence in 100 years. The woman with the hedge hesitated for a moment and said to wait for a while. She took out a handful of copper coins from her sleeve and held it in the palm of her right hand. Then she raised her arm high and gently threw it in the palm of her left hand. She flipped and picked it up. Finally, she raised her head and held the copper coins in her hand tightly. She smiled sadly. "Chao Fu, do you know why I tied my hair in a bun when my first marriage failed? Was it like being a widow? Later, even if my father and your family discussed the intention of marriage, I still did not change my bun. It was because I used this technique to calculate that the scholar who died young was the best match for me in this life. You Chao Fu are not. You were not in the past and you are still not in the present. If your family had not met with such a tragedy, I would have followed the family's order and married you. After all, it is difficult to disobey my father's order. But after this, I swore that I would never marry again. So even if my father forced me to marry you, even if I misunderstood you, I would still not marry." She threw the copper coins on the ground and suddenly took out a golden hairpin from her sleeve. In an instant, she pierced through the thin veil hanging from the hedge above her head and pressed it against her neck. Blood oozed out. She looked at the old man on the horse and sobbed. "Father, can you just let your daughter be willful for once?" Sui Xinyu was so angry that he punched his legs. He gritted his teeth and said, "Rebellion, it's really a rebellion. How could I give birth to such a crazy evil creature? What God sent me in my dream? What master prophesied? Sui Sinew was so angry that he spoke incoherently. Chao Fu smiled bitterly. Uncle Sui, why don't we just let it go? I don't want to see Jing Qing in such a difficult position. The scholar in green used the bamboo fan to press against his forehead and looked like he had a headache. What are you guys doing? A woman who wants to commit suicide, an old man who wants to force her to marry, a considerate immortal master who is a good match, a muddle-headed young man who wants to acknowledge his uncle as soon as possible, a young girl who has her first awakening of love and is in a dilemma, and a great master of the pugilistic world who is filled with murderous intent and is hesitating whether to find a reason to attack. What does it have to do with me? The killing over at Xingting has already ended. This is a family matter. Shouldn't you hurry back home and close your door so that you can discuss this properly? A rider slowly passed by Chao Fu and Sui Sinew, who were originally stopping their horses side by side. He asked, I'm Xianxia of the Xianxia Empire. May I ask who is young master's sect? The person opposite casually raised his hand and stopped the copper coins that were scattered on the road. He smiled and said, Consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace, a little gold core sword cultivator. What a coincidence, I just came out of seclusion not long ago. I don't find the two of you pleasing to the eye, so I plan to learn from the two of you and save the damsel in distress. Then the person turned his head and sneered at the woman in the hedge. What's there to casually throw money to divine? Who are you trying to fool? She did not move an inch and only held the golden hairpin against her neck. Chao Fu said telepathically, I've heard Master mention that the head consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace is indeed a gold core sword cultivator with great killing power. Xiaoxia, the machete man who had just joined the list of the 10, nodded gently and replied telepathically, This is a serious matter. Sui Jingqing's robe and golden hairpin, especially the formula, are highly likely to be related to Master's great Dao opportunity, so we can't back down. Next I'll test that person. If he's really the gold core sword cultivator from the Golden Scale Palace, run for your life immediately and I'll help you delay him. If he's not, then there's nothing to worry about. That person twisted his wrist and the folding fan moved slightly, causing the copper coins to float up and down. He clicked his tongue and said, Brother Macheteman, you have such a strong killing aura. I wonder how heavy your saber chi is. I wonder if the saber of the pugilistic world or the flying sword of the mountain is faster than my intrinsic flying sword. A beam of rainbow light shot out from between the green-robed scholar's brows. The moment the sword Immortal pocket-sized flying sword appeared, Xiaoxi's figure flew backwards and grabbed Chao Fu's shoulder. He rose from the ground and with a turn, stepped on a tree branch and flew away. However, the green-robed scholar was already standing on the top of the tree branch that Xiaoxia had stepped on. If there's a chance, I'll go to the Qingxi kingdom to look for your Xiaoxia and immortal master Chao. As he spoke, Xiaoxia threw out a golden talisman with a backhand. However, it was nailed into the talisman by a sword beam and then returned to the young sword immortal's hand with a spin. He grasped it in his palm and it shattered with a bang. Xiaoxia was even faster. As expected, it was that Jindan sword immortal from the Golden Scale Palace. The green-robed scholar took a step back and floated back to the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he smiled and said, Generally speaking, you should be grateful to the point of tears and thank the hero. Then the hero would say no need and leave. In fact, that's the case. He clenched his hand and the green mountain staff that he had previously stuck on the side of the road rose from the ground and flew over on its own. Being held in his palm, he seemed to have remembered something. He pointed at the old man sitting on the horse's back. You scholars, if you say you're bad, then you're good. If you say you're smart, then you're smart. If you say you're stupid, then you're stupid. It's really hard to calm your emotions. No wonder you're acquainted with a hero like Hu Daxia who's willing to die for you. I advise you not to scold him later. I'm thinking that you two are good friends despite the difference in age. You shouldn't blame each other. He pointed at the youth. No matter how good your nature is after being influenced by this kind of door, I reckon you'll be nothing more than an old assistant minister who's good at playing chess but doesn't know how to conduct yourself. Then he pointed at the young girl. It's not good to be jealous of someone close to you. Finally, he turned his head and looked at the woman in the hedge. He smiled and said, Actually, before you stopped the horse and I went into the water, I didn't have a bad impression of you. In this whole family, you're the one who looks the most like a smart person. Of course, it's human nature to accept that your life is hanging by a thread and gamble. In any case, you won't lose anything. If you win the gamble, you'll escape the disaster and successfully escape the trap of those two people. If you lose the gamble, you'll just wrongly accuse the infatuated immortal Master Chao. For you, there's no loss. So your gambling luck is really good. The green-robed scholar finally asked. Then have you ever thought that there's another possibility? We've all lost. I can die. Previously at the pavilion, I was just a mortal teacher, but from beginning to end, I didn't implicate your family. I didn't deliberately climb up to you. I didn't open my mouth to borrow a few dozen taels of silver from you. The good things didn't get better and the bad things didn't get worse. Right? What's your name? Sway what? Ask yourself. Even if someone like you mastered the magic of immortals and became a mountain person like Chao Fu, would you really be better than him? I don't think so. The man took a step forward. It looked like an ordinary step, but he walked more than 100 feet and disappeared in a flash. Those copper coins had already fallen to the ground. The woman in the hedge put away the golden hairpin and squatted on the ground. Her face behind the veil was expressionless. She picked up the copper coins one by one. She put the copper coin into her sleeve and still didn't stand up. Finally, she slowly raised her arm and rubbed her eyes through the gauze. She sobbed softly. This is a real cultivator. I knew it. It's the same as the sword immortal in my imagination. It's me who missed this opportunity of the great Tao. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Xian hid near a stone cliff, trembling with fear. It wasn't that he didn't want to run a longer distance, but outside this mountain there was no cover. Zhou Xian was afraid that he would be in the way if he ran, causing another unexpected disaster. In the end, Zhou Xian's vision blurred. His knees went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. He stretched out his hand to support himself on the stone cliff and said in a trembling voice, Zhou Xian greets the immortal master. The young scholar in the green robe and bamboo hat smiled and said, It's a coincidence. We brothers meet again. One kick, one punch and one stone. It's exactly 3 times. Why? Swordsman who, do you want to take me as your disciple because of my unique constitution? Zhou Xian sighed. If you want to kill me or torture me, just say the word. The young scholar's face was full of admiration. This swordsman has such a strong backbone. He lightly patted Zhou Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm just a little curious. Previously at the pavilion, what did you talk about with River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan through telepathy? Although this mind chess game of yours isn't very interesting, it's better than nothing. Just treat it as helping me to pass the time. Zhou Xian's shoulder tilted and the pain penetrated into his bone marrow. He didn't dare to cry out and kept his mouth shut. He only felt that the bones in his entire shoulder were shattered. Not only that, he couldn't help but slowly kneel down. That person only bent over slightly and his palm was still gently placed on Zhou Xian's shoulder. In the end, Zhou Xian knelt on the ground. That person only bent over and stretched out his hand. He smiled and looked at this swordsman who was full of misfortune. That person let go of his hand and leaned the bookcase on his back against the stone cliff. He picked up a wine jug and pressed it in front of him. Zhou Xian didn't know what he was pressing, but when his vision was blurred by cold sweat and he was still trying his best to widen his eyes, it revealed a chilling mystery and strangeness. That scholar smiled and said, It's actually very simple to help you find a reason to live. In the pavilion, you were forced to judge the situation and size up the situation. You had no choice but to kill Brother Sui, who deserved his bad fate, and leave behind the 2 girls that he fancied to submit to the river flood dragon so that you could live. Later on, a long-lost son-in-law appeared out of nowhere and caused you to suddenly lose the incense of an old assistant minister. Furthermore, you turned against him and your relationship was difficult to repair. Therefore, when you saw me, who was clearly a weak scholar, nothing happened to me and I was alive and kicking on the road, it made you so angry. It's just that you didn't control your strength well and hit a little too hard. The number of times was a little too much, right? Zhou Xian knelt on the ground and shook his head. I deserve to die. That person stepped on the back of Zhou Xian's foot, shattering the bones in his foot. Zhou Xian only gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Then that person kicked Zhou Xian's forehead and pressed his head against the stone cliff. That scholar bent over and put his elbows on his knees. He asked with a smile, It's better that you know you deserve to die so I don't have to find excuses for you. Zhou Xian's face was pale as he said with a trembling voice, I only ask for one thing. Immortal Master can kill me, but please don't bring disaster to my family. That scholar squinted his eyes and looked at Hu Xinfeng. Hu Xinfeng tried his best to open his mouth and said, I beg Immortal Master to agree to this. Then Hu Xinfeng saw that young scholar smile. I accept this reason. Get up, at least you have some backbone. Don't accidentally break it. After kneeling for a long time you'll get used to it. Hu Xinfeng stood up shakily. He actually lowered his head and wiped his tears. It was absolutely true. He wasn't pretending to be pitiful. At that moment he really felt that he was going to die. He also thought that with so many people in his family, it could have been a fire of immortal arts that no one could escape. It could have been a bloodbath overnight and everyone would be gone just like that. That person drank a mouthful of wine. Tell me, what did you talk about with Yang Yuan? Hu Xinfeng leaned against the stone cliff and endured the pain in his head, shoulder and instep. He braced himself and didn't dare to hide anything. He said intermittently, I told Yang Yuan that I'm familiar with all matters inside and outside the Sui residence. He can ask me after the matter. Yang Yuan agreed at that time and said that I'm smart. Qin Pingon drank his wine and nodded. Actually, at every moment, all of you seem to have made the most correct choice. Then Hu Xinfeng heard this unpredictable young man change his expression and said with a smile, except for me. That green-robed scholar glanced at the distant scenery and asked casually, have you heard of the Golden Scale Palace deep in the mountains at the border of the Great Xuan Kingdom? Hu Xinfeng nodded and said, I heard Senior Wang Dun talking about that immortal mansion at a banquet with very few people. At that time I could only sit at the end of the table, but I heard clearly that Senior Wang Dun was very respectful when he mentioned the 3 words Golden Scale Palace. He said that the palace master was a mountain immortal with an extremely high realm. Even in the Great Seal dynasty, perhaps only the immortal protector and the female martial god could compete with him. That scholar sneered. A pure martial artist who hasn't reached the 9th realm dares to call himself a female martial god? Hu Xinfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said awkwardly, it's just a respectful title that we Jianghu people use for that female grandmaster. She has never called herself that. The green-robed scholar drank a mouthful of wine. If you have elixirs like the golden sword medicine, quickly apply it. Don't bleed to death. I don't have the bad habit of collecting corpses. Only then did Hu Xinfeng feel relieved. He quickly squatted down and took out a porcelain bottle. He gritted his teeth and applied it to his wounds. That person suddenly asked, how much is this bottle of medicine worth? Hu Xinfeng hurriedly raised his head and smiled bitterly. This is a secret elixir from the immortal grass mountain villa of the Wuling Empire. It's the most precious and expensive. Even for someone like me who has my own sect and has some ways to make money, I still felt heartache when I bought 3 bottles. But because of the relationship I had with Senior Wang Dun, the immortal grass mountain villa was willing to sell me 3 bottles. That person said, it's not easy to make money and make a living in Jianghu. At this moment Hu Xinfeng felt that he was jittery. Damn it, the herbal collection was indeed an unlucky name. In the future he would never set foot in the Great Seal dynasty. Screw the herbal collection. That person suddenly lowered his head and asked with a smile, do you think that the title of a Jindan sword practitioner of the Golden Scale Palace would scare away Immortal Master Chao and Xiaoxia? Hu Xinfeng hesitated for a moment and nodded. It should be enough. Hu Xinfeng sat on the ground and thought for a moment. Maybe not. The blue-robed scholar took off his bookcase and took out the chessboard and chess jar. He also sat down and smiled. Then do you think Sui Sinyu's family of 4 should die? Hu Xinfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why should they die? That Sui Sinyu's official reputation has always been good and his character is not bad. It's just that he cherishes his reputation and keeps himself clean. He likes to play it safe and is not very practical. But aren't all scholars and officials like this? To be like Sui Sinyu, who does not disturb or harm the people and more or less does some good deeds, is already considered good in the Wuling Empire. Of course, I purposely befriended the Sui family because of my reputation in Jianghu. There are not many people in our Wuling Empire who know this old assistant minister. Of course, Sui Sinyu also wanted me to act as a bridge and get to know Senior Wang Dun. I don't have the ability to introduce Senior Wang Dun and kept finding excuses to avoid it. After a few times, Sui Sinyu did not mention it anymore. He knows my difficulties. At the beginning I was raising my own status and bragging. This is also Sui Sinyu's kindness. The blue-robed scholar did not comment. He raised his hand and put two fingers together. A legendary immortal flying sword appeared. Hu Xinfeng swallowed his saliva. Was he really the head consecrator of the Golden Scale Palace? Was he a sword immortal who looked young but had lived for hundreds of years? But the scholar only picked up a chess piece with one hand and used the flying sword with the other. He carefully carved as if he was writing a name. After he finished, he gently placed it on the chessboard. Hu Xinfeng thought for a while. It seemed that when they first met at Yuxingting, the immortal in front of him was playing chess. Later, when Sui Sinyu talked with him, the immortal master did not put the 30 or so chess pieces back into the jar but kept them by his side. Most likely, like now, some of the chess pieces had names engraved on them. Was he worried that Sui Sinyu, who was skilled in chess, would notice this when he was pondering over the chess pieces? That person picked up the chess piece again and asked, "If I did not hear wrongly, you are the leader of the crossing gang of the Wuling Empire?" Hu Xinfeng smiled bitterly. "I have made a fool of myself." That person turned over the chess piece with the name engraved on it and carved the 3 words, "Crossing Gang," before placing it on the chessboard. After that he carved more than 10 chess pieces and placed them on the chessboard. That sword light flashed between his eyebrows. Then Hu Xinfeng realized that the genuine sword immortal had started to fall into a daze. Previously in the pavilion he was clearly a terrible chess player that even Hu Xinfeng could win against. But at this moment Hu Xinfeng only felt that the person in front of him who was playing chess alone was unfathomable and unfathomable. Qin Pingon placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on his knees and gently stroked it. Previously in the game of chess in the small town on Towering Mountain, everyone and everything were like chess pieces that took root in dangerous places. Every piece contained danger but was full of spirit. Even if the great sword immortal of the ape-crying mountain Jiyu did not appear in the end, and did not casually kill the Jindan sword Xiao of the Golden Scale Palace, it was still a great game of chess. It was a pity that Qin Pingon could not enter the small town in that game of chess and could not investigate every detail in detail. Otherwise, the sect leader Lin Shu, the prince of the previous dynasty, the 2 spies of the Jinfeng Empire in the Towering Mountain Gate, the old Xiao of the Golden Scale Palace who risked his life to protect the identity of the prince and so on without exception, were all exquisite chess pieces that were born on the chessboard. They were people who truly relied on their own abilities to come alive on the chessboard, and were no longer rigid chess pieces. As for today's chess game in the pavilion, it was disgusting in every way. The ups and downs of people's hearts were unpredictable, and the change between good and evil was not surprising. It could not be scrutinized and had no benefits. It was good but not bad, bad but not bad. Old Assistant Minister Sui Sinyu a bad person? Naturally not. He spoke elegantly and played chess well. He was just a clean person who was good at avoiding trouble. Even Hu Xinfeng felt that the old assistant minister did not deserve to die. Of course, Hu Xinfeng did not know that the old assistant minister's answer, together with the previous request before his death, had saved him twice. It could be considered as making up for the 3 times of probing with his fists and feet. However, there was still one more time. If he had answered wrongly, he Hu Xinfeng would still have died. This Hu Xinfeng was a veteran of Jianghu. Before leaving the pavilion, he was also willing to escort Sui Sinyu on the long journey to the capital of the Great Seal Mountain. As long as his life was not in danger, he would always be the famous hero who. Duyu of the Ghost Hatchet Palace had a saying that was very good. Without seeing life and death, there would be no heroes. However, death seemed to be the same thing. The disturbance in the pavilion, the muddle-headed Sui Sinyu, Yang Yuan who helped to put on an act, and Chao Fu who had the highest cultivation but was the most scheming. These 3 parties, in terms of notoriety, perhaps none of them could compare to that muddy river flood dragon Yang Yuan. However, at that time Yang Yuan had deliberately let go of a scholar who could be casually crushed to death with his finger. He even felt that Qin Pingon had some backbone and spirit, which was better than Sui Sinyu who had succeeded and retired, enjoying fame in the court and the outside world. Hu Xinfeng and this otherworldly master sat opposite each other. His injury had only stopped bleeding but the pain was real. That person did not raise his head and casually asked, "In the Jianghu world, the hero killed the leader of the evil with 1 punch. The other accomplices did not deserve to die. The hero punished them and left. The person who was saved kowtowed to thank him. Don't you think that the hero was heroic? Hu Xinfeng blurted out, cool my asterisks. Speaking of this, Hu Xinfeng slapped himself in the face and then quickly corrected himself. Immortal master, it's not really carefree. If it's really a hero of a country or a county who helped the local people, it's still fine. Those evil people will be dead and the rest will be injured. After suffering, most of them won't dare to have evil thoughts about the person who was saved. But if this hero is just traveling somewhere, it's still fine if he leaves for a year or so. But if it's 3 to 5 years, who can guarantee that the person who was saved won't end up in a worse state? Who knows, he might just kidnap a girl, but in the end he would kill the whole family. Then who should be blamed for this tragedy? Did the hero commit any sin? Think he did. The man nodded. Then if you were the hero, what would you do? Hu Xinfeng said slowly, do a good deed to the end. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Try to torture the evil people who are not easy to kill with one punch. Don't show off your heroic demeanor everywhere. Evil people need to be tortured by evil people. Otherwise they will not remember. Make them scared to the core. It would be best if they wake up in the middle of the night with nightmares. It would be as if the hero would appear in front of them every time they open their eyes tomorrow. I'm afraid that only in this way can the saved person be considered safe. The man raised his head and smiled. Seeing that your speech is smooth and you don't have to think about the wording, you must have done this kind of thing more than once? Hu Xinfeng really could not bear the pain. He could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and quickly nodded. When I was young, I did some shady business. Later, when I had a family and my own sect, I did not do it too much. Firstly, I could not manage so many troublesome things. Secondly, it was easier to be entangled with trouble. I dare not say that everywhere in Jianghu is deep, but the water is really muddy. No one dares to say that they have followed their heart every time. It is never too late to take revenge. Not only are there good people who have been wronged and have deep blood feuds, the descendants and friends of the evil people also have the same kind of forbearance. The man nodded. You are a Jianghu person who knows how to live. In the future, when your gains and losses are great and your state of mind is in chaos, you still have to suppress the evil dragon, evil thoughts in your heart. It has nothing to do with what you do after you become angry. In the end, it is actually what you said. Jianghu is deep and muddy, it is better to be careful. You are already a Jianghu hero who has made a lot of achievements. Do not fall short and implicate your family. It is best not to let yourself fall into a difficult situation where good and evil intersect. It has nothing to do with whether your heart is good or evil, but it is not a good thing for others or yourself. Hu Xinfeng's face was incredulous. Why do I feel like I am going to die again? Are these words a bowl of rice for me to die? The man smiled and waved his hand. Why are you still not leaving? What are you doing? Are you tired of living and want to chat with me here? Or do you think that I am a bad chess player and want to learn from the old assistant minister and play a game with me? Since you can't beat me with your fists, you want to destroy my prestige on the chessboard? Hu Xinfeng said bitterly, Immortal Master Qin, then I am really leaving? The man looked up and said with a strange expression, Why? Do you want me to beg you to leave? Hu Xinfeng said that he did not dare to. After struggling to get up, he limped and ran away. He was not afraid of pain now. Looking at himself in the mirror, he could see Qin Pingan everywhere. Qin Pingan smiled and continued to stare at the chessboard. The chess pieces were all strangers like Hu Xinfeng. He felt that it was not very interesting. He waved his sleeves and casually put the black and white pieces into the chess jar. It did not matter if the black and white were mixed. Then he shook his sleeves and threw the chess pieces that he had placed on the chessboard. He stared at the chess pieces one by one. He supported his chin with one hand and fanned himself with the other. Putting aside the high level and complexity of the Jinrong Peak, the layout of this small town was similar to his hometown in some ways. After a long silence, he put away the chess pieces and the chess set back into the bamboo chest. He put away the bamboo hat, the mountain staff and the bamboo chest, fastened the folding fan, and hung the blade's strengthening gourd, which was now empty without any flying swords. Qin Pingan pasted another carrying tablet talisman on himself and started to move stealthily. There was something that he needed to verify. There was something that he had forgotten to say earlier. However, it did not matter whether he said it or not. Many people in the world, when they turned from a person who was watching a joke to a joke in the eyes of others, would only blame others and hate the way of the world. They would not blame themselves and reflect on themselves. Over time, some of these people gritted their teeth and endured it. They waited until the clouds parted to see the moon, while others suffered without knowing it. They felt even better when they inflicted pain on others. They glorified themselves as the strong. If their parents didn't teach them, even immortals wouldn't be able to change. On the Tea-Horse Road to the foot of the mountain, the Sui family's 4 horses went down the mountain silently with different thoughts. The handsome young man could not help but ask, "Auntie, that Chao Fu is a bad person with evil intentions. He purposely sent Yang Yuan and the others to put on a show for us, right?" The woman sneered, "Ask your grandpa. He is good at chess and has great knowledge. He is good at judging people." The old man snorted. The young girl was even more dispirited. She swayed and almost fell off the horse several times. Sui Xinyu was an old civil official who had been an assistant minister. He said to the young girl, "When you two go ahead. I have something to discuss with your auntie." The young girl called out to her absent-minded sister. The two of them sped up their horses and walked in front. However, they did not dare to go too far. They were 20 steps away from the 2 horses behind them. The old man slowed down his horse and then rode side by side with his daughter. He was worried and frowned. Chao Fu is now a cultivator on the mountain. That old man is even more powerful than Hu Xinfeng. He might be a great guru of Jianghu with the same strength as Wang Dan. What should we do in the future? Jingqing, I know you are blaming me for not being able to see Chao Fu's evil intentions. However, how our Sui family will survive this is the most important thing. The woman said indifferently, "For now, Chao Fu will not dare to find trouble with us. However, the journey back home is almost 1,000 miles. Unless that sword Celestial Qin shows up again, it will be difficult for us to return home alive. We might not even be able to reach the capital." The old man said angrily, "That sneaky bastard who pretends to be weak. It's fine if he pretended to be incompetent at the pavilion. However, after revealing his identity, why is he still so vague? Since he is the Sword Celestial from the ghost story, why didn't he just kill Chao Fu and Wang Dan? Isn't this letting the tiger return to the mountain and leaving a future threat?" Sui Jingqing seemed to feel suffocated. She took off the hedge and revealed her beautiful face. She looked forward as if she was an outsider. She imitated the old assistant minister's words and tone and said with a smile, "At the pavilion we did nothing to save them. Later on, no matter what, they did save us once. Now they are blaming him for not doing enough good. Isn't this the conscience of our Sui family's descendants eaten by dogs?" The old man was so angry that he almost raised his horsewhip and lashed out. "This unfilial daughter who speaks without thinking." He lowered his voice. "The most important thing now is what we should do to escape this unexpected disaster." Speaking of this, the old man was so angry that his teeth itched. "Look at you. You still have the nerve to talk about me? If it wasn't for you, would our Sui family be in this mess? You still have the nerve to talk about me in a sarcastic manner." The girl with the hedge nodded. "Father's lecture is very reasonable." The old man couldn't hold it in anymore. He lashed his cruel and unscrupulous daughter with his whip. When the young boy and girl in front saw this scene, they quickly turned their heads. The young girl covered her mouth with one hand and cried secretly. The young boy also felt that the world was falling apart and he didn't know what to do. Sui Jingqing remained indifferent. He just frowned and said, "I do know a little bit of Taoist skills. If you hurt me, the situation where I have a slim chance of survival may become a dead end. Father, you are a great national player who has dominated the chess world for decades. You should know this simple chess theory, right?" The old man raised his hand again and almost lashed his whip at her face. But after hesitating for a long time, he became dejected and lowered his arm. "Forget it. Let's all wait for death." The girl was silent for a moment. She looked around and then said softly, "Let's assume that the worst outcome is that Chao Fu and his wife are still unwilling to give up and are tailing us from afar. Now the only chance for the 4 of us to survive is to bet on the best outcome. That sword Immortal Qin is on the same path as us and is heading towards the Wu Ling Kingdom's capital. Looking at the path he took previously, there is this possibility. But father, don't be happy too early. I feel that as long as Chao Fu and his wife are not seen by that sword Immortal and only deal with us carefully, that sword Immortal Qin will not care about our life and death. There is no choice. Father, you are wrong in this matter, but so am I," she said self-mockingly, as expected of a father and daughter. Together with the obedient niece in front, we are a family. The old man said angrily, Stop making sarcastic remarks. At the end of the day, aren't we just degrading ourselves? Sui Jingqing sighed. Then, let's find an opportunity to pretend that the sword immortal with the surname Qin is secretly tailing us. We can also make it so that Chao Fu and Lin Yun will see us. They will be alarmed and will not dare to bet their lives with us. The old man smiled. This is a brilliant plan. Jingqing, let's plan it well and try to do it flawlessly. The girl's expression dimmed. But even if Chao Fu is bewitched by us, it is actually very easy for them to resolve this situation. If I can think of it, I believe that Chao Fu will think of it sooner or later. The old man was alarmed and puzzled. What do you mean? She said with a bitter smile. Won't it work if we let that river flood dragon Yang Yuan kill us again? The old man's face was filled with grief. My life is over. Tears streamed down her face for no reason. She put on the hedgerow again and turned to say, Father, you are right. No matter what, it is all my fault. If it wasn't for me, there wouldn't be so many disasters. Perhaps I would have married a scholar, and now I am married to a faraway place to take care of my husband and children. Father, you can continue on your journey and go with Hu Xinfeng to the capital of Dezhuan. Perhaps you won't be able to get the 100 treasures embedded in the offerings, but if you play chess with someone, you will buy a new and exquisite chess manual and bring it home. You will also send 1 or 2 copies to your daughter and son-in-law. She choked on her words. The old man was speechless for a long time. He sighed and finally smiled bitterly. Forget it, silly girl. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for anything. The father and daughter rode slowly. On a tree branch far away from the tea-horse road, a green-robed scholar leaned against the tree trunk and gently fanned himself. He looked up at the sky with a smile on his face and lamented, How can there be such a shrewd woman, and her gambling luck is top-notch? She is even more shrewd than Yao Jinji from the Tongye continent. If she follows Cui Dongshan up the mountain to cultivate for a period of time, who knows if she will play countless cultivators in the palm of her hand when she goes down the mountain. Interesting. It can be considered a new chessboard. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon gradually stopped smiling. He murmured, The chessboard is a new chessboard. What about people's hearts? (519) During the rainy season, traveling in a foreign land was an extremely depressing matter. Furthermore, it was as if there was a knife pressed against one's neck. This made the old assistant minister Sui Xinyu even more worried. They passed by a few relay stations, and when he saw the poems on the walls, he could empathize with them. There were a few times when he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Seeing this, the young men and women became more and more worried. Only the woman in the hedgerow remained calm. The 4 riders only dared to choose the official road to the capital of Wuling Kingdom. On this day in the twilight, the rainstorm had just stopped. Even if they had whipped their horses as fast as possible, they still could not reach the relay station before nightfall. This made the old assistant minister, who had just taken off his straw raincoat and was wearing a bamboo hat, feel unspeakably miserable. Looking around, he felt that danger was lurking everywhere. If not for the fact that the old man's body was still healthy, and that he often traveled the mountains and rivers with his old friends after resigning, he would have fallen ill long ago. On the official road, a half-familiar face appeared in a hidden corner. It was the Jianghu person from the little pavilion on the tea-horse ancient road. It was a young and strong man with a fierce face. He was only 30 paces away from the 4 riders of the Sui family. The man held a long knife in his hand. Without another word, he began to run toward them. Sui Xinyu shouted loudly, Sword Immortal, save me. But the heavens and earth were silent. Then, beside the old assistant minister who suddenly reined in his horse, there was the sound of hurried horse hooves. The woman in the hedgerow rode out. The light of the knife flashed, and the rider brushed past the man holding the knife. The woman in the hedgerow seemed to have been hit by the light of the knife. Her delicate body bent in an arc, and she fell from the horse to the ground, vomiting blood. The man's forward momentum did not stop. He gradually slowed down, stumbled forward a few steps, and then fell to the ground. His face, neck, and chest were all pierced by a golden hairpin. However, the 3 golden hairpins, which looked like the hidden weapons of Jianghu warriors and a bit like the flying swords of immortals, were actually very dangerous if there were not enough of them. They might not have been able to instantly kill this Jianghu warrior. The golden hairpin on his face only pierced through his cheeks, making it look like a blur of blood. The golden hairpin on his chest was also offset by an inch and could not accurately pierce through his chest. Only the golden hairpin on his neck was the real fatal wound. The woman stood up shakily and touched her abdomen. She did not know why the Jianghu machete man had turned the blade into the back of the machete when he attacked. He probably wanted to hurt people instead of killing them. Sui Jingqing tried to breathe as smoothly as possible. He faintly heard a slight bang from far away. Sui Jingqing turned his head and shouted, "Be careful. Quickly dismount and hide." Someone pulled a big bow and shot. The arrow broke through the air with a whistling sound that was soul-stirring. A trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of Sui Jingqing's mouth. He still endured the pain in his waist and held his breath. He silently recited the incantation according to the secret records and diagrams in the small booklet that the master had given him years ago. He formed a seal with one hand and twisted his slender waist. His sleeves fluttered and 3 golden hairpins flew out from the corpse on the official road to meet the arrow. The golden hairpins were extremely fast. Even though they were slower than the sound of the bowstring, they still collided with the arrow. 3 sparks flew. However, the arrow did not change its trajectory and shot toward the head of the old assistant minister sitting high up on the horse. Sui Jingqing's face was full of despair. Even if he had secretly given the silk bamboo robe to his father to wear, if the arrow hit the head, even if it was a legendary immortal robe, how could it save him? Sui Jingqing opened his eyes wide and tears immediately gushed out of his eyes. At the moment of life and death, his sincerity could be seen. Even if Sui Jingqing did not completely approve of her father's conduct as an official, the relationship between father and daughter could not be faked. Just like the silk bamboo robe that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Part of the reason why Sui Xinyu wore it was because Sui Jingqing guessed that his life was not in danger for the time being. However, in the face of a great disaster, not all children in the world were willing to gamble like Sui Jingqing. This was especially so for a smart girl like Sui Jingqing who aspired to cultivate immortality. The next moment, a white-robed man carrying a sword appeared out of thin air and stood right on top of the arrow. He hovered it near Sui Xinyu and his horse and gently floated down. The arrow under his feet fell to the ground and turned into fine powder. Another arrow whistled through the air. This time it was extremely fast and exploded with the aura of wind and thunder. Before the arrow pierced through the air, there was the sound of a bowstring snapping. However, the arrow was caught by the white-robed young man and shattered in his hand. The white-robed sword Immortal looked at the arrow and laughed. "Xianxia, aren't you a bladesman? Why did you change to a bow?" The white-robed sword Immortal swept over. Sui Jingqing shouted, "Be careful of the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain." However, the white-robed sword Immortal who had changed his attire turned a deaf ear to him and chased after him alone. A white rainbow rose from the ground, dazzling the onlookers. Sui Jingqing immediately mounted his horse and urged it to leave. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 3 golden hairpins that had fallen on the road and shouted to the 3, "Let's go." The 4 Sui family horses galloped away. After galloping for a few miles, they still could not see the outline of the relay station. The old assistant minister only felt that his bones were about to fall apart from the jolting of the horse. Sui Jingqing raised his arm high and suddenly stopped the horse. The other 3 horses also quickly pulled on the reins. On the road, Chao Fu had one hand behind his back. He smiled and extended a hand to the woman in the hedgerow. "Jingqing, follow me up the mountain to cultivate. I can guarantee that as long as you enter the mountain with me, the future generations of the Sui family will have riches and honor waiting for you." Sui Xinyu's expression changed. Sui Jingqing sneered, "If that's really the case, why would you, Chao Fu, go through so much trouble? With the temper of my father and the Sui family, they will only hand me over with both hands. If I'm not wrong, the river flood dragon Yang Yuan's disciple accidentally let it slip and mentioned that the new top 10 grandmasters have already been announced. Our King Dun of the 5 Hills seems to be at the bottom? Then the so-called 4 beauties should also be. Why am I, Sui Jingqing, lucky enough to be in this list? What is this saying? If I'm not wrong, your master, who is a land immortal, is determined to have me. That's true, but unfortunately, you may not be able to protect me, let alone the Sui family. Therefore you can only secretly plan to bring me to your place of cultivation first. Chao Fu retracted his hand and slowly walked forward. Jingqing, you have always been so intelligent and stunning. You are indeed a woman with a strong Dao affinity. Let's become Dao companions. You and I will climb the mountain and travel far away, free and unfettered in the wind. Wouldn't that be great? Become a cultivator who enjoys the clouds and drinks the dew. In the blink of an eye, 60 years have passed in the mortal world. The so-called relatives are all bones. Why care? If you really feel guilty, even if there are some disasters, as long as the Sui family has descendants alive, it is their blessing. When you and I become land immortals, the Sui family can still easily rise in the Five Hills Kingdom. Sui Xinyu finally understood the meaning behind Chao Fu's words. It wasn't until this moment that he suddenly realized that Chao Fu only cared about Sui Jingqing's life and death. Once his daughter left, the Sui family seemed to be facing a disaster. Sui Xinyu scolded, "Chao Fu, I have always treated you well. Why do you harm my Sui family?" Chao Fu smiled, "Uncle Sui has always treated me well. That's why you chose me as your son-in-law. Therefore this kindness, if Uncle Sui doesn't have the chance to take it personally, when Jingqing and I achieve Dao in the future, we will repay the Sui family's descendants in double." Sui Xinyu was so angry that he held his forehead. Chao Fu looked into the distance. "I won't be polite with you. Jingqing, I will give you one last chance. If you leave with me obediently, I will not kill the other three. If you are unwilling and insist that I knock you out, then you won't be able to see the corpses of the other three. In the future you can skip the visit of the empresses of the secular dynasties. Only on my mountain during the Qingming festival can you and I pay our respects." Sui Jingqing took off the hedge and threw it away. He asked, "You and I are going to the celestial mountain on horseback? Aren't you afraid that the sword Immortal will kill Xianxia and come back to find trouble with you?" Chao Fu took out a few talisman and said confidently, "You are now half a cultivator. With this talisman you and I can reluctantly travel with the wind." Sui Jingqing got off the horse. "I promise you." Chao Fu stretched out his hand. "That's right. When you see the real celestial techniques of the celestial mountain, you will understand how wise your choice today is." The two of them were less than 10 steps apart. All of a sudden 3 golden hairpins shot out like lightning from Sui Jingqing's side, but Chao Fu rolled them up with his sleeve and caught them in his palm. Even if he only lightly held the golden hairpins that were overflowing with brilliant light in his hand, the palm of his hand was boiling hot. His skin exploded and his flesh was instantly mangled. Chao Fu frowned and took out a golden talisman that his master had given him before he left. He silently chanted an incantation and wrapped the 3 golden hairpins within it. Only then did the strange phenomenon of flowing with precious light disappear. He carefully put the hairpins into his sleeve. Chao Fu smiled and said, "Jingqing, don't worry. I won't be angry with you." Chao Fu looked past Sui Jingqing, "But you went back on your word first. Don't blame your husband for breaking the promise later." Chao Fu was stunned for a moment and smiled helplessly. "Why? I have someone behind me. Jingqing, do you know that cultivating on the mountain, how to know your fate and go with the flow, is a necessary knowledge?" However, Sui Jingqing's expression was a little strange. Chao Fu suddenly turned his head. There was no one there. Sui Jingqing clenched his teeth. The little spiritual energy he had accumulated in his body rushed to his wrist. The veins in his palm glowed with white light. He took a step forward and quickly slapped towards Chao Fu. The back of his head. However, Chao Fu turned around and stretched out his hand, grabbing Sui Jingqing's fair wrist that was circulating his spiritual aura, and the meridians in his palm were overflowing with spiritual aura. He grabbed Sui Jingqing's body and hit him on the forehead with his elbow. Chao Fu pulled him down heavily and Sui Jingqing fell limply to the ground. Chao Fu stepped on his arm and he leaned over and said with a smile, "Do you know that a true cultivator like me only needs to look at your limpid eyes for a moment to clearly see if there is anyone behind me? The reason why I turned around is just to make you despair even more." Chao Fu twisted the tip of his foot and Sui Jingqing groaned. Chao Fu poked the girl's forehead with 2 fingers. The latter seemed to have been immobilized. Chao Fu smiled and said, "Since things have come to this, I might as well tell you the truth. After the Great Xuan dynasty selected you as one of the 4 beauties of the Great Xuan dynasty, you only had 3 options. Either follow your father to the capital of the Great Xuan dynasty and be chosen as the crown princess, or be intercepted by a secret envoy of the emperor of a country in the northern lands and become the empress of a small border country, or be taken to my sect at the border of the Xianxia kingdom. My master will refine you into a living cauldron and teach you a secret technique. When the time comes, he will give you to a real immortal, who is the martial uncle of the Golden Scale Palace Master. However, you don't have to be afraid. For you, this is a great thing. You are lucky enough to dual cultivate with a nascent soul immortal. Xianxia doesn't know about this. So that sword cultivator I met by chance is not a golden core cultivator of the Golden Scale Palace. He was just bluffing. I was too lazy to expose him. It's a good opportunity for Xianxia to work harder. Even if Xianxia dies, my master and I will still profit greatly from this deal. Chao Fu lamented, Jingqing, you and I are really not fated. Your divination with the copper coin was actually correct. Chao Fu helped sway Jingqing up and took out 2 talismans. He bent down and placed them on her ankles. He looked at the 3 riders of the Sui family and said, no matter what, you will die. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded beside Chao Fu. That's all. Don't you have any more secrets to tell? If that's the case, the Grandmaster of the Golden Scale Palace wants Sui Jingqing, and your master wants to divide Sui Jingqing's Dao Fate item. What about you? You've gone through so much trouble, exhausted all your schemes and ran around for nothing? Chao Fu smiled bitterly and straightened his back. He turned his head and saw a green-robed man wearing a bamboo hat standing beside him. Chao Fu asked, didn't you go after Xianxia? That person said, Yin's spirits travel far away. You call yourself a true cultivator. Haven't you seen this before? Chao Fu said helplessly, sword cultivators rarely see Yin's spirits travel far away. That person nodded. That's why they say that if you travel less in Jianghu, you have to do less bad things. Chao Fu still wanted to say something, but he had already fallen backwards and fainted. Qin Pingon waved his hand and dispersed the spiritual qi restriction that Chao Fu had placed on Sui Jingqing's forehead. With another wave of his sleeve, the corpse on the road was swept off the main road and fell into the grass in the distance. Far away, a white rainbow was less than 2 to 3 feet above the ground. It arrived on a sword and held a head that had died with grievances. It floated on the road and overlapped with the green-robed man. Ripples appeared and turned into a person. But the green-robed man had an extra head in his hand. Qin Pingon said to Sui Jingqing, you are so smart. Have you decided what you want to do in the future? Sui Jingqing knelt on the ground and began to kowtow. If I am in Wuling country, the Sui family will definitely be destroyed. If I am not there, there will be a chance for survival. I beg you to take me as your disciple. Qin Pingon glanced at the head that was thrown to the ground by Sui Jingqing earlier. He smiled and said, if you had started cultivating earlier, you would have become an immortal master with an orderly inheritance. Now your achievements would not be low. The night was dark. On a mountain peak, Chao Fu had a splitting headache. After he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself sitting cross-legged and holding something. Looking down, Chao Fu's heart was like dead ashes. He raised his head and saw the young scholar sitting cross-legged beside the bonfire. The mountain walking stick was placed horizontally on his lap and the bamboo chest was behind him. Without the hedge covering her beautiful face, Sui Jingqing sat near that person. She hugged her knees and curled up. She was in a daze. Chao Fu held the head of Xianxia and did not dare to move. Qin Pingon asked, tell me in detail about your sect and the Golden Scale Palace. Chao Fu did not hesitate and spilled the beans. He told all the inside stories and the truth he knew. He did not want to accompany Xianxia on the road to hell. His master had said that Xianxia had exhausted his potential. Chao Fu was different. He had the aptitude of Jindan. Qin Pingon asked again, tell me more about your family and the Jianghu of Wuling country. Chao Fu continued to tell him everything he knew. Sui Jingqing had already regained her senses when Chao Fu first spoke. She listened silently. After Chao Fu finished, the person said, you can take this head and leave. After secretly escorting the old assistant minister back to his hometown, you can return to your sect. Sui Jingqing wanted to say something but stopped. The person did not look at her. He just said casually, if you want to kill Chao Fu, try it yourself. Chao Fu's expression changed slightly. In the end, Chao Fu really did not die. He just took the head and left the mountain peak. Down the mountain, he felt like a lifetime had passed. But his fate was unknown and his future was unpredictable. This young immortal master who had thought that the Jianghu of Wuling country was a small quagmire was still uneasy. Beside the bonfire, Sui Jingqing suddenly said, "Thank you, elder. Killing Chaofu was too easy and too simple. But for the Sui family it was not necessarily a good thing. If Xiaoxia and Chaofu both died tonight, many people would die. It could be the river flood dragon Yang Yuan, the sect leader of the crossing gang Hu Xinfeng, and then the entire Sui family." And Chaofu was casually let go and allowed to pass on a message to the person behind the scenes. This in itself was a show of force by the green-robed sword Immortal to Chaofu's master and the Golden Scale Palace. Qin Pingon fiddled with the bonfire. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Then Sui Jingqing saw that person take out a chessboard and a jar from the bamboo box. He did not play chess like he did in the pavilion. Instead he started to control an immortal flying sword and started to carve 2 chess pieces. Looking at his carving technique, Sui Jingqing saw that it was the names of Chaofu's master and the ancestral master of the Golden Scale Palace. They were carved on the front and back of the chessboard. Then there were a few chess pieces. They were all important cultivators of the 2 immortal sections. Sui Jingqing smiled slightly. "Elder, since we met at the pavilion you have been watching us, right?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Your gambling luck is very good. I am very envious." Sui Jingqing's expression became awkward. It seemed that in the eyes of this person his self-righteous schemes were no different from a child's childhood sweetheart flying kites. It was very laughable. Qin Pingon placed the chess pieces of the 2 games that were connected to each other at the edge of the chessboard. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and stared at the chess pieces. He said slowly, "In the pavilion the young Sui Wenfa joked with me. Actually, it had nothing to do with right or wrong. However, when you asked him to apologize, the old assistant minister said something that I felt was very reasonable. Then Sui Wenfa sincerely apologized." Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at Sui Jingqing. "I feel that this is a family style that a scholarly family should have. It is very good. Even if your father's various thoughts and actions were actually unworthy of the word pure and upright, one matter is one matter. There is a difference in order and size. The 2 do not conflict. Therefore, when Yang Yuan's group of people blocked our path, I deliberately complained about the mud on my shoes and returned to the pavilion. Because I feel that when a scholar enters the Jianghu he should read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. He should not be blocked by the wind and rain of the Jianghu." Sui Jingqing nodded and asked curiously, "At that time, Elder had already noticed the arrival of Chaofu and Xiaoxia? You already knew that this was a trap?" Qin Pingon looked at the night sky and said, "I knew it long ago." Sui Jingqing's smile was like a flower. It was lovely and moving. In the past, when she flipped through those strange stories in the Jianghu romance, she had never praised or admired the kind of immortals who could soar like a rainbow or kill bandits with one punch. These 2 kinds of people and 2 kinds of things of course were good. It also made a person like her who read books feel very satisfied. When reading books that were pleasing to the eye, one should drink tea and wine. However, it was still not enough. In her mind there was still a gap between them and the otherworldly experts who cultivated immortal arts and achieved great Dao. She felt that a real cultivator was someone who could see through people's hearts. Their schemes were compatible with Dao. They were also as high as the sea of clouds. They were the real people who had achieved Dao. They were the real immortals who sat high above the sea of clouds. They were high above and looked down on the human world. However, they did not mind playing with the human world when they walked down the mountain. They were still willing to punish evil and promote good. Qin Pingon said slowly, "The intelligence and stupidity of the human world is a double-edged sword. As long as the sword is unsheathed, there will be good things and bad things in this world. Therefore I have to take a look again carefully and slowly. You better remember what I said tonight so that you can tell someone in detail in the future. As for how much you can listen to and how much you can grasp and use for yourself, I don't care. I told you before that I will not accept you as my disciple. Your attitude towards the world is too similar to mine. I don't think I can teach you the right thing. As for imparting any immortal arts to you, forget it. If you can leave the North Continent alive and go to the Aquarius continent, there will be opportunities for you to seize." Sui Jingqing changed his sitting position and knelt beside the bonfire. Jingqing will remember every word of Senior's teachings. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Jingqing still understands this principle. The Tao that Senior taught me is more important than any immortal arts. Qin Pingon extended his hand from his sleeve and pointed at the chessboard. In my opinion, there may not be absolute principles that can be applied everywhere, but there are absolute facts and truths. When you first see the truth behind these words and actions, you will know the sequence of events. Complicated matters will become simpler. It is inevitable that the principles are false. You and I will review the game twice. Qin Pingon picked up a chess piece. In between life and death there will be great evil in human nature. It is understandable that people will use unscrupulous means to survive in death. As for whether they accept it or not, it depends on the person. He raised the chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. Hu Xinfeng of the crossing gang chose evil at that moment. Therefore he is responsible for his own life and death. On my side it may not be right, but on the chessboard at that time he succeeded in seeking life and death. As he is different from you, Sui Jingqing. From beginning to end, he never guessed that I was also a cultivator, and even dared to observe the situation in secret. Sui Jingqing asked, if he swore to protect the 4 members of the Sui family, what would Senior do? Qin Pingon slowly said, then Wuling country should continue to have such a true hero and continue to roam the Jianghu. After the storm, if such a hero is still willing to treat me to a drink, I will feel very honored. Qin Pingon pointed at the 2 chess pieces that had not yet entered the game. Just because Chao Fu is an immortal master on the mountain, or because Xianxia is a martial artist in the Golden Body realm, do they really think that the Jianghu below the mountain is a pond everywhere? That they can see the bottom with one step? Not to mention them, even though I was careful, I still inexplicably got hit by the swallowing sword boat, had my flying sword snatched by others at the Skeleton Beach, and almost died on the Jinfeng Lake and Towering Peak. Therefore the Jianghu is dangerous. No matter good or evil, one can die if one is careful to avoid disaster. Moreover, if one seeks death and dies, Xiaoxia can only blame his neck for not being strong enough to withstand the slash of someone else's sword. Qin Pingon pinched the chess piece with 2 fingers. But Hu Xinfeng did not choose to be chivalrous. Instead he had evil thoughts. This is human nature. I will not kill him because of this, but let him live and die. In the end he fought for a chance of survival. Therefore I said that aside from me, Hu Xinfeng made the right choice at that moment. As for what happened on the T-Horse Ancient Road, there is no need to talk about it. That is another questioning heart chess game and has nothing to do with you. Qin Pingon put the 4 chess pieces of the 4 members of the Sui family on the chessboard. I already knew that you were trapped in a chess game. Chao Fu was the player. Later on it was proved that he was also one of the chess pieces. His sect behind the scenes and the Golden Scale Palace were the real masters of the game. Let's not talk about the latter first. At that time there was a problem in front of me. The crux of the problem was that I did not know the original intention of Chao Fu to set up this trap. What kind of person he was and where his bottom line was. What kind of grudges did he have with the Sui family? After all, the Sui family was a scholarly family, but they might have made a big mistake in the past. Chao Fu's action was unfathomable and sneaky. He even drew people like the river serpent Yang Yuan into the game. Of course his action was not honorable. However, it might also be a good thing. Since he did not kill as soon as he showed up, how could I be sure that it was not a good thing for you and the Sui family? Sui Jingqing nodded gently. Qin Pingon leaned forward and stretched out his finger to touch the chess piece with Sui Sinyu's name. The first one to disappoint me was not Hu Xinfeng but your father. Sui Jingqing was puzzled. Why? Facing a disaster and not daring to save others, I would not be surprised if an ordinary Jianghu hero felt disappointed. However, with your temperament, Sui Jingqing did not continue as she was afraid of adding more to the story. Qin Pingon retracted his finger and smiled. The son of a rich family does not sit under the awning hall. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Naturally, these are all reasonable. In the pavilion, Sui Sinyu did not say a word. This is the behavior of an old man. It is not his fault. But let me ask you, who is your father, Sui Sinyu? Sui Jingqing did not rush to answer. Her father, the head of the Sui family. The #1 chess player in the Wuling country? The former assistant minister of the Ministry of Works? Sui Jingqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Thinking of the attire of the elder in front of her, she sighed and said, he is a great scholar of the Wuling kingdom with a full stomach. He is a scholar who understands many sages. Qin Pingon said, the more important fact is that Hu Xinfeng did not tell you the identity of the other party at the time. There is a ferocious river flood dragon Yang Yuan hidden inside. Therefore the truth for Sui Xinyu was that in the pavilion, it was not a life and death situation, but a somewhat troublesome situation. Within the Wuling country, the name of the crossing gang leader Hu Xinfeng, was it useful? Sui Jingcheng blushed and said, of course it was useful. At the time I also thought it was just a farce of the Jianghu. Therefore towards Elder at the time I actually had the intention to test you. Therefore I purposely did not ask to borrow money. Qin Pingon said, because Hu Xinfeng was afraid of getting himself into trouble, he did not want to reveal Yang Yuan's identity. He appeared very calm. His warning to you is also just right. This is the experience that an experienced Jianghu person should have. He exchanged his life for it. Therefore at the time I glanced at the old assistant minister. When the old assistant minister saw that I did not ask to borrow money, he was relieved. This is nothing, it is still human nature. However, Sui Xinyu is a scholar, and a scholar who once held a high position, who used his knowledge to serve the country and the people. Speaking of this, Qin Pingon stretched out 2 thumbs and index fingers and gently bent them, but did not close together, as if he was holding a chess piece. The sages once said, whether or not one has a compassionate heart can distinguish people from plants and animals. Sui Xinyu, do you think your father had a compassionate heart at the time? A little bit? You are his daughter. As long as you are not under the light, you should be more familiar with his temperament than I am. Sui Jingqing shook her head and said with a bitter smile, no. Sui Jingqing's expression was sad, as if she was talking to herself. Really no. Therefore, a person walking slowly on the road, seeing more and thinking more, has always been a double-edged sword. After seeing more people and things, it is just like that. However, that person's expression was normal, as if it was a common occurrence. He raised his head and looked into the distance, saying softly, in the face of life and death, I have always believed that outside of survival, the evil of a mustard seed suddenly as big as a mountain is understandable. However, there are some people, maybe not many, but there will definitely be some people at the moment of certain death who will suddenly light up like stars. At the pavilion and on the road after that, I have been watching, I have been waiting. As long as I can find a speck of light, even if it is a speck of light, it will be extinguished by someone. However, this kind of human brilliance, in my opinion, even if it is only a speck of light, it can compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze. The first time if Hu Xinfeng risked his life for the sake of the Jianghu. He did not hesitate to risk his life and did something that seemed very stupid. I did not need to watch this game of chess, I would have made a move at that time. The second time, if your father still had a little bit of compassion, even if he watched from the sidelines and did not have the heart to scold me loudly when I opened my mouth, I would not have watched the game of chess but chose to make a move. Qin Pingon smiled. On the other hand, that Hu Xinfeng surprised me. In the end, after I parted with you and found Hu Xinfeng, I saw it on him. The first time was before he died. He begged me not to implicate his innocent family. The second time was when I asked him if the 4 of you deserved to die. He said that Sui Xinyu was actually a good official and a friend. The last time was when he naturally talked about the shady business he did in the past. Shady business, this is a very interesting way of saying it. Sui Jingqing said softly, but no matter what, Senior has always been watching. Senior, why are you clearly so disappointed but still secretly protect us? Daoists say that there is no door for fortune or disaster, but only people call for it. Buddhists say that yesterday is the cause of today. It is the same principle. However, there are many half-baked immortals in the world who are actually not real cultivators. With them around, the difficult truth becomes even more difficult to explain. Qin Pingon said, but you were the weak in that pavilion dilemma. I just happened to encounter it, and after careful consideration, I realized that I had the power to protect myself, so I did not leave. However, during this period of time, other than life and death, you suffered all kinds of hardships, such as running for your life in the rain and being on tenterhooks all the way. Also, you were ruthlessly smashed off the back of a horse with the back of a sword. You asked for it, and it was the world that gave you back. In the long run, this is not a bad thing. After all, you are still alive. There are more weak people who have more reason to live than you, but they died just like that. Qin Pingon did not think it was a big deal for the weak to ask the strong to do more. Even if there were many weak people who were protected by the strong and did not have the slightest gratitude, Qin Pingon felt that it did not matter now. Qin Pingon had never regretted the Battle of Follower City and withstanding the sea of tribulation clouds. Because in any alley in follower city, there might be a Qin Pingon or a Lu Xianyang who was silently growing. If it was said that scourges lived for 1,000 years, the world and people's hearts were like this and it was difficult to change. Then good people should be smarter and live longer and not become scourges instead of suffering from kindness. Evil and evil coexisted in an endless cycle. Sooner or later, everyone would have to return to the merciless great Tao of heaven and earth. Sui Jingqing thought silently and threw a few withered branches into the bonfire. She was just about to ask why the senior did not kill the river flood dragon Yang Yuan and the bandits, but she quickly figured out the key point and did not ask more. Once the enemy was alerted, Chao Fu and Xiaoxia would only be more patient and cautious. Sui Jingqing also wanted to ask why the two people were not killed on the spot on the Tea-Horse Ancient Road, but Sui Jingqing still quickly got the answer. What was the bottom line of good and evil of those two people? Sui Jingqing reached out and rubbed her temples. She understood a lot of things but she just felt a little headache and her mind was in a mess. Did cultivation on the mountain have to be so restrained? Then, after cultivating the sword immortal skills of the senior, did everything have to be so complicated? If she encountered some situation where she had to act in time and it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, would she still have to use Dao to save or kill people? That person seemed to see through Sui Jingqing's thoughts and laughed. When you get used to it and see more people and things, you will know what to do before you act. Not only will you not be sloppy but your sword and Dao will also be very fast, only extremely fast. He pointed at the chess pieces on the chessboard and said, if Yang Yuan wanted to slap the four of you to death as soon as he entered the pavilion, or if I didn't see through Fu Zhen's plan to block Hu Xinfeng's punch with his sword, I wouldn't have watched from afar. Believe me, Fu Zhen and Hu Xinfeng will not know how they died. Qin Pingon looked at Sui Jingqing who nodded with a smile. Previously she was kneeling on the official road and begged again. Sui Jingqing wants to follow senior to cultivate immortal techniques. He asked two questions. On what basis? Since young, I have been blessed with opportunities and talent for cultivation. I have been gifted with treasures from the immortal clan. I am a natural-born cultivator, but I do not have a master to guide me. After cultivating immortal techniques I will roam the Jianghu like senior. Two answers, one was not wrong and the other was still very smart. So Qin Pingon planned for her to find Cui Dongshan and follow him to cultivate. He knew how to teach Sui Jingqing not only impart immortal techniques but also how to conduct herself. Qin Pingon did not dare to make a judgment on Sui Jingqing's talent, but her wisdom was indeed not bad. Especially her gambling luck, she was always good. That was not luck, but gambling skills. But that was not the only reason why Qin Pingon wanted Sui Jingqing to go to the Aquarius continent to find Cui Dongshan. After 2 rounds of chess, Qin Pingon had something that he wanted to show to his disciple Cui Dongshan. It could be considered as half of the answer to the question that his student asked him in the past. Qin Pingon took out Flying Sword 15 and gently pinched it. He started to lower his head and bend down on the small bamboo like walking mountain staff and started to carve on it. In Sui Jingqing's eyes, it was as though he was carving on it. Sui Jingqing did not say a word, and only stared at the man carving on the walking mountain staff silently. After an incense's time, Sui Jingqing's eyes were sore and she rubbed her eyes. About 2 hours later, the man put away the flying sword that was used as a carving knife, and the sword light flashed between his eyebrows. Qin Pingon said sternly, "After you find that person, tell him that I have some ideas about the answer to that question. But before answering the question there are 2 prerequisites. Firstly, the pursuit must be absolutely correct. Secondly, if there is a mistake you must know it and correct it. As for how to change and how to correct his mistakes, the answer lies in this mountain traversing staff. Let Cui Dongshan see it for himself. Moreover, I hope that he can see it more clearly and further than I can and do it better. 1 is countless ones, and that is the great way of heaven and earth and all living beings in the world. Let him start from what his eyes can see and his heart can see. It is not that when the correct result comes he can turn a blind eye to the mistakes in between. There is no such good thing in the world. Not only does he need to re-examine it, but he also needs to look at it more carefully. Otherwise, the so-called correct result is still a short-term calculation of benefits, and not a long-lasting great way." Sui Jingqing was confused but he still nodded vigorously. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to give the walking mountain staff to Sui Jingqing. His palms gently pressed against the walking mountain staff and he looked up at the sky. In cultivation, other than seizing opportunities, obtaining treasures and learning spells, observing the minutiae of people's hearts, it is also cultivation, and it is to sharpen the Tao heart. You cultivate the art of ruthlessness and you can also sharpen your state of mind. You understand the principles of sages, and you should know that the human heart is complicated. The human body is a small world and the thoughts are the most uncertain. This matter may be difficult at the beginning, but as long as you face the difficulties and luckily succeed, it will be like building a second bridge to longevity, and you will benefit for life. Sui Jingqing saw that the person only looked up at the night sky. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "On the way to the immortal fairy of the Green Oriole Kingdom, regarding the safety of the Sui family, do you think there is anything that needs to be checked? If you think of it, you can tell me. Don't worry about troubling me. Even if you need to turn around and return to the Wuling Kingdom, it is fine." Qin Pingon put 2 fingers together and tapped lightly on the walking mountain staff. After making the circle and the cut, it is one thing. How to do it best and look after each other from head to tail is also a kind of cultivation. If it extends too far from the 2 ends, it may not be done well. That is when there is a limit to human strength, and so is the principle. Sui Jingqing thought of his straightforward arrangements when they were climbing the mountain. She smiled and shook her head. Elder has thought deeply. Even Elder Wang Dun was included in this. I have nothing else to say. Qin Pingon waved his hand. There is no need to rush to a conclusion. No one in the world has a foolproof plan. You do not need to think that because my cultivation is high now, I am definitely not wrong. If I were you, Sui Jingqing, trapped in the situation of the pavilion, regardless of whether my intentions were good or bad, just the matter of escaping, I would not do better than you. In the end, the person pulled back his gaze and looked at her with clear eyes. Sui Jingqing had never seen such a bright and clean light in the eyes of any man. He smiled slightly and said, "This journey will probably take some time. If you reason with me, I will listen. No matter if you are right or not, I am willing to listen first. If you are right, then you are right, and I will admit that I am wrong. In the future, if there is a chance, you will know whether or not I have said some polite words to you. Then as long as I am here, even if it is only me, you cannot say that all the reason in the world is in the hands of those with hard fists and high Tao skills. Someone tells you that in the world the one with the harder fists is the one with the right. Do not believe them. That is because they have suffered enough but have not eaten their fill. Because this kind of person in their life is actually protected by countless invisible rules and do not know it. Moreover, there are many people like me. It is just that you have not met them yet, or perhaps you have met them long ago. It is because of their reasoning, like the spring wind and rain silently moistening things, that you do not feel it. The person stood up, both hands on the mountain walking stick, looking at the mountains and rivers in the distance. I hope that no matter 10 years or 100 years later, Sui Jingqing will still be the Sui Jingqing who can say that she will stay in the pavilion, and is willing to wear a life-saving magic weapon on someone else. There are millions of lights in the world. Even if you become a cultivator on the mountain in the future and look down again, you will still be able to discover that even if they are in a house or a room alone, the light will appear dim. But once every house is lit, it will be a spectacular scene of the Milky Way in the human world. Today there are cultivators in the human world and there are so many ordinary teachers. It is because of these inconspicuous lights that true powerhouses emerge one after another from the streets and alleys, the countryside, the scholarly families, the rich mansions, the noble families, the immortal mansions on the mountains, and from these different places of different heights. With their fists and swords, and the true reason that contains the noble spirit, they open the path for the future generations, silently protecting countless weak people. That is why we can stagger all the way to today. The person turned his head and said with a smile, "Let's talk about you and me. Is it difficult to be a smart person and a bad person? I think it is not difficult. What is difficult about it? It is difficult that we know that the human heart is sinister, but we are still willing to be good people who need to pay the price for the reason in our hearts." Sui Jingqing's face turned red. "Senior, I am not considered. I am far from it." The person squinted his eyes and smiled. "Well, I accept this flattery." Sui Jingqing was stunned. The person continued to look at the distant night sky. He rested his chin on the back of his hands and laughed softly. You have also helped me untie a knot in my heart. I have to thank you. That is, I have learned how to get along with beautiful women. So the next time I go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I will be more confident. Because I have seen many beautiful women in the world. I will not feel guilty if I look at them more than once. Well, this can be considered as a success in cultivating the heart. Sui Jingqing hesitated for a moment. He still felt that he should say some honest words that were unpleasant to the ear. He said timidly, "Senior, these words should be kept in your heart. You must not say it directly to the woman you love. It is not likable." The person turned his head and asked doubtfully, "You can't say it?" Sui Jingqing nodded vigorously and said firmly, "You can't say it." The person rubbed his chin and seemed to be in a dilemma. Sui Jingqing's expression was cheerful. "Senior, I am also one of the beautiful women, right?" The person did not turn his head. He should be in a good mood. For the first time he joked, "Don't ruin my Dao." Sui Jingqing did not dare to push his luck. However, for her to become the jade beauty of the Sui clan, on the map of more than 10 countries, and to stand side by side with the other 3 peerless beauties as a woman, it was something worth being happy about. Her heartstrings relaxed and she felt a little sleepy. She shook her head and started to warm herself by the fire. After a moment she looked back. The mountain walking staff was still in the same place, but the man in green was slowly practicing his boxing. Sui Jingqing rubbed her eyes and asked, "After reaching the legendary Immortal's ferry, will Senior return to the skeleton beach in the south with me?" The person did not stop punching and shook his head. "No, so you have to be more careful on the ferry. Of course, I will try my best to prevent accidents from happening to you. However, you still have to rely on yourself on the road of cultivation." Sui Jingqing wanted to say something but stopped. The person said, "If you have to choose between the mountain walking staff and your life, don't hesitate. Your life is more important." Sui Jingqing said helplessly, "Senior, do you know everything?" The person thought for a moment and asked casually, "You are in your 30s this year?" Sui Jingqing was speechless. She turned her head sullenly and threw a few dry branches into the fire. End of chapter. "5:20. Deep into the night, Sui Jingqing was no longer sleepy. There was a saying in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms that she was a night owl. She felt that it was exactly what she was now. The breathing exercises recorded in the booklet were all done at noon. Different solar terms meant different hours of practice during the day. At the end of the booklet there were 4 words that were extremely moving. Ascension during the day. When they parted on the official road, the old assistant minister took off the thin bamboo robe and returned it to his daughter, Sui Jingqing. He was reluctant to say goodbye and privately warned his daughter that she was fortunate enough to follow the sword Immortal to practice Taoism on the mountain. She was under the protection of her ancestors in heaven. Therefore she had to maintain a proper attitude and not put on airs like a lady from a respectable family. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her ancestors' good deeds. That person had been practicing the boring boxing stance all along. Sui Jingqing got up and went around to pick up some dried twigs. She followed suit and roasted them by the bonfire to disperse the accumulated water. She did not throw them directly into the fire. All these years her practice had been very bumpy. Due to the lack of a master to guide her and the booklet's contents, other than the practical abhijna of controlling the golden hairpin like a flying sword, which Sui Jingqing had learned about 70 to 80% of, the rest of the words were like the opening of a Daoist scripture. It was too vague, making her unable to make sense of it. Just like that person who had casually said that, the truth is unavoidable, there was no one to help her review and solve the puzzle. Therefore, even though Sui Jingqing had been studying the booklet since she was young, she still felt that she could not understand it. Therefore, even though she was in her early 30s, she was still a qi cultivator at the bottleneck of the second realm. Sui Jingqing was actually a little hesitant about whether she should take out the bamboo robe, golden hairpin and booklet. If that powerful sword Immortal Senior took a fancy to them, she was actually fine with it. However, she was afraid that he would misunderstand and think that she was showing off her cleverness. This was not the first time she had tried to be clever and made a fool of herself. Qin Pingon stopped his boxing stance and sat by the bonfire. He stretched out his hand and said, "I'll help you save one of your worries. Give it to me." Sui Jingqing carefully took out the 3 golden hairpins and a booklet that was as bright as new. It was called Xianxia in ancient seal script. Sui Jingqing said softly, "Senior, the hairpin is a little strange. It has been associated with me since I was young. When others hold it, they will be scalded. In the early years, there was once a maidservant who tried to steal the golden hairpin. As a result, her entire palm was scalded. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground. Very soon, the rest of the people in the residence were alerted. Later, even though the injury on her hand was healed, she seemed to have lost her soul. It's okay." Qin Pingon took the booklet with one hand and opened it with the other. Sui Jingqing gently let go of the booklet and the 3 colorful hairpins fell into Qin Pingon's palm. The hairpins trembled slightly, but Qin Pingon's palm was safe and sound. Qin Pingon looked at them for a moment and said slowly, "The hairpins can be considered your natal item. There are 3 levels of refinement in the world. Minor refinement can be absorbed into a cultivator's Qifu acupoint, but anyone can snatch it. Minor refinement can unlock the various magical effects of a celestial instrument. Just like this nameless mountain with the mountain god and the ancestral temple, great refinement is your natal item. The person who gave you these 3 fated chances is a real master. His Tao must be very mysterious. He is at least an earth immortal, maybe even a nascent soul cultivator. As for why this person gave you the chance to climb the mountain but abandoned you for 30 to 40 years. Sui Jingqing, who had been listening attentively, said softly, "It's only 32 years. The man smiled and said, "How many months do you want to talk about it?" Sui Jingqing looked embarrassed. Qin Pingon first put the booklet on his knees and picked up a hairpin with 2 fingers. He gently tapped the hairpin in his other palm. The crisp sound was like that of metal and stone. With each tap, a circle of light rippled. Qin Pingon looked up and said, "These 3 hairpins are a set of magic weapons. They look exactly the same, but they are not. They are called Spiritual Essence Clear Way, Spiritual Essence Clear Sky, and Tai Xia Ghost Slayer. They are most likely related to the Thunder Art, the head of all arts." Sui Jingqing's face was full of disbelief. She said sincerely, "Senior, you are so knowledgeable. There is nothing you don't know." These were words from the bottom of her heart. No matter how one looked at the 3 golden hairpins, there was no difference between them. How could he even know the names of these hairpins? Qin Pingon looked at her and said, "There are inscriptions on the hairpins. The words are very small. Your cultivation is too low to see them." Sui Jingqing's face was stiff. Qin Pingon gently threw the 3 hairpins back to Sui Jingqing and began to flip through the booklet with the strange name. He frowned and immediately closed it after flipping through 2 pages. When Qin Pingon opened the book, the words on the pages of Zhou Xian collection flashed. Even with Qin Pingon's eyesight and memory, he couldn't remember the rough outline of the words on the page. It was like a battlefield that was originally orderly, but in an instant, it scattered and became disorderly and messy. Needless to say, it was another natal item of Sui Jingqing. It was very likely that Sui Jingqing was not the only one who could see the text when she opened it. Even if Qin Pingon let her hold the book and flip through the pages, the content they saw was still very different. Qin Pingon beckoned Sui Jingqing to sit beside him and let her flip through the book. Sui Jingqing was confused and just did as she was told. Qin Pingon quickly asked her to put away the booklet and said, "This immortal art is not low in quality, but it is incomplete. The person who gave you the book must have had high expectations of you. But he could not let your preacher be your protector, so he left for more than 30 years." Sui Jingqing held the hairpin in one hand and the book in the other. Her face was full of smiles and joy. It was more intense than knowing that she was the jade of Sui family. Qin Pingon began to close his eyes and rest. His hands gently held the golden thunder whip that looked like green bamboo. There were no words on the green bamboo, only lines of densely packed engravings. Sui Jingqing suddenly asked, "Senior, do you want to take a look at the robe called Bamboo Robe?" Qin Pingon opened his eyes with a strange expression. Seeing her sincere and eager look, Qin Pingon said helplessly, "No need to look at it. It must be a good treasure of immortals. Robes have always been precious. When cultivating on the mountain there are many fights. Generally speaking, Qi trainers will have 2 natal items, one for attack and one for defense. Since the master gave you 3 hairpins, the bamboo robe probably matches the quality." Sui Jingqing was a little late. Her face was slightly red and she did not speak anymore. After a moment of silence, the man stopped practicing his punches and stances. Instead he began to concentrate and meditate like a cultivator. His breathing was long and deep. Sui Jingqing vaguely felt that there seemed to be layers of brilliance flowing around his body. One was as bright as a lamp, while the other was as soft as the moonlight. Sui Jingqing only thought that this sword fairy senior was a person who had achieved Dao. Even if her cultivation was insignificant, she could still see some clues. In fact, Sui Jingqing was indeed a very talented cultivator. She could not see the inscription on the hairpin because of her limited eyesight. She could see the strange phenomenon like Qin Pingon because of her extraordinary talent. Her perception of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was far better than that of ordinary cultivators in the 5 lower states. Sui Jingqing suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a long time, she still felt that it was not a small matter. She could only ask, "Senior, the reason why Chao Fu and Xiaoxia acted so sneakily on this trip was not only because they did not want to attract the attention of the Great Seal dynasty and the emperor of a small country in the northern lands. Is it because they are also afraid of the expert who gave me the opportunity back then? Perhaps Chao Fu's master, that golden core earth immortal, or the golden scale palace's palatial lord's uncle master patriarch are unwilling to show themselves. It's similar to how Chao Fu got that saber-wielding pugilistic warrior to appear first to test if Senior Sword Immortal is hiding by the side. Is it the same logic?" Qin Pingon opened her eyes again and smiled without saying a word. Sui Jingqing's temperament was really good. Qin Pingon explained patiently, "Once the cultivators on the mountain have a feud, it is easy to be entangled for 100 years. There are rules on the mountain and there are rules in the Jianghu. Chao Fu and Xiaoxia despise the Jianghu from the bottom of their hearts. They feel that they can reach the bottom of the Jianghu by stepping on the mountain. They are all small fries. But they don't understand the taboos and the complicated situation on the mountain. The mastermind behind them will know it clearly. They are wary of me right now. Chao Fu is only wary of my flying sword, but the person behind the curtain has another concern, which is the traveler that you've already thought of. If your preacher is just an earth deity from another village, they won't mind making a bigger deal after weighing the pros and cons. But if the protector that your preacher sends out for you is a sword cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, the person behind the curtain will have to consider whether or not he can withstand the joint revenge of 2 nascent soul stage cultivators." Sui Jingqing's eyelashes shivered slightly. That person said it straightforwardly and simply, and there was hidden killing intent. Sui Jingqing was originally a clever woman. The more she thought about it, the more she gained. She only felt that the magnificent scenery on the mountain in her heart was finally slowly revealing a corner of it. Sui Jingqing asked a question that was not in line with her usual temperament. "Senior, do you really not want any of the 3 immortal items?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I took them in the right way." Sui Jingqing smiled knowingly. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Do you have any more ideas?" Sui Jingqing was stunned. After thinking for a moment she shook her head and said, "No." Qin Pingon said, "Chao Fu previously used Xiaoxia to lure me away from the mountain. He mistakenly thought that he was sure to win and stopped you on the path. He told you directly what happened after you followed him up the mountain. Don't you feel scared?" Sui Jingqing did have a lingering fear. She was refined into a living tripod furnace by Chao Fu's master, and after being taught Daoist techniques, she was able to dual cultivate with the Grand Master of the Golden Scale Palace. Although Sui Jingqing was wholeheartedly pursuing Dao, she did not want to become a pitiful puppet who could not control herself. Qin Pingon sighed. "Then have you ever thought about the original intention of the master who gave you the opportunity? Have you ever thought of a possibility? What if this person's cultivation is higher than Chao Fu's, his intentions are more sinister, and his calculations are more long-term?" Sui Jingqing broke out in a cold sweat. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and pressed it twice, indicating that Sui Jingqing did not need to be too afraid. He said softly, "This is just a possibility. Why did he dare to give you 3 treasures? Not only did he give you a great opportunity to cultivate Dao, but he also put you in danger unknowingly? Why didn't he directly take you to his own immortal sect? Why didn't he arrange a Dao protector by your side? Why was he so sure that you could become a Dao cultivator by yourself? What was the mystery of your mother's strange dream of a god holding a baby girl?" Sui Jingqing stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, then pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. She shook her head and said, I don't understand. Qin Pingon nodded. Most things in the world are like this. No matter how you think about it, you can't understand it. Even if you do understand it, it might not be a good thing. Sui Jingqing's face was blank. In this period of time she was like a stray dog. The road was full of twists and turns, ups and downs. Tonight's matter, this person's few words had caused her mood to rise and fall greatly. Qin Pingon said, I only told you this after you decided to go to the Aquarius continent, because I want you to make another choice in your state of mind. How should you treat the wandering master who may not appear in your lifetime, but may appear tonight? Let's say that the master has good intentions towards you, but at the beginning of your cultivation he took care of you too much to prevent you from spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. But now he does not know about the matters of the Wuling Empire and the Sui family. After all, for cultivators, the higher their cultivation, the more they do not know about the hardships of the world. Then you can temporarily go to the Aquarius continent, but you cannot be in a hurry to become Cui Dongshan's disciple. If that person had bad intentions towards you from the start, then you would not have such concerns. But now you and I cannot be sure of the truth of the matter. What should we do? Sui Jingqing asked in a daze. What should we do? Qin Pingon laughed angrily. What should we do? Sui Jingqing wiped her face and suddenly laughed. If it was before I met Senior or if it was someone else who saved me, I would not care about anything and run as far as possible. Even if I am ashamed of the wandering master who had helped me in the past, I would try my best not to think too much about it. Now I feel that Senior Sword Immortal is right. The scholars at the foot of the mountain protect themselves when they are in danger, but they have to have some compassion. Then the cultivators on the mountain, when they run away from danger, they have to have a grateful heart. So whether it is Senior Sword Immortal or that Senior Cui Dongshan, even if I am lucky enough to become one of your disciples, it will only be in name. Until I reunite with that wandering master in this life, even if his cultivation is not as high as yours, I will ask the two of you to allow me to change my sect, and become the disciple of that wandering master. Qin Pingon nodded. That is correct. What was even more valuable was that Qin Pingon could see that Sui Jingqing's words were not sincere. Some words needed to be seen and not heard. This was the benefit of cultivating on the mountain. So Qin Pingon said emotionally, I hope that my previous guess was too dark. I still hope that the wandering master can become your disciple in the future, and climb the mountain hand in hand to see the mountains and rivers. Sui Jingqing snickered and narrowed her eyes to look at him. Qin Pingon immediately understood the silent words in her eyes. He stared at her. You and I, only the way we see the world is the same. But our temperaments are very different. Sui Jingqing could not help but laugh. It was rare for her to be so childish. She began to look around. Master, where are you? God knows if he would be like the green-shirt sword Immortal Senior who carried the bamboo box. He might be far away, but he might also be close at hand. Qin Pingon also laughed. Of course, Sui Jingqing's master did not appear. After that, the two of them did not deliberately hide their whereabouts. However, because Sui Jingqing needed to cultivate at a fixed time during the day, Qin Pingon bought a carriage on the way to the capital of the Wuling Kingdom and became the coachman himself. Sui Jingqing took the initiative to talk about the key points of cultivation in the book, Xianxia. He talked about how, at different times, there would be different scenes where the eyes would be moist like steam, the eyes would itch like lightning, and the internal organs would vibrate and suddenly ring. Qin Pingon could not give any advice. Moreover, Sui Jingqing was a layman who had cultivated for nearly 30 years on his own without any signs of illness. Instead, his skin was delicate and his eyes were clear. There should not be any big problems. This journey was smooth and did not stop at all. Just like when they escorted Li Huai and the others to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Not only were there bumps and bumps, but there were also more trifles. Just like every time Li Huai went to take a dump or pee, he would only dare to go with Qin Pingon, especially in the middle of the night. Even if Yu Lu was on guard duty for the second half of the night, Qin Pingon, who was on guard duty for the first half of the night, was already sound asleep. He would still be shaken awake by Li Huai. Then the sleepy-eyed Qin Pingon would accompany the guy who was covering his crotch or holding his ass as they walked far away. That was how it had always been. Qin Pingon never said anything to Li Huai, and Li Huai never said a word of thanks. However, a country bumpkin was not used to saying thank you to others. Just like the scholar, he was indeed unwilling to say that he was wrong about this statement. But in the end, Li Huai did care about it. So everyone could see that among the group of people, Li Huai cared about Qin Pingon the most. Even after so many years of studying in the academy, Li Huai still had the attitude of a bully and a coward towards Qin Pingon. When he really encountered a problem, the first person he thought of was Qin Pingon, not even his parents or sister who were far away in another continent. It was just that one was dependence, the other was nostalgia. Different feelings but equally deep. And although Sui Jingqing was a half-baked cultivator, she still had not fasted. Moreover, she was a woman, so the trouble was actually not at all. It was very little. So when Qin Pingon bought a carriage in a bustling county, he deliberately stayed for one more day and stayed in an inn. At that time, Sui Jingqing, who felt that she weighed 160 kilograms, was relieved. She borrowed some money from Qin Pingon, saying that she was going to buy some things. Then she changed into a new dress and bought a hedge to cover her face. It was not that he deliberately took care of Sui Jingqing. In fact, Qin Pingon himself was not in a hurry. He had a rough idea of the route and would not delay. He just needed to reach the Green Oriole Kingdom in autumn. So one day, at the edge of a turbulent river, Qin Pingon took out his fishing rod to fish. The sand moved, but the stone did not move. He actually caught a green snail that weighed more than 10 kilograms. When the two were drinking fish soup, Qin Pingon said that there was a green snail in a mountain lake in the Tongye continent. It was the most magical. As long as it lived for more than 100 years, its mouth would contain a green stone of different sizes. It was extremely pure. After crushing it with a secret technique and exposing it to the sun, it was the dream material for talisman sect cultivators to draw talismans. Sui Jingqing was shocked when she heard it. The two would occasionally play chess. Sui Jingqing finally confirmed that this sword celestial senior was really a bad chess player. He had a strong first move and there were no flaws. Then the more he played, the worse he became. The first time they played chess, Sui Jingqing was very serious. This was because she felt that the senior must have held back during the game at the pavilion. Later on, Sui Jingqing accepted her fate. This senior had really only memorized some of the first moves. Fortunately, the senior did not feel embarrassed. He lost 10 out of 10 games. Every time he reviewed the game, he would humbly ask Sui Jingqing for advice on some of her moves. Sui Jingqing naturally did not dare to hold back. Finally, when they were shopping in a bookstore in a county city, they picked 2 chess manuals. One of them was The Great Official's Chess Manual. It was mainly about life and death problems. The other was dedicated to recording the fixed positions. Back then, the senior had given her some gold and silver in the county city and told her to keep it for herself. Therefore, she still had some left after buying the chess manual. Once, when they were traveling at night, they passed by a cemetery in the wilderness. The senior suddenly stopped the carriage and called Sui Jingqing out of the carriage. Then he gently tapped her eyebrows with 2 fingers and asked her to focus on a certain spot. Sui Jingqing lifted the silk fence and saw a white fox carrying a skeleton on its back on the grave. It was worshipping the moon. She asked why, but the senior said he did not know. He had seen many fox spirits transforming into beautiful figures to bewitch traveling scholars. It was also his first time seeing a fox spirit worshipping the moon with a skeleton on its back. The carriage continued on its way. Hearing the noise, the white fox carrying the skeleton on its back flashed away. A moment later, a graceful woman on the road in front of them stroked her hair coquettishly. Qin Pingon ignored her. Sui Jingqing, who was sitting outside the carriage, was a little annoyed. She removed the fence and revealed her true appearance. The woman looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She muttered and cursed and turned to leave. Sui Jingqing raised her eyebrows and put on the fence. Her legs dangled outside the carriage and swayed gently. Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Why are you angry with a fox spirit?" Sui Jingqing said, "It transforms into a woman and seduces men. No wonder people like to call it a coquettish fox. When I have mastered the celestial way, I must teach them a lesson." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Not all fox spirits are like that. Some are naughty but also kind. I also heard that there is a celestial fox worshipped in the Daoist master's mansion on Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was grateful that the old Taoist master used the Taoist master's seal to imprint on its fox skin to help her escape the mighty heaven's tribulation to reach the upper 5 states. Therefore it has been protecting the disciples of the Taoist master's mansion ever since. It even helps to train the Taoist heart. Sui Jingqing silently remembered this incident on the mountain that was even more unbelievable than the supernatural beings. Her last thought was that the fox spirit might not be as good-looking as she was. One day at dusk they passed by an ancient temple. It was said that the waves were turbulent all year round, making it impossible for people to cross the river even if they had boats. Therefore ancient immortals drew talismans on paper, and stone rhinoceroses jumped out of the white paper and into the water to suppress the monsters. Since then everything was peaceful. Sui Jingqing and Qin Pingon entered the temple to burn incense. They asked the incense shop for a young couple. Later, when they arrived at the ferry, Sui Jingqing found that the young couple had followed the carriage. For some reason they began to kowtow to them, saying that they were begging the immortals to give them a ride so that they could cross the river together. Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. In the end, along with the carriage, Qin Pingon, Sui Jingqing, and the young couple boarded a huge ferry to cross the river. After they reached the shore, the carriage slowly traveled for a few miles before the young couple asked to alight. Sui Jingqing and the young couple sat in the carriage and it was slightly crowded. They discovered even more strange things. When the couple was crossing the river with the carriage and the ferry, they were sweating profusely as though the boat would capsize and sink at any moment. The two of them leaned against each other and held hands, looking as though they were facing death. This made Sui Jingqing worried. He mistakenly believed that there were spirits causing trouble in the river and that the ferry would capsize at any moment. However, when he thought of the sword immortal sitting outside, he felt a lot more at ease. After the young couple alighted, they kowtowed again, kowtowing 3 times and kowtowing 9 times. Sui Jingqing saw that the senior did not say anything. He just stood there and accepted the kowtow. However, when the young couple stood up with tears in their eyes, the senior said softly, "Spirits and spirits, do good deeds and accumulate merit. The Tao is not biased and will naturally protect you." Sui Jingqing felt that strange things were happening one after another. After the young couple heard this, they felt as though they had been pardoned and were enlightened. They actually knelt down piously again. However, this time the senior extended his hand to support the young man. "Let's go. The mountains and rivers are far and the Tao is arduous. Do your best." The young couple did not walk on the official road. Instead they walked off the road. A distance away the young woman stopped and turned around. One of them bowed with their hands clasped, while the other gave a curtsy. Then when the carriage drove into a small path, Sui Jingqing, who was about to ask the couple about their origins, suddenly widened his eyes. He saw ripples appear as a golden-armored deity with a metal spear in hand stood on the path. Qin Pingon stopped the carriage and floated to the ground. He cupped his fists and asked, "Did we make things difficult for you by acting on our own accord?" The golden-armored deity with a solemn expression shook his head and said with a smile, "In the past we were bound by the rules. It was my duty and I could not show favoritism. That couple should be blessed to be protected by your merit. They have waited bitterly for 100 years before crossing the river." The golden-armored deity opened up a path and stood to the side. He gently stabbed the ground with his spear and said, "I'll send you on your journey." Qin Pingon cupped his fists once again and bade him farewell with a smile. He returned to the carriage and slowly drove past the golden-armored deity that presided over the river. Sui Jingqing fell silent for a long while before asking softly, "Senior, is this what it means to be successful in cultivation? To be able to make a golden-armored deity take the initiative to open up a path for you?" Qin Pingon did not answer his question. He said slowly, "You have to know that there are not only people like Chao Fu on the mountain. There are also people like Xianxia in the pugilistic world. There are some things that I can't explain to you. It's better for you to experience them yourself." That night, the carriage stopped in a quiet and uninhabited area. The Sword Immortal Senior had spent a rare amount of effort and time to stew a huge pot of bamboo shoots and bacon. Sui Jingqing could not be bothered to think about why the bamboo shoots were still so fresh despite being in the middle of summer, or why they were not taken out from a bamboo chest. However, Sui Jingqing felt that the young senior was still in a good mood after crossing the river. Sui Jingqing had previously asked about the sword Immortal Senior's age. In the beginning, the senior had ignored her. Later on, she could not hold back her curiosity and asked him twice in a roundabout manner. Only then did he say that he was about 300 years old. Sui Jingqing became even more determined to pursue the Dao. That day they passed by a bustling city near Saga Mountain Manor and happened to see a temple fair. Every so often there would be similar stalls. The ground was filled with clay dolls and small porcelain figurines. 1 copper coin could be exchanged with the stall owner for a small bamboo ring or 2 copper coins for a large willow ring. It was packed with people. There would also be adults helping the children throw bamboo rings and willow rings. Whenever an adult caught one of those clay dolls or porcelain figurines, the children around them would be overjoyed and dance with joy. Qin Pingon had laughed and said, "Are there so few Jianghu people in your Wuling country?" At the start, Sui Jingqing did not know why she had asked such a question. She only said, "Our Wuling country is more literary." So after Elder Wang Dun appeared, everyone in the court, even a civil official like my father, would feel honored and hope to meet Elder Wang Dun through Hu Xinfeng. After the carriage had traveled some distance, Sui Jingqing finally understood the reason for the senior's question. If there were more martial artists, there might still be stalls like the temple fair, but there would not be so many. Because if one was unlucky, it would be a losing business. It would not be like the merchants at the temple fair now. Everyone just sat there and made money. It was just a matter of how much they made. Sui Jingqing sighed. This was probably one of the hidden connections in the world. If she had not met this senior, she might not have thought about these things for the rest of her life. If she did not think about it, she would not lose anything. Her days would continue. But if she thought about it, there might not be any immediate benefits. No wonder that senior had once said that thinking about connections, reasoning, and thinking about the affairs of the world were never easy things. Once when they passed by a watermelon field, the carriage stopped. Qin Pingon squatted by the ridge of the field and stared dazedly at the green and cute watermelons. Thinking back to the days in the small town under the old locust tree, there were many people carrying bamboo baskets from the iron lock well. The old people told old stories. The children ate cold watermelons. The shade of the locust tree was cool and the heart was cool. Sui Jingqing jumped off the carriage and asked curiously, "Elder, you are an immortal of the mountain, do you also want to eat watermelons?" Qin Pingon was silent for a long time. In the end he said, "If there is a day when I can do as I please, when I can steal a watermelon and run away, it means that I have truly cultivated my heart. The influence of the Tonghulu in the past on my state of mind will be completely eliminated." Sui Jingqing felt that this was a sentence even stranger than a strange matter. He could not understand it. On a dangerous mountain and river road near the capital they met a group of strong people. Sui Jingqing felt that this group of people who flaunted their strength were really lucky. Qin Pingon asked Sui Jingqing to show off his skills casually. A golden hairpin like a flying sword scared them out of their wits. Later that senior took Sui Jingqing to sneak into the vicinity of the village. They saw a simple house there. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. Smoke was curling up from the chimney. There was a thin child flying a tattered kite. One of the bandits was squatting by the side and smiling. Next to him stood a short old man in a tattered green robe. He was cursing the man for being useless. If there was no harvest, the village would not be able to eat. The children inside were not studying. When they were reciting books in school, their stomachs were growling louder than the sound of studying. The man scratched his head and said that the woman was extraordinary. She was most likely an immortal from the books. If we did not run fast enough, we would not starve to death. We would have been beaten to death. Qin Pingon left quietly with Sui Jingqing. They returned to the carriage and continued on their way. In the night, Sui Jingqing did not feel sleepy. He sat outside the carriage and looked at the forest beside the road. Sui Jingqing muttered to himself, "When I first saw them looting, I wanted to kill them all. Senior, if I really did that, wouldn't it be wrong?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Not wrong." Sui Jingqing asked again, "But if I met them again on the road after seeing their lives, if I threw a bag of gold and silver to them, would it be wrong?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Not wrong but also not right." Sui Jingqing suddenly felt a little guilty. Qin Pingon said, "We agreed before that I would only lend you the gold and silver. I will not care what you do. So you can secretly stay outside the village. Don't worry about me holding you accountable." Qin Pingon finally said, the affairs of the world are complicated. It is not something that can be casually said. The matter of the meridians that I talk to you about is to look at the meridians of the human heart. Once you have some small achievements, it may seem complicated, but it is actually very simple. As for the matter of order, it may seem simple, but it is even more complicated. Because it is not only related to right and wrong, but also involves the good and evil of the human heart. So, I talked about the meridians everywhere. In the end, it is still for the sake of the order. But as for how to go about it, no one taught me. For the time being, I have only comprehended the method of cutting and defining the path of the heart sword. I have roughly explained all these to you. Since you have nothing to do, you can use these 3 methods to think about what you have seen today. The sun was high in the sky and the summer heat was strong. Even though Sui Jingqing was wearing a bamboo robe, he still felt very bored sitting in the carriage. He did not expect that dark clouds would soon cover the sky. Then it rained heavily. The mountain path was muddy and difficult to walk on. Fortunately, there was a residence built by scholars in the forest nearby that could provide shelter from the rain. Sui Jingqing knew the owner of this residence. Because he had some interactions with the Sui family in his early years, he was a chess grandmaster like her father. However, he did not become a high official. When he became a doctor of the Ministry of War, he retired and returned home. But among his descendants there were many talents. There was a chess player who surpassed his father in chess, and 2 young descendants who had entered the grand exam. Now they had officially filled the vacancy and become officials. So this mountain, which was originally not very famous, started to have the meaning that it was not the height of the mountain, but the presence of immortals. Even though the residence was located in a secluded mountain, it still had guests coming and going all year round. The old gatekeeper of this family heard that the woman with the hedgerow came from a branch of the Sui family and had married far away. This time she was returning home to visit her relatives. He was very polite. After hearing that she did not need to stay, he was actually disappointed. After all, Assistant Minister Sui was a pillar of the Wu Ling kingdom. He was also a chess immortal like his master. Therefore, the woman's status in the Sui family was not something that the family of a high official and noble could compare to. While Qin Pingon and Sui Jingqing were sheltering from the rain, even though Sui Jingqing did not take down the hedgerow, the gatekeeper still had servants bring tea. Perhaps a servant girl had leaked the news or something else, but very quickly an elegant young master came. He said some polite words and asked if the woman was proficient in chess. Sui Jingqing's response was watertight. That young master was also someone who could sit still. He clearly had nothing to talk about but was still able to find something to talk about. He did not feel embarrassed at all. He even said a few words to the young carriage driver wearing a green robe. Hearing that he was a nephew of the family who was delivering a letter to the madam, he was very warm and did not seem to have the arrogance of a son of a noble family. After the rain stopped, that young master personally sent the 2 to the door of the residence. After seeing them leave, he smiled slightly and said, "She must be an unparalleled beauty. In the mountains and wilderness she is an orchid in an empty valley. It is a pity that I could not see her face." The gatekeeper seemed to be familiar with this young master's temper and joked, "Why did second young master not personally escort her?" The young man shook his head and walked back to the residence to talk to a beautiful servant girl. On the road, Sui Jingqing sat next to the curtain of the carriage. She took down the hedgerow and gently lifted it. She asked, "Senior, if the other party was lustful and caused a disaster, was I wrong? Would there be a little bit of fault in the end? After all, my beauty was first seen by others and they coveted it." Qin Pingon sighed. This was the troublesome part of the theory of sequence and sequence. At first, it was easy to make people fall into a mess. It seemed that there were bad people everywhere and everyone had bad intentions. However, evil people seemed to have some sense of reason. If Qin Pingon was really her preacher and protector, generally speaking, he would not say it directly and let her ponder it carefully. However, since he was not and she was originally intelligent, she did not have such worries. She said directly, "The sequence of events is not what you said. In the world there are many right and wrong, especially after the conventions of the continent and the country, they are all fixed. Lustful greed, violent violence, lustful greed and bullying others. There is no need to doubt that these are all wrong. It is not that you are wrong because you are rich, and it is also not that a woman is wrong because she is beautiful. Only after understanding all of this can one talk about the order of things, as well as the degree of right and wrong. Otherwise, even if a woman in the marketplace flaunts her hair and swaggers through the streets, it is not a reason to snatch a woman. A child carrying gold through the streets, as well as the saying that treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime, do you really think that the child is at fault? Is the person with the jade in the wrong? It is not so. It is just that the world is like this. That is why there are these helpless old sayings. They are just to advise the good and the weak to be more careful. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, "The world is like this. It has always been like this, right?" "I don't think so." Sui Jingqing's eyes were shining. "Senior, you are wise." Qin Pingon turned his head and said with a smile, "Is this a wise opinion? If the sage's principles in the books could be brought to life, I reckon that in the stomachs of countless scholars in the world, there would be countless little people who would either be angered to death, or wish that they could beat their stomachs open and run back to the books." Sui Jingqing asked carefully, "Senior, do you have a prejudice against scholars?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "If they are not full of poetry and books, then they are scholars. It is not that people who have never read and cannot read are not scholars." Sui Jingqing was about to sigh. Qin Pingon said, "Don't flatter me." Sui Jingqing could not help blushing and said, "Senior, you are really prophetic." Qin Pingon turned his head. Sui Jingqing blinked and silently put down the curtain of the carriage. After sitting down, she tried to restrain herself, but she still could not hold back the smile on her face. Afterwards they entered the capital of the Wuling Kingdom. The senior would stop the carriage at the various places of interest and historical interest. Occasionally he would carve some inscriptions on bamboo slips. Along the way they met young heroes and young girls traveling the Jianghu. 2 horses galloped past, brushing past the carriage. The sleeves of the men and women and the manes of the horses fluttered in the wind. They had also passed by villages in the countryside. There were groups of children playing together. One after another they leaped over a creek. Even some of the weaker girls would take a few steps back and then rush over. A child swaggered beside a small creek, but he didn't run across the creek. Instead he shook his arms and tried to jump across the creek. Then he fell into the creek in the middle of winter. At that time the carriage was not far away. Sui Jingqing saw the side of the senior's face. After he saw this he narrowed his eyes and smiled. The carriage went around the capital of the Wuling Kingdom and headed north. It went straight to the villa of the number 1 person in the Jianghu of the Wuling Kingdom, Wang Dun. On the way, because they did not deliberately go out of the counties and cities, they set foot in many places. Therefore they heard some of the Jianghu news that had already spread through the imperial court. Wang Dun had entered the top 10 of the new list. Although he was at the bottom of the list, the Wuling Kingdom still felt a sense of celebration. Because there were as many as 5 people in the Dezhuan Kingdom. It was said that this was excluding a few old grandmasters who had not appeared for a long time. Only Xianxia of the Xianxia Kingdom was ranked 9th. The valiant Jinfu Kingdom with a strong army did not have anyone on the list. Lanfang Kingdom did not even need to think about it. Therefore, even if he was at the bottom of the list, it was a great honor for Senior Wang Dun. It was even more so for the people of the Wuling Kingdom, who had a weak literary style. The Emperor of the Wuling Kingdom had specially sent an envoy from the capital to deliver a plaque. Therefore Sui Jingqing guessed that the villa of the Wuling Kingdom must be full of guests. There was an endless stream of people congratulating him. But he did not know whether Senior Wang Dun had met the Emperor of the Zhou dynasty of the Dezhuan Kingdom, and then returned from the capital of the Dezhuan Kingdom on an immortal ferry. As for the news about Sui Jingqing, the momentum was no less than that of Wang Dun entering the list. It was very lively. Especially when the Jianghu people mentioned this matter, everyone's saliva flew everywhere. The women who wandered the Jianghu by the side were mostly unhappy. Sui Jingqing would steal a glance at him every time. He was either silently drinking and eating in the restaurant, or drinking the poor quality tea at the tea stall to quench his thirst. This made her feel a little disappointed. There were also a group of refined scholars drinking in the mountains and rivers of the Xingshan Kingdom. Someone raised his cup and shouted, "In the forest is a giant tree, out of the mountain as a small grass," with a face full of tears. The people sitting there also felt the same. Someone stood up and performed a sword dance. It was probably considered impassioned. The carriage slowly passed by. Sui Jingqing smiled and said, If it is the talk of famous scholars, do you know which two types of people are the most indispensable? Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. I have never participated in it. Tell me. Sui Jingqing smiled and said, in these literary gatherings, there must be someone who can write a popular poem. It is best if there is also someone who can draw the faces of the people. If there is one of the two, it will be recorded in history. If there is both, it will be a grand event that will be passed down for thousands of years. Qin Pingon nodded and said, that makes sense. I must say this to a friend in the future. Who knows, he might write it down in his travel notes. Sui Jingqing covered her mouth and laughed. She sat sideways outside the carriage and swung her legs. They were close to Saga Mountain Villa. In a county town, Qin Pingon sold the carriage at a discount. He asked for 2 rooms in the inn. There were obviously more Jianghu people near the county town. They were probably there to congratulate him. He had to admit that the incense in Jianghu could run away. Just like many relationships between friends, drinking at the table could also be done. To be able to become a senior in Jianghu, one had to be extremely skilled in martial arts. It didn't matter how bad their temper was, they still had the temperament of a hero. Otherwise, they were those who were second-rate in martial arts but were first-rate sly old foxes. As for those juniors who also knew the ways of Jianghu, they relied on their days to endure until the second-rate seniors died of old age. One by one their positions were vacant. Then they would naturally become the senior in Jianghu who sat on the chair. However, this kind of standing out was ultimately somewhat lacking. Therefore, those youngsters who showed off their abilities were not liked by the seniors of Jianghu. But listening to Sui Jingqing's words, Wang Dun was really a person of virtue and prestige. Qin Pingon stood by the window and looked at the bustling street for a while. Qin Pingon went next door and knocked on the door. He said he wanted to go to the county town's wine shop and buy a few jugs of wine. Sui Jingqing put on her hedgerow again and walked out of the door. She was a little nervous. She said she wanted to go to the roadside for a drink. In the past she had only seen it in Jianghu. In the Jianghu banquet, heroes gathered to eat big pieces of meat and drink big bowls of wine. She was quite curious and wanted to try it. Qin Pingon did not stop her. The two of them went to a lively wine shop at the corner of the street. After a table of people paid and left, Qin Pingon asked for a jug of wine and poured a bowl for her. Sui Jingqing had a hedgerow on her head, so when she drank she could only lower her head and lift a corner of the hedgerow. The tables in the wine shop were not far from each other. Most of the tables were noisy. Some were drinking, some were playing finger-guessing games, and some were chatting about interesting things in Jianghu. A man sitting on a bench behind Sui Jingqing smiled at a table of Jianghu friends and then deliberately played finger-guessing games with the intention of knocking down the hedgerow on Sui Jingqing's head. But Sui Jingqing leaned forward and just happened to dodge. The man was stunned and did not push his luck. But in the end he could not hold himself back. This girl's figure was really good. If he did not take a look, it would be a big loss. But before their table could do anything, a new group of Jianghu people came. They were all dressed in fresh clothes and were riding on horses. They did not tie their horses after they jumped off their horses. They looked around and saw the man and woman sitting opposite each other. There were 2 empty benches. And just by looking at the way the girl sat sideways, it seemed that this was the best wine in the county town. A tall and sturdy man sat on the bench between the girl and the man in green. He clasped his fist and smiled. I am Lu De Yong of the 5 Lakes Gang. My friends in Jianghu gave me face and gave me the nickname River Flipping Dragon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. This Master Lu came with 4 people. He grinned and said, you don't mind sitting together, right? Jianghu people don't care about trifles. Just squeeze a little. But just as he was about to ask the other 3 to sit down, there was naturally someone who wanted to sit on the bench with the girl. For example, he had already stood up and planned to give the bench under his butt to his friend. He wanted to squeeze with her. People in Jianghu were particular about being bold. They did not pay attention to the rotten rule that men and women should not touch each other. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, I do mind. However, Master Lu obviously did not expect such an answer. He had already stood up. The tall and sturdy man had already smelled a fragrance more attractive than the fragrance of wine. He was about to sit on the bench openly. However, in the next moment, not only did this Jianghu hero stop moving, But the spectators who heard the words, those who mind, also stopped laughing. They all secretly swallowed their saliva, and some had already lifted their butts, planning to slip away. Because there was an exquisite pocket-sized dark green flying sword suspended a few inches away from the tall and sturdy man's forehead. The young man in green smiled and said, "Now, do you mind squeezing with me and drinking with me?" "Don't mind." Mind. Why did Lu Daong feel that no matter how he answered it was wrong? The three Jianghu friends behind Lu Daong all stood in place and looked down. They were probably not familiar with the river-churning flood dragon Lu. Qin Pingon waved his hand. Lu Daong and the three people behind him dashed away. The rest of the drinkers also looked frightened and were about to run away. Unexpectedly, the legendary sword Immortal said another sentence. "It's not too late to leave after paying the bill." As a result, a few tables of rich people directly threw silver ingots at the counter and then quickly left. Except for Qin Pingon and Sui Jingqing, there were no other guests. Qin Pingon pretended to be weak. After looking around, the flying sword hovering in the air swayed and fell on the table. He quickly put it into his sleeve. The corner of Sui Jingqing's mouth raised. The old shopkeeper inexplicably gained a large sum of money. After seeing the scene, he smiled and said, "You're a sword cultivator on the mountain. Are you not afraid of causing more trouble?" The heroes of Jianghu hold grudges and are good at forming groups. They like to help their relatives and not reason, and help the weak but not the strong. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. With such an otherworldly expert like the old shopkeeper here, there shouldn't be too much trouble. The old shopkeeper smiled and said, "You have a good eye." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Same to you." Sui Jingqing asked softly, "Can I take down the hedge?" Qin Pingon nodded. Sui Jingqing took down the hedge. Finally he could drink leisurely in peace. The old man exclaimed, "What a pretty girl. I've never seen a prettier girl in my life. You two should be the so-called immortal couple on the mountain, right? No wonder you dare to roam Jianghu like this. Alright, just drink today. You don't have to pay. Anyway, thanks to you I've earned a lot today." Qin Pingon was about to raise his bowl to drink when he heard the old shopkeeper's words. He stopped what he was doing and hesitated. In the end he did not say anything and drank a big mouthful of wine. Sui Jingqing's limpid eyes were full of smiles. The old man glanced outside and sighed. He looked at the back of the young man in green and said, "I advise you to let your wife wear the hedge. After all, old Wang is not in the village. If something really happens, even if I help you now, I can't help you all the way. Are you going to wait for old Wang to return from the capital city of Dezhuan and establish a relationship with him before you dare to leave? I might as well be frank with you. Old Wang comes here from time to drink wine. I know his temper very well. He has always had a bad impression of you immortals on the mountain. He may not be willing to meet you." Sui Jingqing glanced at the face of the senior opposite him. He held back his laughter and explained to the old shopkeeper, "I'm just a registered disciple. We're not immortal Daoist companions." The old man bent two fingers and pointed at his eyes. "Do you think I'm blind?" Sui Jingqing turned his head and looked at the opposite side with a helpless and pitiful look. However, Qin Pingon did not seem to care at all. He just turned his head and looked at the old man. He asked with a smile, "Senior, why did you leave Jianghu and hide in the streets?" People were constantly gathering in the streets and alleys, pointing at the tavern and whispering among themselves. The old man laughed. "Of course it's because I can't stay in Jianghu anymore. You're really a living immortal who doesn't know the hardships of the people." Qin Pingon asked again, "If I were a weak scholar who didn't meet you in the tavern, would I get up in anger and be beaten half to death or endure the humiliation and be bullied by others?" The old man leaned over the counter and took a sip of wine. He scratched his head and gently put down the cup. "Endure it. As long as you're alive, there's always a chance to make up for it from other people, right?" Qin Pingon laughed, raised the cup high and drank it in one gulp. The old man was still sipping wine. "However, it's still wrong." Soon the roofs near the tavern were filled with spectators. The legendary sword Immortal. One look at him and you'll be able to tell a lifetime of Jianghu experience. However, although there were many spectators, no one really took a few steps forward to be unlucky. Although great hero Lu called his friends and hid among them, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he was in high spirits and told others that he had experienced the elegance of a sword Immortal. He said that the flying sword was less than an inch away from his glabella. It was really dangerous and his life was hanging by a thread. Qin Pingon drank his wine. Since the senior was polite, he did not hold back. He had no intention of paying the bill. He just stood up and cupped his fist. "Greetings, Senior Wang Dun." The old man smiled and nodded. "I knew you had good eyesight. Why, aren't you going to ask me why I like to wear a mask and pretend to be a wine seller?" Qin Pingon shook his head. The old man sneered. "You made it to the top 10 but you're at the bottom. You don't hide in peace and drink to relieve your sorrows. Do you want people to congratulate you all day long and laugh about how lucky you are?" Sui Jingqing quickly stood up and bowed to the senior Wang Dun whom he had admired for a long time. The old man waved his hand. "Although your man looks good, you need to cultivate well yourself. There are no good men in the world. Whenever something happens they like to call you a femme fatale." Sui Jingqing turned to look at the senior. Qin Pingon smiled. "I've made progress in my cultivation. I'm not the same as before." However, he glanced at the hedge on the table. Sui Jingqing quickly put it on. Wang Dun suddenly said, "You too, are you that sword immortal?" And Sui Jingqing from outside. "I heard that because of that Sui Jingqing, the 9th Xianxia died in the hands of a foreign sword immortal. His head was brought back to the Qingxi kingdom. Fortunately, I wanted to buy a landscape gazette even if I had to sell everything. Otherwise, I would have lost a lot." Qin Pingon smiled. "You have good eyesight, senior." Wang Dun exclaimed, walked around the counter and sat on the bench at their table. "Have a seat. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I, Wang Dun, have heard a lot about the cultivators on the mountain. Nice to meet you." End of chapter. (521). Sui Jingqing was not used to it. In his impression, Wang Dun was the #1 martial artist since the founding of the Wuling Kingdom. He was known as the Grandmaster who could defeat the entire Jianghu of the Wuling Kingdom with one hand. He was well known throughout the court. Whether it was Jianghu martial artists, scholars, or common people, they all said that Wang Dun was an elegant old man in a green robe. He was proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Other than his skills, he was also very concerned about the kingdom and its people. He was once a man in a green robe at the border of the Wuling Kingdom and stopped an enemy cavalry that was attacking the south. He won enough time for the Wuling Kingdom's border army to deploy their troops. Qin Pingon sat down first. Sui Jingqing followed suit. Wang Dun got up and went to the counter to get 3 pots of wine, one for each of them. He said generously, "Pie treat." When Wang Dun placed the wine pot in front of Sui Jingqing, he whispered, "The daughter of old Assistant Minister Sui Xinyu, right? Her appearance is very good. The 4 beauties are equally famous, each has her own merits. She has brought honor to the women of the Wuling Kingdom. Compared to me, who is at the bottom of the Jianghu, she is more worthy of an emperor's plaque. But I have to say something fair. The sword immortal you found, whether it is his master or his husband, is a little stingy. They are only willing to give you a bowl of wine." Sui Jingqing glanced at Qin Pingon who was sitting across the table. He opened the mud seal and poured wine into a large white bowl. Sui Jingqing smiled at the old man who claimed to be wearing a mask. Manor head Wang. Wang Dun was not happy to hear this. He waved his hand and said, "Not old, not old. You can call me Master Wang. You can call me Master Wang. You can call me Wang Dun." Sui Jingqing nodded. "Master Wang, the machete man of the Qingxi kingdom Xiaoxia is dead." Wang Dun sighed. He understood the meaning behind the words of this beauty of the Sui family. He raised the bowl and took a sip of wine. "But I am still at the bottom. Any old man from the Great Zhuan dynasty is more skilled than me." Sui Jingqing felt that he had nothing to say. Wang Dun chuckled and turned to look at the green-robed young man. He was a sword immortal with the surname Qin, whose deeds had been recorded in numerous mountain and river court bulletins. The earliest record should be when he was on a ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. He did not use his flying sword, but only used his fists to fight a martial artist with the surname Liao from the Great Guan dynasty. Later on, the sword immortal of the Jingwu Palace, Lu Jiqing, passed by on his flying sword. It was said that he had split open the thundercloud protecting the mountain of the Jingwu Palace. Then the two of them, who were supposed to be enemies and kill each other, drank tea together at the jade cliff of the Spring Dew Garden. It was said that they had even become friends. Now in the Wuling kingdom he had taken the head of Xianxia. Wang Dun asked, "You're not going to kill me just because I said you weren't generous enough, are you?" Qin Pingon smiled helplessly. "Of course not." Wang Dun raised his wine bowl and Qin Pingon followed suit. They clinked glasses. Wang Dun drank the wine and asked softly, "How old are you?" Qin Pingon said, "About 300 years old." Wang Dun put down his wine bowl and touched his chest. "Now I feel a little better. Otherwise I'd feel that I've lived for so long in vain." Sui Jingqing smiled. Although he was totally different from the old senior Wang Dun in his impression, it seemed that sitting at the same table as this old manor head and drinking wine made him feel better. Wang Dun lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really just use your fists to fight that Liao from the Iron Mang mansion and make him fall off the ferry?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I was a little careless. It was very dangerous." Wang Dun smiled. "Then let's exchange some pointers? The kind that doesn't overdo it. Don't worry, it's just that I drank some wine and saw a real expert. My hands were itchy." Qin Pingon shook his head. Wang Dun said, "You drank 2 pots of wine for free and you're not willing to do such a small thing?" Wang Dun saw that the man showed no signs of changing his mind. "Then I'm begging you?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's do as Senior Wang said. Fist against fist, don't overdo it." Wang Dun stood up and looked around. He seemed to have picked a table nearby and pressed his palm lightly. The 4 legs of the table turned to dust and the table quietly fell to the ground. Qin Pingon said, "If you think that the 2 of you jumping on the table and sparring looks like a game to others, then we can just move the table away." Wang Dun paused. "I'd like to do that, but I don't want to embarrass a sword immortal like you." The 2 walked up to the table almost at the same time. Sui Jingqing wanted to get up and leave the tavern, but Qin Pingon gestured her not to. Wang Dun stood still and gave a fist salute. "Wang Dun of Sasan Villa of the Wuling Kingdom. I've mastered fist techniques. Please enlighten me." Qin Pingon returned the salute but did not say anything. He extended his hand and opened his palm. "Please." It was not appropriate to say his real name. He was not willing to say that he was Qin Hao. The spectators in the distance were in an uproar. How did the old wine seller become Senior Wang Dun? But when the old man tore off his mask and revealed his true face, the crowd was excited. It was indeed the mysterious Senior Wang Dun. Wang Dun's fists were like rainbows, aggressive but without any killing intent. The green robe was more defensive than offensive. When the 2 stood next to each other, Wang Dun smiled. "Now that we know the general situation, can we go all out?" Qin Pingon nodded. In the streets, on the roofs, on the walls and on the trees, the Jianghu martial artists were all excited. This kind of battle between 2 peak experts was not seen in 100 years. Senior Wang Dun is indeed the #1 person of the Wuling Kingdom. He met a sword immortal. Not only did he dare to punch, he did not lose. Even though that sword immortal had not taken out a flying sword, but just like that, to be honest, Elder Wang Dun had already put his life on the line, and the dignity of a martial artist who had never been defeated in his entire life. He had won a great deal of face for the Jianghu people of Wuling country. "Senior Wang Dun, you really have the guts of the Wuling Kingdom." Those Jianghu martial artists who only dared to watch from afar first, did not have a true martial arts grandmaster. Second, they were far from the wine shop, so naturally they could not see as clearly as Sui Jingqing. For example, she saw that when the senior was about to end the battle, he suddenly moved faster. He took a step forward, twisted his wrist and slapped away Wang Dun's fist. His palm continued forward, about to slap Wang Dun's face. He should be able to slap Wang Dun out of the table. Unexpectedly, Wang Dun hurriedly signaled with his eyes. The senior nodded lightly and Wang Dun's fist, which was originally a little slower, hit the other almost at the same time as the senior's palm. The 2 of them slid back 2 steps. Both of them had a tacit understanding and landed on the edge of the table. Sui Jingqing saw that Wang Dun started to signal again, and the green-robed senior also started to signal. Sui Jingqing was confused. Why did it feel like they were bargaining? However, although they were bargaining, the speed of their attacks was getting faster and faster. Every time they exchanged blows, they were almost evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a battle between grandmasters with no clear winner. Finally, the two of them should have agreed on the price. One of them punched the other's chest and the table under their feet split into two. They stomped their feet and stood still and then cupped their fists. After finishing the fight, it was time to pack up. Wang Dun laughed loudly. I did not expect a sword immortal to have such good fist skills. The other party said loudly. Your fist skills are stronger and more flawless. At most 10 years, at least 5 years, I will come back to this manor again to spar with you, Wang Dun. Sui Jingqing rubbed her forehead, lowered her head and drank. He could not bear to watch. As for the two of them flattering each other, she felt that the real Jianghu was like wine mixed with water. If Hu Xinfeng or Xiao Shuyi were like this, Sui Jingqing would not mind. But he and Wang Dun were so shameless that Sui Jingqing almost fell apart. She did not want to touch the Jianghu for the rest of her life. Wang Dun walked to the door of the wine shop, cupped his fists and greeted everyone. Then he waved his hand. Disperse. Cheers and applause rose and fell one after another before gradually dispersing. Since Wang Dun had said so, the crowd naturally did not stay. When Wang Dun returned to his seat, the green-robed sword immortal had already picked up the two halves of the table and stacked them on another wine table. After Wang Dun sat down, he drank a mouthful of wine and sighed. Since you have such high cultivation, why did you take the initiative to find me, Wang Dun? Is it for the family behind this Sui family girl? Do you hope that I can take care of the two of you when you leave Wuling country and go to the mountains to cultivate? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I don't have such a request. I just want to show my face here to remind some people in the dark that if they want to make a move on the Sui family, they should consider the consequences of being avenged by me. Wang Dun nodded. The deceit of the cultivators on the mountain is actually just a Jianghu feud caused by the lengthening of the lifespan of both sides. Fundamentally, there is no difference, there is no meaning. But you should be a young sword cultivator and not like the immortals on the mountain I have seen before. So I don't feel that treating you to wine is a waste of wine. Don't you think I'm being too arrogant? Qin Pingon smiled. Martial cultivation is most about being down to earth. There is no shortcut. If one's ambition is not high and sees further, how can one climb to the top step by step? Although Wang Dun sold wine, he did not seem to have much of an appetite for drinking. He mostly drank slowly and never drank heartily. He said sadly, this wine shop can't continue to operate. I won't be able to hear the sincere words of many Jianghu people. Qin Pingon smiled. Heights Lord Wang, you don't like to hear good words? Wang Dun pursed his lips. I like it too. When I was young I especially liked it and now I like it even more. But if I don't listen to more sincere and unpleasant words, I'm afraid I will float into the cloud sea. When that happens I will fall to my death without the skills of the cloud sea immortals. Qin Pingon looked at the sky. Wang Dun smiled. According to our agreement, other than a dozen jars of good wine, what else do you want from the villa? Qin Pingon said, 2 fast horses and an address at the immortal ferry of the Green Oriole Kingdom. Wang Dun was puzzled. That's it. Qin Pingon said, that's already a lot. Wang Dun pointed to the counter. The lower the shelf, the richer the taste. Sword Immortal, take whatever you want. Qin Pingon got up and went to the counter and started pouring wine into the blade-strengthening gourd. Jars after jars were opened. After 5 jars of aged wine were opened, Wang Dun could no longer sit still. He leaned on the counter and advised softly, on the road to Jianghu, drinking will make things worse. Don't drink too much. The young sword immortal in green had his back to Wang Dun, but he did not stop pouring wine. It's okay, just put in more wine. We can still drink sparingly. Wang Dun hesitated. I can change my face and continue to sell wine in another place. The young sword immortal looked up and smiled. Then let me congratulate Heights Lord Wang in advance. Wang Dun saw that he did not take the bait and had to continue. The next few jars of aged wine are too strong. It's called thin plum wine, but it's actually from the old cellar of the villa. Most Jianghu people who come here don't know the wine's name. Even if they can afford it, they don't dare to drink more than 2 bowls. It's just too strong, so it's called 2 bowls shake or 3 bowls topple. The young man shook his head. It's okay, drinking wine is not drinking tea. There's no need to pay attention to the lingering aftertaste. It's only right to drink to get drunk. Wang Dun could not hold it in any longer. Today there are many distinguished guests in the manor. The officials' family members, Jianghu friends, famous figures in the literary world, they cannot wait any longer. The 30 jars of lean plum wine stored in the manor are probably all gone by now. The reason why I came here to seek some peace and quiet is because I want to keep a few jars of lean plum wine. The young man had already opened the last jar of thin plum wine. He said in annoyance, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Once the seal is opened, the taste can't be hidden. We've already drunk enough at the table. Otherwise, we could have had a taste of this wine. It's a pity that I didn't put it in my jar. Well, since Heights Lord Wang wants to keep a jar for himself, then I'll let it go. I'll leave this jar for Heights Lord Wang." Wang Dun waved his hand and laughed. No, just pour the wine. I, Wang Dun, am not that kind of person. Giving good wine to sword immortals, storing wine in the sword nurturing gourd, it's a wonderful thing in the world. So in the end, not a single jar of thin plum wine was left. Wang Dun turned around. It was as if he was looking at his daughters getting married far away. He felt a little sad and didn't want to look anymore. Wang Dun turned his back to the counter and sighed. "When are we leaving? It's not that I don't want to be hospitable, but it's better not to go to the villa. It's mostly boring." Then Wang Dun told him the exact location of the Immortal's ferry in the Green Warbler Kingdom. Qin Pingon walked out of the counter and smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble Heights Lord Wang to get 2 horses. We won't be spending the night in the small town. We'll leave immediately." Wang Dun waved his hand and called over a disciple of the manor who had rushed over after hearing the news. It was a middle-aged swordsman with a face as clear as jade. Wang Dun's martial arts were diverse. No matter if it was fist skills, lightness skills, or swords and spears, he was the undisputed #1 person in the Wuling Kingdom. Therefore, among the group of direct disciples, there were some who were proficient in each. The person who had rushed over to the wine shop was one of Wang Dun's most prized disciples who had received Wang Dun's sword skills. "522. Jingnan country was covered with rivers, but the two still traveled day and night. However, it was a little troublesome to travel from Jingnan Kingdom to Northern Yan Kingdom. Not long ago, a series of battles broke out on the border between the two kingdoms. It was initiated by Northern Yan Kingdom. Many light cavalry of several hundred to 1,000 riders wantonly entered the pass to harass them. Since Jingnan Kingdom did not have any cavalry that could fight in the wild, they could only retreat to the city. Therefore, the border passes of the two countries had been sealed. Under such circumstances, any martial artist traveling would become a target. But the two still decided to choose the border mountain path to pass. Sui Jingqing seemed to understand something when he thought about the infiltration of Jingnan country by the scouts of Wuling country. At dusk, they rode on the hillside and saw a village built along the river. Flames were everywhere. Sui Jingqing thought that the senior would look from afar for a moment and then take a detour, but a horse had already galloped straight down the hill and went straight to the village. Sui Jingqing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly followed. After entering the village, it was like a scene of purgatory on earth. There were corpses everywhere and most of the women were barely clothed. Many of the young men had their limbs pierced by spears and died from excessive blood loss. They struggled to climb up, leaving behind a trail of blood. There were also many broken limbs and bones that had been cut by sharp blades. Many of the children's fates were especially miserable. Sui Jingqing dismounted and began to vomit on the ground. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and listened. After a moment, "There are no survivors." Sui Jingqing did not listen at all. He only felt that his bile was about to come out. Qin Pingon squatted down and picked up the blood-soaked soil. After gently kneading it, he threw it on the ground. He stood up and looked around. Then he jumped onto the roof and looked at the footsteps and horse hooves. His eyes kept looking further and finally landed on the ground. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and handed it to Sui Jingqing. Then he handed the reins to Sui Jingqing. "We will follow. We can catch up. Remember to protect yourself. It may not be safe for you to stay here alone. Try to keep up with me. When the horse is tired, change horses." Qin Pingon swept away. Sui Jingqing mounted the horse. Resisting the dizziness, he urged the horse to gallop. Fortunately, the green-robed man didn't chase after Sui Jingqing with all his might. He was still taking care of Sui Jingqing's mount. About an hour later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from a shallow beach in the valley. The senior did not stop. I've already caught up. You don't have to worry about injuring your horse. Just keep up with me. It's best if you don't fall more than 200 steps behind me. But be careful, no one knows what will happen. Sui Jingqing leaped onto the back of another horse, tied the blade-strengthening gourd that the senior had temporarily placed on her side, and began to gallop forward. The elite cavalry of the border army had an iron law regarding the matter of cleaning the horse's nose and feeding the provisions. That group of light cavalry should have stopped for a while in this valley, and had just set off not long ago. A group of cavalry at the tail of that group of light cavalry just happened to turn their head. Seeing the indistinct figure with a fluttering green-robed figure, they were first taken aback. Then they roared at the top of their lungs, "The martial artist is attacking!" The green-robed figure arrived in the blink of an eye like a wisp of smoke. Dozens of well-trained elite cavalry had just turned their horses around. Just as they were about to draw their bows and raise their crossbows, the standard blades at the waists of the two cavalry were unsheathed for some unknown reason. In an instant, two heads flew high into the air. Two headless corpses fell off the backs of the horses. The green-robed figure did not land on the ground again. He only bent his waist, moving around on the warhorse time and time again, holding the blade with both hands. In a few blinks of the eye, more than 20 cavalry had been killed. They were all cut in half at the waist by a single blade, or cleaved in half at the head. The elite cavalry of northern Yen began to quickly disperse. They abandoned their bows and crossbows and took out their blades. There were also people who began to take out armor from their armor pouches and put it on their bodies. There was an elite cavalry that looked like a general. He held a long spear in his hand as he flew over. The long spear swiftly pierced towards the green-robed figure. The latter was using the tip of his blade to lightly poke the neck of the cavalry beside him. He had just retracted his blade and was about to lean back to kill the cavalry behind him. The long spear just happened to accurately calculate the opponent's movement. Sui Jingqing wanted to shout out to be careful, but he quickly shut his mouth. In the next moment, Sui Jingqing saw that the green-robed figure did not know how he did it. He leaned his body in the air and stepped forward, directly crashing into the long spear. He allowed the sharp edge to pierce his chest, and then he continued to move forward. The cavalry shouted angrily. Even though his palm was already badly mutilated, he was still unwilling to let go. However, the long spear continued to slide from his palm. Under the intense friction, the bones in his palm could definitely be seen. The cavalry knew that the situation was not good. He was finally about to abandon this ancestral long spear. However, in a flash, the green-robed figure had already bent his waist and stood on the horse's head. In the next moment, a blade pierced through his neck, instantly penetrating it. That person suddenly stood up. The long blade in his right hand pierced through the cavalry's neck. Not only that, the hand holding the blade was raised up high. The cavalry's entire body was lifted off the horse's back. On the warhorse, the green-robed figure's standard war blade of the northern Yen border cavalry had almost completely pierced through the cavalry's neck, revealing a large portion of its sharp edge. Because the blade was too fast, it was so fast that there was not a trace of blood on it. Qin Pingon suddenly withdrew his blade. The cavalry's corpse rolled off the horse's back and smashed onto the ground. Taking this opportunity, the cavalry of the northern Yen border cavalry launched a volley of arrows. Qin Pingon held the blade with both hands. With a shake of his green robe, all the arrows in the air shattered with a bang. The warhorse under his feet instantly fell to the ground with a broken leg. His green robe was almost undetectable. Only 2 rays of resplendent blade light lit up everywhere. Just like the fire in the village, it was chaotic and disorderly, but there were corpses everywhere. 200 elite cavalry of the northern Yen border cavalry, 200 incomplete corpses. Qin Pingon stood on the back of a warhorse. He threw the 2 long blades in his hands on the ground and looked around. You've been following us for a long time. Now that you've finally found such an opportunity, why don't you show yourself? In the stream where the water surface was no more than one's knee, a head unexpectedly emerged. It was covered with a snow-white mask. Ripples kept on coming. Finally, a black-robed figure stood there. A smiling voice seeped out from the edge of the mask. What a handsome blade technique. At the same time, several black-robed and white-masked assassins floated down from the cliffs. There was a graceful woman holding a cosmetic powder box in one hand. She pinched her orchid fingers and smeared the powder on her fair neck. Another person hid his hands in his big sleeves. Another person squatted beside the corpse of the cavalry general and pressed 2 fingers between the eyebrows of the head. Another person was burly like a small mountain and carried a huge bough on his back. The only black-robed figure standing on the water surface smiled and said, "Start making money. Let's end this quickly. Don't delay the Sword Immortal's journey to the netherworld." The assassin who was smearing the powder on her neck said in a charming voice, I know. She put away the cosmetic powder box in her sleeve. With a shake of her sleeves, she drew out 2 glittering daggers, which were engraved with ancient talisman patterns. As she slowly rushed forward, 2 identical women appeared on her left and right sides. Then 2 more appeared out of thin air. There seemed to be no end to it. More than 100 women holding short blades rushed toward the young man in green robe from all directions. However, only one of them left the battlefield. She kept changing her trajectory and rushed toward Sui Jingqing, who was sitting on the horse. However, a sword light from the blade's strengthening gourd penetrated her head. With a bang, the woman's body turned into a cloud of green smoke. That was the real battlefield. The women were smashed into green smoke by the punches one after another. However, each of the women and their short blades were extremely sharp. They were not fake illusions. Not only that, the women seemed to be covered with hidden weapons. It was impossible to guard against them. If it wasn't for the fact that that person was a golden body martial artist with thick skin and flesh, an ordinary 6th realm martial artist would have died dozens of times over just from this move of hers. Immortal spells were like this. Even if she was only a military cultivator in the sea viewing realm, she could win by numbers and naturally suppress martial artists. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless world. Nothing was absolute. A man in green robes suddenly disappeared. He appeared in front of a woman at the edge of the battlefield and punched through her heart. All the women suddenly stopped. She smiled sadly and said, "How did you know I was the real body?" "The cosmetic powder box was not in my sleeve." Qin Pingon frowned. In the next moment, the woman laughed coquettishly and turned into a cloud of green smoke. All the women did the same. Finally, the green smoke gathered in one place. A woman walked out slowly. She put her hands behind her back and rubbed her chest. She smiled and said, "You found the right person. Unfortunately, as long as I can't kill all of them, I won't die. Sword Immortal, are you angry?" The woman made a gesture with her hands behind her back. That person nodded. The woman's body exploded into a cloud of green smoke. All the women flew toward the man in green robe again. After a punch, Qin Pingon stood where the women were standing. Almost all the women were smashed by the steel horse's powerful fist aura. Only a woman with blood seeping out of the gaps of her snow-white mask was left. She stretched out her finger and pressed heavily on the mask. A short assassin who was squatting on the ground nodded and stood up. "It's done. Relying on you won't work. You almost messed things up." The woman was obviously seriously injured. "If I didn't delay you, would you be able to draw the talisman array?" Flying sword 15 flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd at Sui Jingqing's waist. The sword light went straight for the short array master's temple. The short assassin, whose hands had been hidden in his sleeves, had already taken out a golden talisman while talking to the female assassin. He smiled and said, "Since I know you're a sword immortal, how could I not be prepared?" When the man raised 2 fingers, the talisman hovered beside him, waiting for the flying sword to fall into the trap. Flying sword 15 suddenly turned around and returned to the blade's strengthening gourd. A white rainbow flew out of Qin Pingon's forehead. The sword light flashed. Unexpectedly, the man raised a talisman with his other hand. Flying sword 15 sank into the talisman like it was stuck in mud and disappeared in a flash. The golden talisman hovered in front of the short assassin and trembled slightly. The man smiled and said, "Luckily, I prepared a priceless talisman for sword preservation. Otherwise, I would have been dead. How can a sword immortal be so insidious? Sword immortals are the most powerful people on the mountain, and you're so shrewd. How can chi cultivators like us survive? That's why I'm so angry." In fact, after Flying Sword 15 was trapped by the talisman for sword preservation, A talisman array with flowing light appeared in a radius of 5 feet under Qin Pingan's feet. The light rays crisscrossed like a chessboard and kept shrinking. However, the light rays became more and more dazzling, like the purest essence of the sun and the moon gathered by an immortal. The short assassin, who was the formation master of the mountain, twitched the corner of his mouth. The array had 2 great benefits. First, it could stagnate the circulation of the cultivator's spiritual qi. Second, it could trap the trapped person, be it a military cultivator with a jia pill or a pure martial artist in the spirit refinement realm. No matter how tough your body was, your soul would be entangled by the crisscrossing light rays. The pain of being whipped was no longer a pain of the skin. It was similar to the torment of a mortal or an ordinary cultivator when their soul was lit. The formation master cursed and took out a stack of yellow paper talisman. It hovered near the golden talisman for sword preservation. Spiritual light guided it. It seemed to be another small talisman array. The outcome was decided. The black-robed man with a snow-white mask standing on the water glanced at the distribution of the corpses on the battlefield. Then he began to replay the previous attack in his mind. There was a small matter that needed to be confirmed. Now it seemed that it was time to end it. Under normal circumstances, if they were to encounter a golden core sword immortal who was extremely adept at killing, they would only die sooner or later if they were to encounter him in a hurry. If 1 or 2 of them were to escape, it would be considered as him being merciful. However, in a battle between cultivators on the mountain, cultivation realm and treasures were naturally extremely important. They were not absolute. Moreover, the battle prowess of the world was never a simple matter of 1 + 1. He nodded towards the assassin who had been collecting the souls. The latter stood up and began to form hand seals while chanting in his heart. The azure-robed sword immortal in the array was already bound. He actually staggered and his shoulders shook. Qin Pingan actually had to use all his strength to raise his right hand slightly. Looking down, the veins on his palm were crawling with twisted black threads. It was as if his entire arm had been locked down. Qin Pingan clenched his fist and shook it. He was still unable to shake off those pitch-black veins. At the same time, the burly assassin took out his huge bow and drew it to a full moon. The black-robed man on the river smiled. "Why do you need to hold incense in your left hand after entering the temple? Your right hand has too much killing karma. It's not suitable for worshipping Buddha. It's not easy for ordinary cultivators to see such a supreme technique. If I wasn't afraid of any mishaps, I would have used this Buddhist divine power to deal with you from the beginning." An arrow with a flowing luster tore through the air. It was grabbed by the person's left hand. The azure-robed sword immortal had no choice but to turn his head to dodge the arrow. His left hand released a fist aura and snapped the arrow, causing it to fall to the ground. The chessboard beneath his feet was constantly shrinking. Finally, countless thin threads of light climbed up the wall like living creatures. They were like a net that instantly enveloped the azure-robed sword immortal. As for the burly man, he did not stop shooting arrows. After 6 arrows, they were all sent flying by the azure-robed sword immortal. The black-robed man on the river did not move at all. A sword beam shot out. That person reached out with his left hand and actually grabbed the sharp flying sword in his palm. The flying sword of a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm was still a flying sword. Moreover, the sharpness of the flying sword was not inferior to ordinary golden core sword cultivators. As the person wanted to block and imprison the flying sword, even if he dodged slightly, his left shoulder was still pierced by an arrow. After the arrow pierced his shoulder, its momentum was still like a rainbow. From this, one could see the power of the immortal's arrow and the outstanding strength of the person who drew the bow. His right hand was already immobilized by the divine power and his left shoulder was heavily injured. In addition to the talisman array that caused his soul to tremble, the azure-robed sword immortal would not be able to retaliate. Sui Jingqing's face was covered in tears. She slapped the blade's strengthening gourd and shouted, "Go save your master. Even if you try, it'll be good." However, the blade's strengthening gourd at her waist was silent. Sui Jingqing did not dare to die because she cherished her life. It was not that she did not want to charge forward. She knew that if she went, she would only increase the danger for the senior. She began to hate her own cold calculations. Sui Jingqing gritted her teeth and squeezed the horse's belly. She took out 3 golden hairpins and began to charge forward. At most I'll die first. Who knows, he might not have to worry about me. Then I won't delay the senior from killing the enemy and escaping. Qin Pingon, who was bathed in blood and had his soul tortured, flung his left hand and threw away the flying sword in his palm that was about to lose control. He smiled and said, "Is that all? Don't you have any more trump cards?" The assassin who had immobilized the azure-robed sword Immortal's right hand with the Buddhist divine power said in a low voice, "Something's wrong. How can there be a living person who is unmoved by such torture?" Qin Pingon's right arm hung down, allowing the talisman array to cover his body. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Kill the array master first. This was what Mao Xiaodong had repeatedly told him after the thrilling battle in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The short man naturally knew his importance. He escaped through the earth. The flying sword of the black-robed man on the river and the flying sword and arrow of the bow-wielding man almost simultaneously shot toward the short array master. However, the azure-robed man did not appear there. Instead, he took 5 or 6 steps to the side and grabbed the woman's neck with his left hand, lifting her into the air. The woman died on the spot, her soul instantly blown up by the thick aura qi that poured out like a flood. Throwing the corpse in his hand toward the second arrow, Qin Pingon stomped his foot and the earth trembled. With a muffled groan, the array master broke out of the ground and appeared behind the burly man. Qin Pingon casually waved his hand and shattered the talisman and the other yellow paper talisman. Then he disappeared again. A punch pierced through the chest of the burly man who wore the dew armor under the black robe. The left hand that pierced through the chest and back just happened to grab the array master's face with 5 fingers. The latter's entire head burst open with a bang. The black-robed man on the riverside and put away the flying sword. His figure quickly submerged into the water. Only the Qi cultivator who could imprison one of the cultivator's arms with his killing karma was left. His body fell to the ground and his soul turned into wisps of green smoke that scattered in all directions. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot out together, quickly dispersing the wisps of green smoke. Qin Pingon's right arm was still hanging down, his shoulders swaying slightly. He staggered a little, but he still rushed into the stream in 2 steps. Standing at the spot where the black-robed man had disappeared, a sword immortal appeared in his hand and he stabbed down. The water in the entire stream burst open with a bang, splashing up countless water droplets. However, near the peak of the mountain, a figure stuck close to the cliff suddenly leapt up and transformed into a rainbow. Qin Pingon released his hand. The sword immortal in his hand drew an extremely long golden line and flew away. Moreover, Qin Pingon looked around, narrowing his eyes and sizing up the surroundings. Flying swords number 1 and number 15 shot back to Qin Pingon's Qi residence from 2 different aperture points. Qin Pingon's gaze finally fell on a stone cliff on the other side of the river. He slowly walked over. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You shouldn't have used your flying sword. Otherwise, I really would have let you escape." The black-robed man with the snow-white mask suddenly shot out from the stone cliff. The 2 sides exchanged flying swords. Qin Pingon's left hand protected his chest, his fingers clamping down on the flying sword. The tip of the opponent's sword was only a few millimeters away from his heart. But the opponent's forehead and chest had already been pierced through by number 1 and number 15. The flying sword pinched between Qin Pingon's fingers instantly dimmed, without the slightest bit of sword qi or spirituality. Then it was quickly thrown away. The black-robed man, who still had a sliver of qi but knew that he was going to die, chose to commit suicide. He blew up all of his vital qi residents, leaving no trace behind. Qin Pingon flew backwards, floating across the stream. Standing on the shore, he withdrew his 2 flying swords and dispersed the turbulent ripples of qi with a punch. The sword Immortal returned. It was held in Qin Pingon's hand. Leaning on the sword with his left hand, he took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of congested blood. Sui Jingqing urged his horse forward and then dismounted. Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "I'm fine." Sui Jingqing blinked his eyes. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The opponent has no more tricks up his sleeve." Only now did Sui Jingqing's eyes burst into tears. Looking at the green-robed sword Immortal covered in blood, she choked out, "Didn't I say that the battlefield has its rules and the Jianghu has its rules? Why did I have to meddle in other people's business? If I didn't meddle in other people's business, there wouldn't have been this great battle. Qin Pingon squatted by the stream and used his left hand to scoop up a handful of water to wash his face. The sword Immortal stood to the side. He gazed at the stream that had returned to tranquility and gurgled. He said indifferently, I told you before to talk about complicated principles. Why is that? It's for the sake of simple punches and swords. Sui Jingqing squatted by his side, holding his face with both hands and sobbing softly. Qin Pingon said, You're lucky. Go search through the corpses of those assassins and the nearby area. See if there are any immortal treasures you can pick up. Sui Jingqing's tears turned into laughter. Wiping his face, he got up and ran off to search for spoils of war. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two of them left the valley along the original path and headed for the village. Qin Pingon's body swayed slightly. That arm of his had already regained some feeling. Sui Jingqing's complexion improved a lot. He asked, Senior, what are we going back for? Qin Pingon said, To let those commoners die with intact corpses. Sui Jingqing nodded vigorously. Then Sui Jingqing felt somewhat guilty. Qin Pingon said slowly, There's no need to be like this. There's a time when a person's strength is limited. Just like when your father stood by at the pavilion and watched with folded arms. The matter itself was not wrong, so there's no need for any spectators to be harsh. However, there are some people who, when the matter is not wrong, ask their conscience again. Sui Jingqing, I think you can ask your conscience clearly. Remember, when encountering a calamity, everyone will have a moment when they have the will but not the strength. If you can survive, then there's no need to feel too guilty afterwards. Otherwise, your state of mind will collapse sooner or later. Sui Jingqing hesitated for a moment and turned his head to look. Senior, although there's a small harvest, but after all, you suffered such a heavy injury. Won't you regret it? Qin Pingon raised his left hand and pointed behind him. You should ask them this kind of question. Sui Jingqing did not follow the finger of the green-robed sword Immortal and turned to look. She just stared at him dazedly. On the other side of the village. From dusk to night and then to dawn. The two slowly left and continued to travel north. Sui Jingqing was silent for a long time. When he saw the elder take off the blade's strengthening gourd and drink, he asked, Senior, on this journey, why were you willing to teach me so much? Qin Pingon did not answer the question. What do you think of Elder Wang Dun of Sasao Mountain Villa? Sui Jingqing said, Very good. Qin Pingon asked again, What do you think of the disciples that Elder Wang Dun taught? Sui Jingqing answered, Although I'm not familiar with the true temperament of those three, but at least I think they're not bad. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Then have you ever thought with Wang Dun, is it really just another master of Sasao Mountain Villa? The Jianghu of the Wuling Empire and even the entire Wuling Empire, how much will it be influenced by Wang Dun alone? Qin Pingon continued, So I want to see in the future when the Sui family of the Wuling Empire has another cultivator, even if she will not stay in the Sui family often, when she replaces the old assistant minister Sui Sinyu, or the next master in name, she will always be the true backbone of the Sui family. Then will the Sui family give birth to a family style worthy of the word, pure and righteous. Sui Jingqing looked at him. Qin Pingon said to himself, I think there is hope. Finally, Qin Pingon smiled and said, I have Luopa Mount and you have the Sui family. A person should not be arrogant but also should not belittle themselves. It is difficult for us to change the world so much at once. But we are changing the world all the time. Sui Jingqing made a sound of agreement. A moment later, Qin Pingon turned his head and seemed puzzled. Sui Jingqing was confused. Elder, what is it? Qin Pingon shook his head and put away the blade's strengthening gourd. Previously, when you wanted to die, it was very good, but I want to tell you something very meaningless. Being willing to die and live for others will only make yourself feel more uncomfortable. This is a very great thing, but not everyone can understand. Don't let that kind of incomprehension become your burden. Sui Jingqing suddenly blushed and asked loudly, Elder, can I like you? Qin Pingon's expression was calm and his heart was still like water. Like me? That is your business. Anyway, I will not like you. Sui Jingqing was relieved and said with a smile, It is okay. Qin Pingon seemed to think of something happy and smiled brightly. Without turning his head, he gave Sui Jingcheng a thumbs up. Good taste. On the road to the north. Elder, don't drink anymore. You are bleeding again. It is okay. This is called the demeanor of an expert. Elder, why don't you like me? Is it because I am not good looking? Or is my temperament bad? It has nothing to do with you. It is okay. Every good girl should be liked by a good man. You only like him and he only likes you. This is right. Of course you are not young anymore. You're not a girl. Elder. Finally, let me teach you a lesson that Elder Wang Dun taught me. You must listen to the beautiful words and also listen to the ugly truth. The sound of horse hooves. As he walked, the old locust tree in his hometown disappeared. As he walked, the girl he loved was still far away. As they walked, the flowers bloomed in the spring breeze, but the teacher they respected the most was no longer there. As he walked, the swordsman he admired the most had not seen for a long time. He did not know if he still wore the bamboo hat or if he had found a good sword. As he walked, he did not know if his best friend had seen the highest mountain or the largest river. As he walked, the slug who had been bullied became the person he hated the most. As he walked, he did not wear straw sandals for many years. A disciple of Wang Dun named Lu Zhou sent a letter to the carefree villa. This letter was then sent by the recipient to a person with the surname Qi using the immortal method of flying sword transmission. Lu Zhou and that man had met by chance in Jianghu and regarded each other as bosom friends. But in fact, that friend was the real God's favored one. On the other hand, Lu Zhou's talent in martial arts was average. Not to mention so many cultivators on the mountain, even compared to Fu Lu Tai, Wang Jingshan, and the pair of junior sister and junior brother, Lu Zhou was the least talented one. Therefore, Lu Zhou's final position in the carefree villa was to replace the old butler and help his senior brother Wang Jingshan with some trifles. Lu Zhou liked the carefree villa. He liked the lively atmosphere here and everyone was friendly. His master and his fellow disciples took good care of him. He felt that he was not capable of taking care of them, so he would take care of the people he could, such as the elderly, women and children in the villa. Lu Zhou liked to watch Wang Jingshan teach his junior brother swordsmanship meticulously. His junior sister always regretted that she was too tanned and was not beautiful enough. Moreover, her bladesmanship was always so far away from her senior sister's. She did not know if she could catch up with her in this lifetime. Lu Zhou did not know how to comfort her, but he was willing to listen to her talk about her worries. His master, who had not been in Jianghu for several years, left the villa again. Lu Zhou did not know what kind of Jianghu story his master would bring back this time. Wang Dun left quietly and went to a place outside Jianghu to find his first disciple, Fu Lu Tai. It was a small county town some distance away from the villa. He had a drink with the mediocre man. His disciple Fu Lu Tai had learned some culinary skills. He personally cooked 3 dishes to go with the wine. The taste was not good. The peanuts were too salty and the lotus root slices were too bland. He just needed to mix them well. But looking at his disciple's eyes and the young man's smile, Wang Dun did not say anything. After all, the wine was not bad. It was a pity that he had brought it himself. The young man was not good with words. He just drank and did not say anything nice. When he heard Wang Dun talking about the things in the villa, he took the initiative to toast him every time they came to an end. Wang Dun also drank with him. Fu Lu Tai sat quietly on the side. The 2 men drank a pot of wine. No matter how slowly they drank, they could not drink for long. Wang Dun said in the end, "Drinking with you is no worse than drinking with that sword Immortal. If there is a chance in the future when that sword Immortal visits the carefree villa, I will definitely delay him for a while and invite you and Lu Tai." The young man was a little anxious. He quickly put down his cup and chopsticks. No, I won't be able to talk. I won't be able to say anything if I sit at the same table with that sword Immortal. Wang Dun smiled. You will get along. Trust me. After you talk, let's see which little bastard in the villa dares to look down on you. The blushing man hesitated for a moment. Lu Tai has already suffered a great grievance by following me. Her junior brothers and sisters aren't too happy about it. This is only natural. Moreover, it's already very good. At the end of the day, they are doing it for her own good. Knowing this, I am not unhappy. In fact, I am quite happy. It is a good thing that my wife has so many people who care about her. Wang Dun picked up the wine pot and poured a few drops into the cup. He gestured to Fu Lu Tai that he did not need to get new wine. He said to the young man, If you can think this way, then Fu Lutai has not been wronged by you. Wang Dun opened his bag and took out a pot of wine. I don't have any other gifts. I only brought you a pot of good wine. I only have 3 pots. I drank more than half of 1 pot. The last pot is hidden in the villa. I plan to drink it when I wash my hands in the golden basin. This is the last pot. Fu Lutai was knowledgeable. He asked, Master, is this the wine of the Immortals? Wang Dun smiled and nodded. After I sparred with the sword Immortal, he saw that my martial virtues were higher than my martial arts. He gave me 3 pots. I had no choice but to give it to him. I couldn't stop him. Fu Lutai smiled. Others may not know, but how can I not know? Master, you have some Immortal money. It's not like you can't afford it. Wang Dun shook his head. It's not the same. There are not many people in the mountains who are like Jianghu people. Fu Lutai was straightforward. Isn't it just to show off that you drank with the sword Immortal? If I'm not wrong, you left the last pot of wine to drink with your old Jianghu friends and talk about your sparring with the sword Immortal? The man gently tugged at her sleeve. Fu Lutai said, It's okay, master. Wang Dun was resentful. He laughed and scolded. A married daughter is like spilled water. Let's go, there's no need to send me off. Come visit the villa when you have time. It's your home too. The couple still walked them to the door. In the evening, the old man's shadow was elongated by the setting sun. The man gently held her hand and said guiltily, Being looked down upon by the villa still bothers me. I lied to your master earlier. She gently held his hand. It's okay. I know. Master actually knows too. Du did not dare to return to the Ghost Hatchet Palace immediately. Instead, he quietly roamed the Jianghu alone. There were many injustices in the Jianghu, as well as occasional disputes among the cultivators on the mountain. Du still chose to observe from the sidelines. Now he really saw who was a hidden expert. For a while he still could not recover from it. He was vexed. When would he be able to be a chivalrous good person for once? In the end, he ran into a group of Jianghu people with great disparity in strength. A group of big shots from the underworld were chasing after a righteous disciple. With lightning speed, Du defeated those gangsters. Then he carried the young man and ran away. After running for dozens of miles, he threw the rescued person on the ground and ran away himself. Not only was the young man sitting on the ground in a daze, but the Jianghu bandits behind him were also confused. Skeleton Beach Hemp Sect. There was only 1 shop left in Ural City. Business was slow, but because there was only 1 shop left, it could barely survive. There were still some people who came because of its reputation. It was rare for Pang Lanqi to be free today, so she came down the mountain to help. Although Pang Lanqi's cultivation was getting more and more arduous, the number of times they met was actually getting less and less. But the young girl's eyes were bright. She had never looked forward to the future so much. Even when she did not see Pang Lanqi, she was much less worried. Lu Jiqing of the Jingwu Palace sat alone on the peak of the mountain. Only a few cultivators, including the palace master of the Jingwu Palace, knew that this young martial uncle had started to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. Therefore, the mountain had been sealed recently. He did not allow anyone to climb the mountain. As for why Lu Jiqing was cultivating in seclusion on the peak of the mountain, among the few people who knew, no one knew and no one dared to ask. At an immortal ferry upstream of the Skeleton Beach swaying river. It was rare for a wild cultivator couple to stay in an immortal inn for many days. When the woman who had finally reached the cave-dwelling realm walked out of the room, the man's eyes were filled with tears. The two entered the room together. After closing the door, the woman said softly, "We still have so much snow left to spend." The woman wiped her tears. "I know that after giving us those bones in the Ghost Valley, that sword Immortal did not even think of returning to the Limitless Pass Market to find us." Why? The man smiled. "We owe it and we'll keep it. Whether we have the chance to meet that benefactor or not, whether we can return it in this life is our business. But whether we want to return it or not is also our business." Under the secret planning of Lord Songyun Lake, the Fire Temple was built with money and effort. The Fire God Temple in the Escort City was rebuilt, and a new painted statue was built. The incense was flourishing. As for the City God Temple, it was not built yet. The Imperial Court also did not confer a new city god for a long time. Inside the Fire Temple, A pair of youths from a shabby alley were blocked by a group of young ruffians at both ends of the alley. They were holding sticks and approaching with a smile. One of the tall youths used his hands to support himself between the walls and quickly climbed to the top of the wall. The other thin and weak youth also followed suit, but his speed was slow. He was grabbed by the ankle and fell to the ground. A stick hit his head. The thin and weak youth used his arms to protect his head. He was hit by a stick and fell back against the wall. The youth who could have escaped jumped down lightly. Because he was a little high from the ground, the vigorous youth stepped on the left and right walls of the alley several times and landed on the ground. After knocking down a few people with his fists, his two fists still could not escape from four hands. He was quickly served with sticks, but he still tried his best to protect the thin and weak youth behind him. In the end, the tall youth's head was pressed to the ground. The thin and weak youth was beaten until he rolled against the wall. A young ruffian stepped on the tall youth's head. He stretched out his hand and asked someone to bring a prepared white bowl. The latter pinched his nose and quickly put the white bowl on the ground. "Since you dared to spoil our plans, I should teach you a lesson." The young man threw a string of copper coins beside the white bowl. "See? I've prepared the money and rice for you. After you finish the food in the bowl, the money is yours. If you eat fast enough, you might even earn some broken pieces of silver. If you don't eat, I'll break one of your legs." The tall youth refused no matter what. The thin and weak youth wailed. It turned out that he was hit on the back by a stick. In the end, the ruffians laughed and left. Of course, they did not forget to pick up the string of copper coins. The tall youth squatted by the wall and vomited. The bruised and weak youth hugged his legs against the wall and cried out loud. The tall youth struggled to get up and finally sat beside his friend. "It's okay. One day we will be able to take revenge." The thin and weak youth was silent for a long time. He stopped crying and was in a daze. Finally, he said softly, "I want to be like the sword Immortal." He wiped his tears and did not dare to look at the tall youth beside him. "Isn't it stupid?" The tall youth rubbed his head. "Sure, what's wrong with that? Who knows? That sword Immortal might not even be as good as us when he was our age. Don't you always like to eavesdrop on the old master's lectures at the school? What's my favorite sentence?" The thin and weak youth said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." Then he lowered his head and said, "But even if I have the ability, I don't want to be like these hooligans who only know how to bully others." The tall youth laughed. "It's okay. When we become like the sword Immortal, you can specialize in doing good things. Won't do bad things. I'll specialize in bullying bad people. Come, let's make an oath." The two youths raised their palms together and clapped. The tall youth turned his head and exhaled at him. "Does it smell good?" The thin and weak youth hurriedly pushed him. The two of them exchanged blows and soon grimaced in pain. In the end, they both laughed out loud. They looked up together. The alley was narrow, as if the world was so big that there was only a line of light and a way out. But after all, that line of light was above the two youths' heads and they saw it. In Shu Shui country, Song Yu left the villa in the middle of summer and went to a familiar restaurant in the town. He sat in his usual seat and ate a steaming hot pot. The old man was proud of himself and said to himself, "Kid, did you see that? This is the spiciest. In the past I took care of your taste. You are stronger in sword arts, so when it comes to eating spicy food I can beat a Fuchin Pingans." In colorful clothes country, a haggard old woman was lying on a sick bed. One of her withered hands was gently held by a woman sitting at the head of the bed. The old woman, who was already at the end of her life, tried her best to open her eyes and murmured, "Master, madam, this year's wine hasn't been brewed yet. If young Master Chen comes, he won't be able to drink wine." The woman's eyes were hazy with tears. She gently bent down and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I will brew this year's wine myself." The old woman muttered, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "And young Master Chen's favorite dish is stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots. Madam, remember to bring him a big white bowl and not a wine cup. These trivial things should be done by me, madam. Madam, don't forget, don't forget." When Cui Dongshan left Lakeview Academy, Zhou Ju felt that he was a wonderful person. Not long after Cui Dongshan left, Lakeview Academy and the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy in the north had some changes. From the mountain master of the academy to the deputy mountain masters, All the gentlemen and sages had to take enough time every year to teach in the academies and directorates of the major dynasties. It was no longer the case of the saints preaching to the gentlemen teaching to the sages, and the sages lecturing to the scholars in the academies. In all the territories of Dali except for private schools, all the schools in the towns, villages, vassal courts and government offices had to increase the salary of the teachers. As for how much to increase, it was up to the discretion of each region. Those who had taught for more than 20 years would receive a one-time reward. After that, every 10 years there would be an additional reward. On this day, the idle young man in white finally finished watching the show from beginning to end. He appeared and landed in a mansion of a rich man that no longer had any living people. In the end, he and a young girl who was a maid sat side by side on the railing. The young girl had already been implicated by the madam who had an affair with someone and exposed the matter. She was killed by a pair of heroic sworn brothers all the way to the backyard. She happened to pass by and was stabbed to death by a sharp knife. The madam was even more miserable. She was skinned alive by the resentful master of the mansion. At that time, the sworn brother who exposed his sister-in-law and the man had a burning gaze. The hand that held the knife trembled slightly. When he first saw his sister-in-law, the woman smiled like a flower. After greeting him, she slowly walked into the inner courtyard. When she lifted the curtain and crossed the threshold, her embroidered shoes tripped and fell off. The woman stopped but did not turn around. She picked up the embroidered shoes with the tip of her foot, crossed the threshold and slowly left. After that he always restrained himself. He just could not help but look at her a few more times. That was why he was able to see that ugly thing. Cui Dongshan placed his hands on his knees and chatted with the pitiful maid who had long died beside him. The world in the future may be better or it may be worse. Who knows? A mixed-breed youth with a huge sword rack on his back and a broken sword like a peacock spreading its tail slowly walked with his master towards the great wall of sword chi. Previously, his master had taken him to the most forbidden place in the world. Thrones of different heights hung in the air. His master brought him to stand in the position that belonged to his master. Master, that boss sword Immortal or your friend Alliance whose sword is faster? It's hard to say. Master, why did you choose me to be your disciple? I don't understand. Before today I didn't dare to think about it. Because you are the person who has the best chance of drawing your sword the fastest in our wasteland. You may not be the swordsman who stands at the front of the battlefield, but you will definitely be the swordsman who holds the line at the back. The youth said in fear, how can I compare to Master? He grabbed the youth's neck and slowly lifted him up. You can doubt yourself for being a trash with a slow cultivation and a mixed breed with a bad background, but you can't doubt my judgment. The man grabbed the youth's neck with one hand and pointed with the other. He explained to him who those thrones were. Finally, he let go and said expressionlessly, what you need to do is, if one day you don't like them, you can draw one less sword than your master. When I am sure that you can't do it in this lifetime, you can die. Not everyone with the same talent as you can have the same opportunity as you, so you have to cherish every moment now. A young Daoist with a lotus crown and a young Daoist without a crown began to travel the world together. They both changed into Daoist robes that could not be identified. The former only had one request for the latter, to do as he pleased. Everything he did, as long as he followed his heart, he could ignore the consequences. However, there was a prerequisite. Do what you can and don't court death. The young Daoist was a little hesitant, so he asked a question, can I kill the innocent? The young Daoist nodded with a smile and answered, of course. After pausing for a moment, he added, that's for the best. The young Daoist nodded. Then the young Daoist asked, do you know what innocence is? Do you know what indiscriminate killing is? The young Daoist fell into deep thought. The young Daoist shook his head. You knew before, even if it was a little superficial, but now you don't know at all. That's why it's not good for a person to be too smart. I once asked a similar question and the answer I got was better than yours, much better. The youth's face was pale. Because of this little senior brother. It was the sect master Zhou Xian, the current owner of the Beko Keikyung building. Even if the youth was the Dao ancestor's last disciple. Facing this little senior brother who had slapped him into a pulp, the young Daoist was in awe. When he first left the Beko Keikyung building, Zhou Xian said with a smile, I've suffered a little from struggling at the bottom and enjoyed the great fortune of the Beko Keikyung building. Now that I've died once, it's time to learn how to live well. It's time to walk the middle path of the mountain. At that time he asked Lu Chen, "Little senior brother, will it take many years?" At that time Lu Chen replied that if he learned quickly, a few decades would be enough. If he learned slowly, it would be normal for him to take hundreds or even thousands of years. In the end, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Don't worry, even if you die, your little senior brother's Dao techniques are not bad. I can save you again." In fact, after the young Daoist came back to life, his body was practically a rare natural Dao bone in the world. His cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and he was born in the cave abode realm. Not only that, there were 3 immortal weapons quietly placed in his 3 natal acupuncture points, waiting for him to slowly refine them. According to his little senior brother Lu Chen, these were gifts that his 3 senior brothers had prepared long ago, and asked him to accept them without worry. Apart from that, the young Daoist's worst possession was the semi-immortal robe named Lotus Seed. Its rank was relatively low, but in the entire green netherworld, apart from a handful of immortals who had attained the Dao, there was probably no one who knew the origin of this robe. Simply put, wearing this Daoist robe, even if the young Daoist went to the other 3 realms and went to the most dangerous places, the higher the realm of the person in charge, the safer the young Daoist would be. Even if the young Daoist stretched his neck for someone to kill, the other party would have to pinch his nose and obediently send him out of the realm. One day when he had nothing to do, Lu Chen was playing chess alone above the sea of clouds, while the young Daoist sat cross-legged beside him. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Qi Jingchun played the last game of chess in his life." The black and white chess pieces were clearly distinguished, and the situation was crisscrossed. The rules were strict. It was the end of the game that had already been decided. When he decided to break the rules for the first time in his life, it was also the only time he made an unreasonable move. After that, he did not place another chess piece, but he saw that on the chessboard, there were resplendent rays of light and colorful glazes. The young man asked curiously, "Little senior brother saw this with your own eyes and deduced it?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "No, it was our master who told me, and it was Qi Jingchun who told our master." The young man was speechless. Lu Chen smiled and squinted his eyes. He stretched out a palm and gently placed it on the young man's head. Qi Jingchun dared to give such great hope to a bumpkin young man. "What about you? What about me?" After traveling in the human world for a long time, the young man had become more and more mature. His mind was moved and he blurted out, "It has nothing to do with me." Lu Chen retracted his hand and laughed. The 2 of them continued to walk in the green netherworld. One day the young man asked, "Little senior brother, if you accompany me to walk around and leave the Beko Kyung building, won't it affect the important matters?" The young Daoist shook his head and smiled, "There are no important matters in the world." Luopa Mountain's bamboo building. Cui Ching rarely walked out of the 2nd floor. Zhu Lian, Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai were already gathered. Wei Pai was holding the tongue leaf umbrella that Qin Pingon took from the lotus blossom blessed place. Cui Ching nodded and said, "Bring Pei Qian over and let's go in together." Since the lotus blossom blessed place has been divided into 4 and we're occupying one of them, let Zhu Lian and Pei Qian take a look first. Wei Bai used his innate mystique. The charcoal girl who was practicing the mad demon sword style in the backyard of the Dragon Rider Alley, suddenly realized that one of them was in the air and the other was on the ground. She stood outside the bamboo house and shouted angrily, "What the hell? I still have to copy books after practicing the sword technique." Wei Pai said seriously, "You and Zhu Lian go to the Nanyuan kingdom of the lotus blossom blessed place." Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Wei Pai opened the umbrella and released it. Precious light continuously flowed down from the umbrella. Zhu Lian pulled Pei Qian in. In the next moment, Zhu Lian and Pei Qian stepped into the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. Pei Qian rubbed her eyes. It was that familiar street. The alley was not far away. It was drizzling. Pei Qian waved the mountain walking stick around and laughed heartily. An old Confucian in a green robe flew over. It was Zhong Qiu, the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Zhu Lian glanced at him. "Yo, an expert." Zhong Qiu seemed to have seen the 2 banished immortals appear in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. He was not puzzled. Instead he smiled and said, "Where's Qin Pin gone?" Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and puffed out her chest. She said like an old man, "My master is free, so he let me, the first disciple, come and see you." Then, as if struck by lightning, Pei Qian no longer had any arrogance. Her hands and feet even turned cold. After that she was in a daze. Only when she left the lotus blossom-blessed place did she regain her senses. Wei Pai and Jing Dafeng both felt strange. Zhou Xian shook his head, indicating that there was no need to ask. That day, for the first time in her life, Pei Qian took the initiative to go to the second floor of the bamboo house. After greeting and receiving permission, she took off her boots and placed them neatly outside the door. Even the mountain walking staff leaned against the wall outside. She did not bring it with her. After closing the door, she sat cross-legged, facing the barefoot old man. The old man asked, "Why are you looking for me? Do you want to learn martial arts from me?" For some reason, the charcoal girl who had not grown up for so many years nodded vigorously. "I want to learn martial arts." The old man asked, "Aren't you afraid of hardship?" Pei Qian's eyes were firm. "I'm not afraid of death." The old man sneered. "What a big tone. When the time comes you'll cry. At this time there is no Qin Pingon to protect you on Luapa Mountain. Once you decide to learn martial arts from me, there is no turning back." Pei Qian said in a low voice, "I've thought about it. Even if I cry and regret, you must beat me until I don't dare to cry or regret." The old man seemed to be a little surprised by this answer. He laughed heartily. Finally, he looked at the little girl's eyes. "One last question. Why do you want to learn martial arts?" Pei Qian clenched her fists. After a long silence she said, "I, Pei Qian, can lose to anyone except for one person. I can't lose to him. Absolutely not." The old man said, "Well then, from today onwards you are my Tui Cheng's direct disciple. Don't worry, you don't need that bullshit title of master and disciple." Pei Qian raised her hand and wiped her tears. She nodded heavily, stood up and bowed to the old man to thank him. The barefoot old man who had never put on airs at Qin Pingon's side actually stood up, hands behind his back, and solemnly accepted this bow. Pei Qian stepped forward and stepped back. She pulled open a fist. "Come." Cui Ching flashed and pressed the charcoal girl's head against the wall. Pei Qian's bones creaked and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. The old man smiled. "Do you still want to learn?" Pei Qian roared. "I want to learn even if I die." The old man nodded. "Very good." Back then, in the alley of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital, a young man in a green robe walked out. He held an oil paper umbrella and smiled warmly. He looked at Pei Qian and was slightly surprised. His voice was warm. "Pei Qian, long time no see." (523) Northern Yan's terrain was flat. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he worked hard to govern the country. There were also 2 places where horses were raised. Therefore the battle power of the cavalry was far greater than that of Jingnan and Wuling. Further north was the Green Oriole Kingdom, which had many immortals' deeds since ancient times. Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow and a bamboo robe. Although it was summer and the sun was scorching, it was still not a big problem to ride during the day. In fact, there were more people taking care of the horses. One day the 2 stopped under the shade of a tree by the riverside. The river was clear and there was no one around. She took off the hedgerow and took off her boots and socks. When her feet submerged in the water, she let out a long breath. Senior sat not far away. He took out a jade bamboo fan but did not fan it. He just opened the fan and shook it gently. There were words on it like duckweed in the stream. She had seen it once before. Senior said it was from a mansion on the mountain called Spring Dew Garden. It was a talisman's treasure boat. Sui Jingqing was actually a little worried about Senior's injury. His left shoulder was pierced by an arrow from a cultivator and he was also entangled by a talisman array. Sui Jingqing could not imagine why Senior seemed to be fine. Along the way, Senior often rubbed his right hand. Sui Jingqing turned around and asked, "Senior, were they assassins sent by Master Chao Fu and the Golden Scale Palace?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I can only say that it was the most likely one. That group of assassins had obvious characteristics. They were from a very famous cultivation sect in the south of the North Continent. Although they were called a sect, Other than the name Deer Mountain, they did not have a mountain base. All assassins were known as the Faceless Men. Cultivators from all walks of life could join, but it was said that there were more rules. There were rules on how to join, how to kill, how much to charge. Qin Pingon said with a smile, Deer Felling Mountain also has a great rule. After receiving the money, they will send out assassins. They will only kill once. If they fail, they will only receive half of the deposit. No matter how great the casualties are, they will not ask for the remaining half from the employer. And after this, the Deer Felling Mountain will definitely not act against those who fail in their assassination. So now at least we don't have to worry about Deer Mountain's harassment. Sui Jingqing sighed, feeling a little sad and guilty. In the end, it's still because of me. Don't be fooled by Senior's carefree demeanor. Sui Jingqing was very meticulous. He knew that Senior didn't have an easy time dealing with the assassination attempt. Qin Pingon closed his fan and said slowly, on the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Most of the Qi cultivators have endured it this way. There may be big or small bumps, but the magnitude of the tribulations varies from person to person. I once met a pair of Daoist couples on a mountain in the lower 5 states. The female Daoist practitioner spent a lot of money on a few hundred pieces of snow and could not break through the bottleneck for a long time. If she continued to delay, good things would turn bad and her life would be in danger. Therefore, both parties had to take the risk and enter the skeleton beach in the south to earn money. Not only that, but it wasn't small either. It's not as easy as walking in the pavilion. Sui Jingqing smiled. Senior, did you happen to meet them and decided to help them? Qin Pingon didn't say anything. Sui Jingqing knew the answer. Qin Pingon pointed at Sui Jingqing with his folding fan. Sui Jingqing smiled knowingly and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to breathe and cultivate the immortal technique recorded in the Xianxia collection. When a cultivator breathed, there would be subtle qi ripples around him. Mosquitoes and flies wouldn't get close to him and he could resist the cold and heat. Although Sui Jingqing's cultivation wasn't complete, he already had the embryonic form of a qi aura. This was very rare. It was just like when Qin Pingon practiced the mountain quaking fist in the small town. Although his fist stance wasn't stable yet, his entire body was flowing with fist intent. He didn't even realize it, and that was why Ma Kuxuan's Daoist protector on Martial Mountain could see through it. Therefore Sui Jingqing's aptitude was really good. However, it was unknown why that wandering expert disappeared after giving him the 3 items. There had been no news of him for more than 30 years. This year was obviously a big tribulation on Sui Jingqing's cultivation path. Logically speaking, even if that expert was thousands of miles away, he should have some mysterious senses. As for the expert's voice and appearance, it was even more strange. Sui Jingqing could only look at the booklet but not read it. Otherwise his qi would be messed up and he would feel dizzy. Sui Jingqing asked the elders in the residence a few years ago, but they all said that they couldn't remember clearly. Even the old assistant minister Sui Xinyu, who had a photographic memory since he was a child, was no exception. Qin Pingon knew that this wasn't an ordinary camouflage on the mountain. After Sui Jingqing opened his eyes, an hour had passed. His body was flowing with light, and his bamboo robe was also overflowing with spiritual qi. The 2 lights complemented each other like water and fire. However, ordinary people could only see a blur, but Qin Pingon could see more. When Sui Jingqing stopped circulating his qi, the strange phenomenon on his body instantly dissipated. It was obvious that the bamboo robe was carefully selected by the expert. It allowed Sui Jingqing to cultivate the magic recorded in the booklet. Could be twice the result with half the effort. It could be said that the expert had put in a lot of effort. The qi aura was lofty and honorable. Therefore, Qin Pingon was more inclined to believe that the expert didn't have any sinister intentions towards Sui Jingqing. However, he still had to take it one step at a time. After all, on the path of cultivation, even if one was extremely careful, one could fail because of one careless mistake. Not only did the 2 of them not deliberately hide their tracks, but they also left behind traces, just like in the small town of Sasao Mountain Villa. If they walked all the way to the Green Oriole Kingdom and the expert did not appear, Qin Pingon could only board Sui Jingqing on the Immortal Ferry and go to the Skeleton Beach and the Hemp Sect, then go to the Aquarius Continent's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. According to Sui Jingqing's own wishes, He would register with Cui Dongshan and cultivate with him. He believed that if there was really fate in the future, Cui Jingqing would meet the expert again and renew their master-disciple relationship. When they arrived at the Green Oriole Kingdom ferry that Senior Wang Dun had pointed out, the news that Qin Pingon wanted to know the most was about the movements of the Yushi River flood dragon in the Great Seal capital. Had the Ape Ka Mountain Sword Immortal Jiu already fought with the 10th realm martial artist? Cui Jingqing put on his socks and boots, stood up and looked at the sky. Previously the sun was scorching in the sky and the heat was rising. Now the sky was covered in dark clouds and there were signs of a storm. Qin Pingon had already taken the lead and walked to the place where the horses were tied. He reminded, "Continue on, it will rain in at most 5 minutes. You can put on your straw raincoat." Cui Jingqing jogged over and asked with a smile, "Senior, can you predict the weather? Previously at the pavilion, you also predicted the time when the rain would stop. My father said that only the expert of the Wuling Kingdom Qintianjian would have such ability." Qin Pingon put on his bamboo hat and straw raincoat. After he mounted the horse he said, "Do you want to learn this ability?" Cui Jingqing nodded, "Of course." Qin Pingon smiled, "You have worked in the fields for more than 10 years, begging for food from the heavens all year round. Naturally you will learn how to read people's expressions." Cui Jingqing was speechless. In fact, Qin Pingon only gave half of the answer. The other half was because he was a warrior. He could clearly perceive many subtle things in the world, such as the breeze blowing leaves, mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings, and dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. In Qin Pingon's eyes and ears, these were not small movements. It was useless to talk to a cultivator like Cui Jingqing. A torrential rain came as expected. The two rode slowly and did not deliberately hide from the rain. Cui Jingqing had never asked or complained about the wind, sun and rain of the journey to the north. In the end she quickly realized that this was also cultivation. If she could find a suitable breathing method while the horse was bumpy, she could maintain her vision even in the heavy rain. In the hot summer she could even occasionally see the flow of thin water hidden in the hazy fog. Senior said that this was the Ling Qi of heaven and earth. Therefore Cui Jingqing often circled back and forth while riding trying to catch the flashing Ling Qi. Of course she could not catch it, but the bamboo robe on her body could absorb it. The heavy rain did not last long. It came and went quickly. The two riders took off their straw raincoats and continued on their journey. Before the night ban, the two riders rested in a county city. There was a water god temple upstream of the river. This was not the most worthwhile reason. The main reason was that the mountains and rivers were interconnected. The river was called Yaoming River and the mountain was called Mount Aoki. The temples of the mountain and river gods were not far away, less than 3 miles away. Senior said that this was an extremely rare scene and they had to see it. Cui Jingqing actually did not understand why Senior liked to visit scenic spots and historical sites so much. She was afraid that there was something particular on the mountain, so she could only hide it in her heart. In the market of northern Yen, cricket fighting was a common practice. Many people went out of the city to the wilderness to catch crickets and sell them for money. The poems and songs of the literati about crickets were widely circulated in northern Yen. Most of them were critical of current affairs with hidden sarcasm. However, it was the worries of the literati of the past dynasties. Only poetry could solve their worries. The mansions and courtyards of the officials and nobles, as well as the narrow doors of the market, were still enjoyable. The chirping of crickets resounded throughout the country. Therefore, when the two riders entered the city, there were more people leaving the city than entering. Everyone was carrying various cricket cages, which was quite a strange thing. The inn occupied a large area. It was said that it was transformed from a large relay station. The current owner of the inn was a descendant of an influential family in the capital. He bought it at a low price and after spending a lot of money to renovate it, business was booming. Therefore, there were many calligraphy treasures on the walls and there was a bamboo pond at the back. At night, Qin Pingon walked out of the house and strolled along the small path beside the pond. When he returned to the house to practice, Cui Jingqing, who was wearing a hedgerow, was standing on the small path. Qin Pingon said, "It's not a big problem. You can take a walk by yourself." Cui Jingqing nodded. After watching Senior leave, she walked one round and returned to her house. Qin Pingon continued to practice the 6 steps stance and the 18 stops of sword aura. However, he still could not break through the last bottleneck. Occasionally, Qin Pingon would blindly ponder. Was his aptitude for swordsmanship that bad? Back then, after passing the inverted mountain, those young geniuses at the Great Wall of Sword Aura seemed to have quickly grasped the essence of the 18 stops of sword aura. However, Qin Pingon also had a reason to comfort himself. In the key acupuncture points of the 18 stops pathway, there were 3 strands of extremely small sword aura. The obstruction was great. The last bottleneck was blocked at one of them. Every time he passed through this pass, his qi movement would be blocked. Stopping his stance, Qin Pingon began to draw talismans with his brush. The material of the talisman paper was the most common yellow paper. However, compared to the common Daoist of the lower 5 realms, the most they could use was gold and silver powder as the ink for talisman drawing. Qin Pingon bought a lot of cinnabar from the mountain at Laohui Street in the Spring Dew Garden. There were a lot of bottles and jars. Most of them were 2 or 3 pieces of snow coin per bottle. The most expensive one was a large porcelain jar, which was worth 1 piece of snow coin per bottle. During this journey, Qin Pingon spent a lot of money on 300 talisman of various colors. The attack in the valley proved that sometimes, it made sense to win with quantity. Sui Jingqing's luck was not bad. She found 2 secret books on the Tactical Array Master. One was the Talisman's illustration, the other was the Tactical Array Master's truth that had lost its pages, and the other was a book that was similar to an essay. It recorded in detail all of the Tactical Array Master's experiences since he started learning talismans. Qin Pingon valued this book the most. Of course, there was also the deity's dew armor on the tall and sturdy man's body, as well as the large bow and all of the talisman's arrows. In addition, the female assassin's 2 talisman knives were respectively engraved with the words, Morning Dew, and Sunset Glow. Unfortunately, the deity's money was not worth even a single piece of snow coin. This sudden battle was the closest to the atmosphere of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's encirclement and killing. It caused Qin Pingon to suffer heavy injuries, but he also benefited a lot. Once when he was bored with Sui Jingqing and was reviewing a chess game, Sui Jingqing curiously asked, "Senior, so you're left-handed?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I've been that way since I was young. But after I started practicing martial arts not long after I left my hometown town, I pretended that I wasn't." The leader of that group of Deer Mountain assassins, that sword cultivator on the river face, was quietly observing the battle at that time. It was precisely because he wanted to make sure that there were no what-ifs, that this person repeatedly checked the distribution of the Northern Yen cavalry's corpses on the ground. In addition, the hand that Qin Pingon used to stab the Northern Yen cavalry to death was the right hand. Only then did he confirm that he had seen the truth. He made that assassin of Deer Mountain who had grasped the trump card of Deer Mountain use a Buddhist supernatural power to detain Qin Pingon's right hand. The power of this secret technique, as well as the severity of its repercussions, could be seen from the fact that Qin Pingon was still somewhat affected to this day. Qin Pingon actually did not know that the cultivators on the mountain had this kind of strange secret technique. Therefore, it seemed that Qin Pingon was just lucky and made the other party miscalculate. In reality, this was the way Qin Pingon traveled the Jianghu. It was as if he was always in the middle of an encirclement and killing situation. Sui Jingqing really could not help but ask, "Senior, aren't you tired?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's natural to get used to it. Didn't I tell you before? Talking about complicated principles seems tiring, but after you get used to it, it's actually easier. By then, when you use your fists and swords again, you'll get closer and closer to the realm of being unrestrained by heaven and earth. It's not just about the killing power of your fists and swords, but also the recognition of heaven and earth conforming to the great Tao." At that time, Sui Jingqing definitely did not understand the elegance of being unrestrained by heaven and earth, and even more so the profound meaning of conforming to the great Tao. The next day, the two of them went to 2 neighboring temples of the mountain water god and continued on their journey. They were not far away from the Green Oriole Kingdom, which was located on the coast of the East Sea of the North Continent. The two of them traveled slowly. Qin Pingon sighed and said, "Heaven and earth are great cauldrons. Yang charcoal is used to cook everything and humans are not exempt." Sui Jingqing was a little sleepy. After hearing the words of her senior, she immediately perked up and asked, "Senior, is this what the immortals say? What's the deep meaning?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "It's something my best friend heard from the old master who taught us how to burn the cauldrons. At that time we were still young, so we just took it as a joke. When the old man was with me, he never talked about this. In fact, to be precise, he was almost never willing to talk to me. Even if we went deep into the mountains to look for soil suitable for burning porcelain, we might stay in the mountains for 10 days to half a month, and the two of us would not even speak 2 or 3 sentences." Sui Jingqing was surprised. "Senior's sect still needs to burn porcelain? Is there such an immortal mansion in the mountains?" Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. He nodded and said, "Yes, there is." Sui Jingqing asked carefully, "If that's the case, does that mean that your best friend has a higher cultivation talent?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's hard to say about cultivation talent. In any case, I will never be able to catch up to him in the art of burning porcelain. He can do it with just a few glances, but I might need to fumble around for a few months. In the end, I'm still not as good as him." Sui Jingqing asked again, "Senior, don't you feel pressured to be friends with such a person?" Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. The two of them passed by the borders of Northern Yen and Green Oriole Kingdom. They were only 200 miles away from the Immortal Ferry. The ferry was called Longtu Ferry. It was the private territory of the Green Oriole Kingdom's top immortal sect, Guyu sect. It was said that the founding ancestor of Guyu sect once had a game of chess with the founding emperor of Green Oriole Kingdom. It was the former who lost to a mountain because of his outstanding chess skills. The sect had nothing to do with the Guyu money of the immortal money. It was just that this immortal sect produced 2 items, Guyu Invitation and Guyu Token. They were popular at the foot of the mountain. The former was sold to the rich families of the secular dynasties. It was divided into 2 types, calligraphy and painting. It had the superficial effect of the immortal talisman. Compared to the door gods posted on ordinary doors, it could protect families and dispel evil spirits. As for the Guyu token, it was hung on one's waist. It was of a higher grade and was a must-have item for all the Qi refinement warriors who were not of a high realm in the surrounding areas of Green Oriole Kingdom. The price was not cheap. Every general and minister of Green Oriole Kingdom also had one. Even during the imperial court meeting, the Green Oriole Kingdom's high officials were not allowed to wear this item. His Majesty even often used this item to reward important officials who had made meritorious contributions. Longtu Ferry was a huge ferry. It originated from the Great Zhuan Kingdom in the south, which included more than 10 countries. There were very few Qi refinement warriors. Apart from the Great Zhuan Kingdom and the Golden Scale Palace, which each had a small ferry route, there were no other immortal ferries. As the most important hub at the eastern end of the North Continent, the Green Oriole Kingdom, which did not have a large territory, was very familiar with the cultivators on the mountain. It was a world of difference from the Great Zhuan Kingdom, where martial artists ran rampant and immortals made way for them. The two of them sold the horses to a local escort agency in the county city. As they traveled on foot, Qin Pingon handed the mountain traveling staff to Sui Jingqing. Qin Pingon's clothes were getting simpler and simpler. He was wearing a bamboo hat and a green shirt. He had even kept his hairpin and no longer carried the bamboo box. He had also kept the blade's strengthening gourd and the sword Immortal. As for Sui Jingqing, he spoke less and less. The two of them walked along a raging river that flowed into the sea. The river was several miles wide. However, this was not the famous Great Blasphemy River that entered the sea. It was rumored that the Great Blasphemy River stretched as far as the eye could see. Many citizens of Green Oriole Kingdom did not have the chance to go to the other side in their lifetime. The river breeze blew past their faces. The summer heat was completely gone. Sui Jingqing asked, "Senior, if that otherworldly expert does not appear, I hope that I can still be your disciple. I will be your in-name disciple first. When you feel that I am qualified, you can remove the word in-name. As for whether Senior Cui is willing to teach me magic and guide me, I will not force him. Anyway, I have cultivated alone for 30 years. I don't mind waiting for him to return home." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the raging river. He smiled and said, If you don't become his disciple, you will regret it. I can guarantee that. Sui Jingqing shook his head and said firmly, I won't. Chen Pingon said, let's assume that your preacher never shows up again. Then the person I let you recognize as your master is a real immortal. Cultivation, temperament, vision, no matter what, as long as you can think of, he is much better than me. Of course, no matter how high that guy's cultivation was, he was still his disciple. In the past, Chen Pingon did not think much of it. Most of the time he only regarded it as a burden. Looking back now, it was quite satisfying. Sui Jingqing said firmly, is there such a person in the world? I don't believe it. Chen Pingon said, it's up to you to believe it or not. Seeing is believing. When you meet him you will understand. Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow on her head and held a walking stick. She was skeptical, but she felt a little depressed. Even if the senior with the surname Cui was really so powerful, so what if he was an immortal on the mountain? Sui Jingqing knew how long cultivation was. Then, could the lifespan of a cultivator on the mountain, or even hundreds of years, really compare to the experience of a person in Jianghu? Would there be so many stories? On the mountain, one would sit in the cave and another would be in seclusion for several years. Then he would go down the mountain to gain experience and not be stained by the mortal world. He would go through it alone and return to the mountain without hesitation. Was such a cultivation really a worry-free life? What's more, it was not a quiet cultivation of a qi cultivator. There would be no disasters on the mountain. It was also possible to die. There were many obstacles and bottlenecks. Ordinary people could not appreciate the scenery on the mountain. No matter how magnificent it was, after decades or hundreds of years, would they really not get tired of it? Sui Jingqing was a little vexed. Chen Pingon stopped in his tracks. He picked up a few stones and casually threw them into the river. Sui Jingqing faced the river. The wind blew, causing the thin veil of the hedgerow to stick to her face and her dress to one side. There were many pedestrians on the riverside road. Most of them were qi cultivators who came and went from the Longtu ferry. When a burly man passed by on his horse, his eyes lit up. He suddenly reined in the horse and patted his chest with all his might. He laughed and said, "This lady, why don't you follow me to eat and drink well? That pretty boy beside you doesn't seem to be of much use." Sui Jingqing turned a deaf ear to him. That man leaped up and landed beside Sui Jingqing. He slanted his hand downwards and patted Sui Jingqing's round buttocks. Before he could succeed, the burly man fell into the river the next moment. Chen Pingon pressed his head and pushed him lightly. He fell heavily into the river. The splash caused by this pebble was quite big. That man paddled upstream with all his might. He howled and then whistled. That steed also spread its hooves and continued to charge forward. It had no intention of getting back at Sui Jingqing. Sui Jingqing was extremely nervous. "Is there another assassin probing?" Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "No, it's just a vagabond. I can't control him." Sui Jingqing said with an aggrieved expression, "Senior, this is just walking on the side of the road and there's already such a lecher. If we were to board the Immortal ferry boat and we're all cultivators, what should I do if Senior doesn't travel with us?" Chen Pingon said, "Didn't I tell you before? When we reach the Longtu ferry, I will make the necessary arrangements." Sui Jingqing's eyes were filled with resentment. But there are so many what-ifs and accidents on the path of cultivation. Chen Pingon did not say much. He just hurried on with the journey. Sui Jingqing followed him and walked side by side. She said, "Senior, is this Immortal ferry similar to our ordinary river boats?" Chen Pingon nodded and said, "About the same. When encountering the astral winds in the sky, it will be like an ordinary boat. There will be some ups and downs, but it is not a big problem. Even if it encounters some thunderstorms, lightning and thunder, the ferry will pass through safely. You can just treat it as admiring the scenery. The ferry will travel through the sea of clouds. The scenery will be quite good. Maybe there will be red-crowned cranes following you. When you pass by some immortal sects, you can also see many mountain and river anomalies contained in the protective formation." Sui Jingqing smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. I will take good care of myself." Chen Pingon said slowly, "The heart of the great Tao is like an unpolished jade, carved and polished. Every time you use the blade it will definitely be uncomfortable. But every time it is uncomfortable, as long as you endure it, you will have the so-called success of cultivation. This is as important as your gradual cultivation of immortal techniques in the future. Otherwise, you will walk with a limp and it will be easy for you to fall down the mountain. The gravity of the world does not pay attention to reason. People cultivate strength and not the heart. Many people can also be happy and content. They can reach a balance with the world, allowing people to be at ease. You can see and think more about the right and wrong. Good people will have bad habits, evil people will also have good reasons. Just remember one thing. Ask your heart. Such a general principle is also learned from me, a person who wanted to kill and be happy. Sui Jingqing nodded. I will remember. As Qin Pingon walked, he stretched out his finger and pointed in 2 directions. This is the strange thing about the world. When you and I meet, the path of cultivation that I point out will be different from the guidance of anyone else. For example, if it is that half-preacher who gave you 3 opportunities in the early years, if it is this wandering expert who personally preaches the Tao to you, in the end there will be 2 Sui Jingqing. The more choices there are, the more Sui Jingqing will have. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and pointed to one side and the other. At the moment, whether it is me, a bystander, or you, Sui Jingqing, no one knows which of the 2 Sui Jingqing will have higher achievements and live longer. But do you know what the heart is? Because this is something that everyone can know at the moment. Qin Pingon walked along one of the paths for a dozen steps before stopping and pointing at another path. All the way here and all the way back, no matter whether you're suffering or enjoying life, you're always determined. Then, at a certain juncture, especially after suffering a lot, you'll definitely doubt yourself. You'll look around and look at the other possibilities that you've abandoned in your life. After careful consideration and pondering, the answer you'll get at that time will be your own heart. What you should do next is to ask your own heart. But let me tell you, at that moment there will be a maze. We will all subconsciously do one thing, and that is to use the principles that we are best at to convince ourselves that it is a very easy thing. Because as long as a person does not die and is able to endure to any position on the road of life, everyone will have their own merits. What is difficult is that the heart does not change and the principles change. Sui Jingqing timidly asked, if a person's heart is evil, the more they persist, the worse the world will be, right? Especially if this kind of person can learn a lesson every time, won't it get worse and worse? Qin Pingon nodded. Of course. So I will only say these words to myself and the people around me. There is no need to speak of ordinary people. There are also some people who use their fists and swords. That is enough. Sui Jingqing was stunned speechless. After a long silence, the 2 slowly walked. Sui Jingqing asked, what should we do? Qin Pingon's expression was indifferent. That is a problem that the Confucian Academy and the sages of the 100 schools should consider. The 3 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought have so many principles. It is like heavy rain falling on the world. Different seasons and different places can be like rain after a long drought, but it can also be a flood disaster. What we can do is to have a heart like flowers and trees at all times, growing towards the sun. On the road, a young man in a scholarly robe who had just passed by the 2 stopped and turned around with a smile. I think Sir's theory is correct, but it is not the most correct. Qin Pingon stopped and turned around with a smile. What do you mean? Sui Jingqing acted as if he was facing a great enemy and hurriedly stood behind Qin Pingon. The young man smiled. There are also various principles in the streets and alleys. As long as ordinary people practice these principles for their entire lives, they will be people who will not lower their heads when meeting sages, immortals, or Buddhas. Qin Pingon asked, if a fist smashes down and your face is bruised and swollen, will the principle still be there? Will it still be useless? The fist is the most powerful principle. Isn't this the most natural principle? The young man smiled. Principles can't only be eaten as food, nor can they only be used to block fists. It is a fact that there are many sufferings in the world, but how can there be few peaceful people in the world? Why are there so many people with small fists still living and working in peace? Why are there so many cultivators who pursue absolute freedom on the mountain, but the secular dynasties below the mountain still generally live a stable life? Qin Pingon smiled and asked, if the fist is big, there is no need to talk about principles. There are countless weak people who follow like clouds and shadows. How do you explain this? If this principle is denied, is it possible that the principles will always be in the hands of a few strong people? The young man shook his head. That is only the appearance. Sir, you clearly have the answer in your heart. Why do you have such doubts? Qin Pingon smiled. The young man said, I am Qi Jinglong. According to the records of the ancestral hall of the Mountain Gate, I am Lu Jinglong. As it involves family matters, I will not explain it to you. Sui Jingqing was confused, because she had never heard of the name Lu Jinglong. Qin Pingon asked, then let's talk while walking. Qi Jinglong smiled and followed the two of them, continuing to walk along the river. Qin Pingon said, when it comes to appearances, I hope that Sir Lu can dispel my doubts. Even if I already have the answer in my heart, I hope that Sir Lu's answer can be verified and matched. Qi Jinglong nodded. Rather than saying that the fist is the reason, it is better to say that there is a difference in order. The fist is big, but it only belongs to the latter. There is still a key truth hidden in front. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes but did not speak. Qi Jinglong continued with a straight face. What is truly powerful is the rules. Knowing these and being able to use them. Is the emperor a strong person? But why is it that everywhere in the world, there are cases of countries being torn apart and mountains and rivers being destroyed? Why is it that some people have good endings and some people do not? The immortal master of the records of the immortal mansion, the son of the world's great clan, the grandson of the rich, are they strong people? Once you stretch out a vein, look at the founding emperors of the past dynasties, the person who founded their sect, the first person on the ancestral hall's ancestral record. How did they build up their family business? Because these existences are not truly powerful. They only rose because of the rules and the general trend, and then were destroyed because they did not conform to the rules. They are like a flash in the pan that does not last long, like a cultivator who does not live forever. Then Qi Jinglong narrated his own views to the two outsiders who had met for the first time. First, to truly understand the rules, to know the strength and complexity of the rules, the more the better, and under the rules and regulations, all kinds of omissions. Second, to abide by the rules, or to be more precise, to rely on the rules. For example, the foolishly loyal officials, the restless military generals in the frontier towns. Third, to set the rules yourself. Of course, you can also break the rules. Fourth, to uphold the rules. Peddlers, emperors, generals and ministers, cultivators in the mountains and lakes, immortal masters of the records, ghosts and demons, there were no exceptions. During this period, the truly powerful rules would protect countless weak people. Of course, this rule was very complicated. It was created on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, in the imperial court, in the Jianghu, in the marketplace and in the countryside. Therefore, the emperor had to rely on the principle that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat. The cultivators on the mountain had to be afraid of the unexpected. The martial artists who usurped the throne had to worry about being in the wrong position. The people in the Jianghu had to tirelessly pursue fame and reputation, and the businessmen had to pursue a golden signboard. Therefore, the nascent soul cultivators wanted to integrate with the Tao, the immortal cultivators wanted to be real, and the ascendant cultivators wanted the Tao of heaven and earth to acquiesce. They wanted the sages of the three sects to sincerely not feel that it was conflicting with their Tao of the three sects, but to make way for them to continue ascending. Sui Jingqing was confused and did not dare to speak casually. She clenched the mountain-traveling staff tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. She just secretly glanced at the senior in the green robe and bamboo hat next to her. He still looked calm. Qin Pingon asked, about the purpose of the three sects, does Mr. Lu have any understanding? Qi Jinglong said, some, but it's still very simple. Buddhism is not stubborn, and it pursues that everyone has no butcher's knife in their hands. Why is there a difference between Hinayana and Mahayana? It's because the way of the world is not very good. It's not enough to cross by oneself, so we have to cross people. Taoism seeks peace. If everyone in the world can be peaceful and have no desires, it will naturally be a peaceful world where everyone has no worries. Unfortunately, the Tao ancestors' Tao skills are too high. It's really good, but it's a pity that when the wisdom of the people is not fully developed, smart people will do smart things and the Tao skills will be empty. Buddhism is vast and boundless, and it can almost cover the sea of bitterness. Unfortunately, the monks who pass on the teachings may not be able to get the right Tao. In the eyes of Taoism, there are no outsiders. Even if chickens and dogs rise to heaven, how many can they take away? Only Confucianism is the most difficult. The principles in the books are intertwined. Although it's generally like the shade of a big tree, if you really want to look up, it seems like there are fights everywhere and it's easy to feel like falling into the clouds. Qin Pingon nodded and asked, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Lu is not a disciple of Confucianism. Then, on the path of cultivation, are you pursuing all the laws in the world do not restrict me, or following my heart and not violating the rules?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "The former is one reason why it's hard to find. I'm also not particularly willing, so it's the latter." Previously, Mr. Lu said that the original mind does not change, but the principles change. He said it very well. People are changing and the world is changing. Even the old saying of unmoving like a mountain is actually changing. So Mr. Lu said, following your heart and not violating the rules. It has always been the sage realm that Confucianism has highly praised. Unfortunately, in the end, it's still a kind of limited freedom. On the other hand, many cultivators on the mountain, especially those who are closer to the peak, are tirelessly pursuing absolute freedom. It's not that I think these people are bad people. It's not that simple. In fact, those who can really achieve absolute freedom are the real powerhouses. Qi Jinglong said with emotion, "These powerhouses who enjoy absolute freedom without exception have extremely tenacious minds and extremely tyrannical cultivation. In other words, their cultivation has reached the peak." After Qin Pingon got the answer, he asked a question that he couldn't ask when he was with Sui Jingqing. If the world is a table and stool with loose rules, and the cultivator is no longer within the circle of the table and stool, what should be done? Qi Jinglong said without hesitation, "First, support it. If you have the heart and the strength, then you can be careful and hammer a nail or two or squat to the side and mend it." Qi Jinglong said with emotion. He looked at the rolling river and sighed, "Immortality is certainly a very amazing thing, but is it really a very interesting thing? I don't think so. Not only good people could be reasonable. In fact, bad people could be even better at it. In order to avoid battle and survive, the Lord of Tsongyun Lake controlled the Sea of Clouds and put on a posture of flooding the territory. Qin Pingon was afraid of breaking the vases and could only withdraw. This was the Lord of the Lake's principle. Qin Pingon had to listen. In the disturbance of the pavilion, Sui Jingqing bet that Qin Pingon would always tail them. This was also Sui Jingqing's principle. Qin Pingon was also listening. In the pavilion, old Assistant Minister Sui Xinyu and River Flood Dragon Yang Yuan, two people with different identities, subconsciously said a sentence with roughly the same meaning. Sui Xinyu said, "This is the territory of Wuling Kingdom," reminding the group of Jianghu bandits not to commit crimes. This was the invisible protection of the rules. And this rule implied the dignity of the Emperor of Wuling Kingdom and the Imperial Court, the loyalty of Jianghu, especially the fist of the first person of Wuling Kingdom, Wang Dan. In the territory of Jinfu Kingdom, before and after the small town on the top of Towering Peak, Qin Pingon did not intervene twice. A sword Immortal silently watched, which was equivalent to acknowledging Qin Pingon's principle. So Qin Pingon survived both times. Previously in Escort City, a golden-bodied god of the Fire God Temple had chosen to sacrifice himself for Qin Pingon, even though he knew it was meaningless. Because what Qin Pingon did, the Fire God Temple felt that it was reasonable, it was the rule. Was Tongyi Sex Du Mao's fist big? But when he wanted to leave Tongyi continent, he also needed to follow the rules or take advantage of the loopholes in the rules, to be able to walk to Aquarius continent. Was Wuling Kingdom's Jianghu Hu Xinfeng's fist small? But before he died, he said the rule of not harming the family. Why did he say so? Because this was the rule of Wuling Kingdom. Since Hu Xinfeng said so, naturally this rule year after year had protected countless old, young women and children in Jianghu. Why was it that every new Jianghu person who showed off their ability always bumped into trouble? Even if they finally killed their way out, they still had to pay a higher price. Because this was the rule's silent reward to their fist. And these Jianghu people who were lucky enough to reach the top sooner or later, would automatically become old people who followed the rules, become old Jianghu people who followed the rules. There was a riverside pavilion in front of them. Qin Pingon stopped, clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for answering my question." Qi Jinglong smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for acknowledging this." Qin Pingon shook his head, his eyes clear, and said sincerely, There are many things that I do not think as thoroughly as Mr. Lu. Qi Jinglong waved his hand. What you think and what you do are two different matters. Qin Pingon hesitated and asked probingly, "Can I treat you to a drink?" Qi Jinglong thought and shook his head helplessly. "I never drink." Qin Pingon was slightly embarrassed. Sui Jingqing felt that this scene was more interesting than the two talking about high up in the clouds and low down in the mud. Qin Pingon grabbed that person's arm. "It's fine as long as you drink once, you will not be restricted by the world." Qi Jinglong said awkwardly, Fine, Mr. Qin can drink, I can drink tea." The three came to the waterside pavilion that protruded from the shore and was above the river. Both sides sat on the bench facing each other as the river breeze blew. Sui Jingqing held the mountain walking staff and stood outside the waterside pavilion. He did not enter. Qi Jinglong explained, "I have a friend called Lu Zhua, a disciple of Sisao Villa's senior Wang Dun. He sent me a letter saying that I might get along well with you, so I came to try my luck." Qin Pingon took off his bamboo hat and put it aside. He nodded. "How did you fight with that Taoist woman on Shili Mountain? I feel that you two should hit it off. Even if you did not become friends, you should not have had a life and death battle." Qi Jinglong smiled. "It's just a misunderstanding. She met a group of evil cultivators at the foot of the mountain and wanted to kill them all. I felt that some of them did not deserve death, so I stopped her. Then this battle on Shili Mountain happened. It's actually a small matter, but no matter how small it is between me and her, we are not willing to take half a step back. That's why this inexplicable battle of the Great Tao took shape." Qi Jinglong asked, "Why, are you friends with her?" Qin Pingon nodded. "We used to train in a blessed land." Qi Jinglong joked, "You won't stand up for your friend and beat me up, will you?" Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. "Who said that friends must do the right thing their whole lives? Even the extremely respected senior Song Yufan wanted to kill the fox demon with a sword in the dilapidated temple back then, with the reason that he had killed 100 mountain spirits and ghosts and wronged one at most. If he did not use his sword, would he have left a scourge behind?" Qin Pingon stopped him at that time and even blocked Senior Song's sword. As for Gu Ken of the Book Lake, there was no need to talk about her. There were many reasons that could calm one's heart, but there were also many reasons that could make one falter. Outside the waterside pavilion, there were signs of rain again. The river surface was foggy. Qi Jinglong said that he would only drink tea instead of wine, but that was just an excuse. This was because he never had anything close to him. Therefore, every time he went down the mountain, he only had his intrinsic flying sword to accompany him. Qin Pingon saw that he was unwilling to drink and felt that he was not persuading him to drink. He did not force him to make an exception. Qi Jinglong looked at the river surface and smiled. "It's drizzling and the clouds are hard to disperse." Qin Pingon drank his wine and turned to look. "There will always be a sunny day after the rain." Qi Jinglong nodded and looked up. "But I'm afraid the weather will change." Qin Pingon smiled. "There are 2 small waterside pavilions. Perhaps there will be 3 people outside the waterside pavilions. Besides, the world is vast. What's there to be afraid of?" Qi Jinglong sat upright and still with his hands gently placed on his knees. His eyes lit up as he stretched out his hand. "Bring me the wine." Qin Pingon threw a pot of wine over and sat cross-legged. He smiled brightly. "Take this pot of wine as a preemptive celebration for Mr. Lu's breakthrough to the upper 5 realms. I gained a lot from the battle with her on Julie Mountain. There is indeed some hope." Qi Jinglong sat cross-legged like the other person and took a sip of wine. He frowned. It was right not to drink wine. Qin Pingon smiled. "Wait until you drink a few more pots of wine. If you still don't like it, I'll take it as my loss." Qi Jinglong shook his head and drank 2 more small sips. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "How old is Mr. Lu this year?" Qi Jinglong smiled. "In the marketplace of the mortal world, I'd be in my 80s. Sui Jingqing, who was outside the waterside pavilion, was speechless. Senior had told her about the approximate realms of the immortals on the mountain. How could such a young man be half of the Jade primitive realm? It was strange but not strange. Because the scholar, in the waterside pavilion, was the land dragon of the North Continent, Lu Jinglong, a sword cultivator. He was an existence that made the world's strongest martial artist of the 6th realm, Yang Ningzhen, feel despair. Qin Pingon thought for a while and nodded. Impressive, impressive. Qi Jinglong's expression was strange. He took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. He smiled. You're not even 30 years old, yet you're scolding me? Sui Jingqing seemed to have been reduced to the foxy woman she met by chance and was struck by lightning. She turned to look at the waterside pavilion and asked blankly, Senior, didn't you say you were 300 years old? Qin Pingon blinked. Did I say that? Sui Jingqing pulled a long face and said in a low voice, at least twice. Qin Pingon took a sip of wine. That's not very nice. Qi Jinglong also took a sip of wine. He looked at the green-robed swordsman opposite him and glanced at the woman outside. He smiled and said, It's not very nice. "524. There was a small boat on the river. The wind was blowing and the rain was falling. An old fisherman was sitting at the bow of the boat, drinking wine with his head raised. Behind him were two beautiful singers in thin clothes. One of them was holding a pipa, playing noisily while the other was holding a red-toothed board. Their voices were mellow. It seemed noisy, but in fact there was order in the chaos, complementing each other. The master and servant on the boat were all cultivators. A Qi refinement warrior flew across the river and took out an instrument. The treasure light firefly was like a white chain. It smashed towards the small boat and scolded, So noisy. Why are you drinking and pretending to be a master? This river is enough for you to drink. You don't even have to spend money. In the end, the old fisherman raised his arm and shook his sleeve gently. Not only did the aggressive white chain not overturn the small boat, it actually crashed into the fisherman's sleeve. It buzzed for a moment and soon returned to silence. The Qi refinement warrior was grief-stricken. He suddenly stopped and begged, Old Immortal, give me back my flying sword. The old fisherman sneered, Kowtow and beg me. The Qi refinement warrior landed on the river without saying a word. He used the river as the ground and kowtowed loudly, splashing water everywhere. The small boat shot into the distance like an arrow. Only after the blind dog kowtowed 3 times did the old fisherman shake his sleeve and toss out a snow-white sword pellet. He grabbed it gently and tossed it behind him. After the sword cultivator put away his lifeblood sword pellet, he flew a long distance away and laughed loudly, Old man, if those 2 girls are your daughters, I'll be your son-in-law. 1 isn't too little, 2 isn't too much. One of the young girls holding a pipa sneered. She suddenly plucked the strings forcefully like the wind and rain. The river surface behind the small boat exploded into a huge ravine, which extended all the way to the sword cultivator of Sea Viewing Realm. The sword cultivator saw that the situation was not good, so he rode on the wind and was about to leave the river surface. Unexpectedly, the graceful woman holding the red fong board gently raised her hand and patted gently. A red fong board dharma image as big as a mountain fell from the rain curtain in the sky, smashing the sword cultivator's head and slamming him into the river. The poor sword cultivator only managed to climb ashore after the small boat was more than 10 miles away. He looked up at the sky and panted heavily. He no longer dared to provoke the 3 people on the small boat. Since it was raining, Sui Jingqing sat in the waterside pavilion. After a moment of hesitation, she did not take down the hedge. Instead, she turned to look at the painting of a fisherman on the river. As for the battle between the immortals, Sui Jingqing did not have much of an emotional fluctuation after experiencing 2 life and death crises. Qin Pingon only glanced at the surface of the river before retracting his gaze. After all, this was the North Continent. If it was the Aquarius Continent or the Tongyi Continent, the sword cultivator would not make a move, and even if they did, the fisherman would not return the flying sword. Qi Jinglong didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Perhaps he was quietly waiting for the rain to stop before bidding farewell. Qin Pingon asked, Mr. Liu is a swordsman, yet you're so thoughtful about human affairs. Won't that affect your cultivation? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, Of course it will. This is the difference between me and the other 2. My aptitude is similar to theirs. Although there is a difference in opportunity, in the end I still lost in the matter of being distracted. One of them even advised me to think less about the matters outside the mountain and focus on practicing my sword. It won't be too late to think about it after I reach the upper 5 states. Qin Pingon smiled and said, today's gains and losses may be tomorrow's gains and losses. Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded, I'll take your auspicious words. Qin Pingon asked seriously, Mr. Liu, are you thinking about these external affairs because of your own feelings? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, I'm from an ordinary background. I'm just a commoner. However, I've liked to read books since I was young. After I went up the mountain, it was hard to change my habits. On the path of cultivation, it was very lonely. I had to find something to do. Furthermore, as a cultivator, I have some advantages. For example, my memory has become better and I don't have to worry about the money to buy books. Every time I go down the mountain to travel, I will buy some books on the way back. Qin Pingon asked, Mr. Liu, do you have any conclusions about the good and evil in people's hearts? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, I don't have any for now. If you want to understand the good and evil in people's hearts, if you have a line of good and evil in the beginning, it's very easy to confuse yourself. It'll be very difficult for your later studies to be neutral and peaceful. Qin Pingon sighed and said, yes, mixed with personal feelings, it'll be biased. Qi Jinglong said, as your studies become more and more profound, this slight bias is like the source of a small stream. Perhaps in the end, it will become a great blasphemy into the sea. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly and said, Mr. Liu, you've solved another puzzle for me. Qi Jinglong didn't ask any more questions. Qin Pingon stood up and looked at the turbulent river outside the waterside pavilion. The surging waters of the east were reluctant to part with day and night. This was the reason why Qin Pingon decided to refine Chu Yi. Of course, Gao Qing was very powerful. He was the kind of powerhouse who pursued absolute freedom. Putting aside Gao Cheng's original intention, regardless of whether it was his ambition or his ambition, there was one thing that Qin Pingon saw, an extremely subtle vein. Qin Pingon had once been a god who determined whether a person was good or evil in the Dragon Palace of Tsongyun Lake. Therefore, Qin Pingon was even more certain of one thing. In addition, he had met Yang Ningxing at the Skeleton Beach. This young Daoist from Zhou Agency's Cloud Palace was a scholar who had transformed from a mustard seed of evil. The two added together. As he continued to review the game, Qin Pingon became more and more certain of a conclusion. Gao Qing was far from having the temperament to become the master of a small Fengdu. At least he didn't have it yet. Of course, Qin Pingon didn't have it himself. However, Qin Pingon could roughly see and guess the evil atmosphere that height should have. Now Gao Qing still had a person's likes and dislikes. The city lord of Jingguan City still had resentment in his heart and was still obsessed with that me. Even if these were extremely small, so what if they were as small as a mustard seed? They still existed. After so many years, they were still deeply rooted in Gao Cheng's state of mind. Therefore, once Gao Qing became the master of the entire brand new small Fengdu, he would become the god of a large world. The slight deviation in Gao Cheng's state of mind would increase as the scale of the small Fengdu expanded and Gao Cheng's divine throne became higher and higher. As the river of time continued to flow and the small Fengdu's ghostly increase, there would be more and more deviations to the point of infinity. This was what Qi Jinglong said about the stream becoming a great blasphemy. Perhaps Gao Qing would have the chance to correct those slight deviations when his realm was higher. However, this was only a perhaps. Moreover, the battle of the Great Dao should have the boldness of a battle of the Great Dao. If Gao Qing had failed in the fight for the flying sword at the beginning, there would have been no subsequent pursuit and traps. If he had only appeared and said that last sentence, Qin Pingon might have really been willing to wait and see. He would have waited until he finished walking through the North Continent before deciding whether to make a trip to Jingguan City at the Skeleton Beach. Qin Pingon actually felt that there were only two people who had the best chance of doing such a thing well. Tong Yi Continent, the old monastery head of the monastery. He was not even Gentleman Zhong Kue, at least not for the time being. Treasure Vase Continent Cui Dong. He was not even Cui Dongshan. The latter two happened to be people close to Qin Pingon. He did not have a good impression of the first two. This was also because he was helpless in the affairs of the world. If they did not become friends, everything would be good. If they did not become enemies, everything would be wrong. If a friend was wrong, one should advise. If an enemy was good, one should learn. It was all about cultivating the mind. It was the same on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The drizzle gradually stopped. Qin Pingon asked, Mr. Lu, can you walk with us for a while longer? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, of course. Before leaving the waterside pavilion, Qin Pingon asked, so Mr. Lu, you're not talking about good and evil so that you can get closer to the essence of good and evil? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, that's right. Qin Pingon bowed to the cultivator of the North Continent who he had met by chance with Confucian etiquette. If Mr. Wenxing was here and heard that this person had comprehended the truth, he would be very happy. Even if Qi Jinglong was not a Confucian disciple. Qi Jinglong also hurriedly got up and bowed back. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the cultured and elegant cultivator in front of him. Qin Pingon hoped that Chao Qinglang of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land could become such a person in the future. They did not have to be completely similar, just a little bit would be enough. No one had to become another person because it was something that could not be done and there was no need for it. Just like how Qin Pingon did not want Pei Qian to become him. Pei Qian was in his hometown studying hard and growing up slowly. What was wrong with that? Moreover, Pei Qian had already done better than Qin Pingon had imagined. Pei Qian had actually been learning the word, rules. Qin Pingon never felt that Pei Qian was idling around and wasting his time. Afraid of suffering, afraid of pain when practicing martial arts? Did not matter. As his master, he had become the strongest Realm 5 martial artist in the world. Then he would fight for the strongest Realm 6. Once he obtained the martial arts fate, he would give it to his first disciple. Wasn't Pei Qian also studying and practicing martial arts? Sui Jingqing looked at the unfamiliar senior. The senior and half a Dao protector taught her how to deal with people and sharpen her knowledge. He would learn from others. The senior preferred the latter. Sui Jingqing was a little sad. She originally thought that the senior was far away, but now he was slightly closer. But in fact, the senior had been rushing on the path of cultivation, while she had been moving slowly. One day she would not even be able to see his back. Even if the two of them met again in the future after a long separation, what could they talk about when they stood together? Sui Jingqing did not know. They were still some distance away from the Dragon Head Ferry, so the three of them walked slowly. Qin Pingon asked about the Great Seal capital. Qi Jinglong said, a storm is coming. The Sword Immortal of Ape Chatter Mountain Gu, and the Realm 10 martial artist in charge of the Great Seal martial arts fate have not fought yet. Once they fight, it will cause a huge commotion. So this time, the saints of the academy left and invited a few experts to watch the battle, so as to prevent the two sides from fighting and harming the people. As for the life and death of both sides, don't worry about it. Qin Pingon asked, is there any big news from the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent? Qi Jinglong sighed. The Dali cavalry continues to go south and there are some changes in the rear. Many people with lofty ideals who have been destroyed are rising up and fighting for justice. This is right and no one can criticize it. But many innocent people have died and this is wrong. Although both sides have their reasons, this kind of tragedy is inevitable, but Qin Pingon said, there is nothing we can do. Qi Jinglong nodded. Qi Jinglong thought of something and said with a smile, Heavenly Lord Xia of the North Continent has already accepted 3 challenges. Qin Pingon thought for a while and shook his head, it's hard to lose. Qi Jinglong said, indeed he has never lost. After all, Heavenly Lord Qi of the Aquarius continent is destined not to fight. Among the 3 battles, the challenge of the Wind Snow Temple Sword Immortal Wei Jin was the most eye-catching. Although Wei Jin lost, such a young sword cultivator will definitely have great achievements in the future. But I heard that he has already gone to the inverted hanging mountain and will be practicing the sword at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So I think that the greater the achievements of such a sword cultivator, the better. Qin Pingon smiled. Qi Jinglong asked curiously, have you met him? Qin Pingon said, once. At that time Wei Jin looked at Qin Pingon indifferently. But Qin Pingon still felt that he was a good person and a sword immortal. After so many years he understood Wei Jin's strength better. Qi Jinglong was silent for a moment. Oh right, there is another important matter. Except for the cloud-pinning mountain, the other 4 peaks of Dali have been conferred. Qin Pingon's heart moved. Refining the life item of the 5 elements. Cui Dongshan carried a small hoe and dug out 5 big bags of Dali's 5-colored soil. Once the refinement was successful, It would be possible to create a great layout where mountains and rivers were interdependent. Many choices on the road of life would change. Like the matter of refining Dali's 5-colored soil, Qin Pingon was the first to give up. But after 2 heart-to-heart talks with Cui Dongshan and Cui Dong, Qin Pingon became abnormally determined. Even on the cross-continent ferry to the North Continent, Qin Pingon still did not change his mind after seeing the vicious woman who changed from Empress Dali to Empress Dowager Dali. So now in front of Qin Pingon there were 2 choices. One was to take the Dragon Head ferry and escort Sui Jingqing to the Skeleton Beach and refine the 5-colored soil there. It was safe but time-consuming. The other was to not delay the journey to Great Blasphemy. He had to find an Immortal inn with abundant spiritual energy near the Dragon Head ferry, or take a slight detour to a secluded mountain and swamp where few people would go to cultivate in seclusion. Qi Jinglong seemed to have sensed the change in Qin Pingon's mind. He hesitated and said with a smile, "I came down the mountain this time to chat with you. After chatting, I have nothing to do." Some people were more thoughtful when they helped others. Qin Pingon was the same. They were similar in their knowledge and conduct. They were kindred spirits. So Qin Pingon changed his cautious attitude and asked, "If I say that I want to refine a life item at the Dragon Head ferry and need someone to help me guard the pass, would Mr. Liu be willing?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Yes." Qin Pingon said again, "Maybe there will be a lot of commotion during the refining process. And I have some enemies in the North Continent such as the Golden Scale Palace of the Great Zhuan Dynasty." Qi Jinglong said, "It's a small matter." Qin Pingon slapped Qi Jinglong on the shoulder. "It's a pity that people like you don't like to drink." Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "Persuading people to drink is a very immoral thing." Qin Pingon could not help but laugh and said, "You can say this to an old man in the future. If there's a chance there's also a swordsman." Qi Jinglong shook his head. When they arrived at the Dragon Head ferry, they stayed in an Immortal inn full of spiritual energy. A plaque with the words Kingfisher hung on it. It was rare for Qin Pingon to be so generous. He directly asked for a heavenly mansion from the inn. There was even a lotus pond. The lotus leaves were as big as a plate. After the rain there was still lotus dew like white pearls. The fragrance of the breeze was refreshing. Every time Qi Jinglong went down the mountain to travel he would use an alias. When he was in a crowded place he would also use a camouflage. Immediately, Qi Jinglong moved a bench and sat by the lotus pond. Sui Jingqing followed suit. He removed the hedge and moved a bench. Holding the mountain walking stick in his hand he sat not far away and began to breathe in and out. There was a small boat tied to the pond. Qi Jinglong just quietly stared at the lotus pond. His hands gently clenched into fists and placed on his knees. Qin Pingon had already begun his closed-door training. Qi Jinglong was a Yuanying cultivator and also an Immortal master. In addition to reading and comprehending, Qi Jinglong cultivated on the mountain. The so-called distraction was only compared to the previous 2. Qi Jinglong actually learned a variety of things, but he was proficient in all of them. In the past, just by casually drawing a formation he was able to make Yang Ningzhen of the Zhou Xian agency's Yunshao Palace unable to break the formation. It should be known that Yang Ningzhen's spell realm at that time was higher than his brother Yang Ningzhen, who was also born with a Taoist embryo. Yang Ningzhen was so angry that he turned to martial arts. At the same time, it was equivalent to giving up the inheritance of the Zhou Xian agency's Yunshao Palace. However, it actually gave Yang Ningzhen a great future in martial arts. It could be said that it was a blessing in disguise. Therefore, Qi Jinglong was the most familiar with closed-door training. No matter how big Qin Pingon's movements were, no matter how turbulent the ripples of Qi activity were, it could not escape the house at all. Because Qi Jinglong was a sword cultivator. There were signs of rain again, but this time it should be a rainstorm. Sui Jingqing was a little uneasy. He interrupted his breathing and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, frowning. Qi Jinglong pretended not to know. Sui Jingqing murmured, "I heard a village proverb from a senior. A small summer rain is like silver, a big summer rain is like gold." Sui Jingqing said to himself, "I think this must be said by a scholar, and it must be the kind of scholar who is not very good at studying and is not very good at being an official." Qi Jinglong then opened his mouth and said, "That makes sense." Sui Jingqing stood up, leaning his mountain walking stick against the bench. He squatted by the lotus pond and asked, "Can the lotus leaves in the pond be picked at will?" Qi Jinglong nodded and said, "After spending so much money to stay here, picking a few lotus leaves is not a problem. But the spiritual qi in the lotus leaves is thin, and they can't be kept after plucking them." Sui Jingqing plucked a lotus leaf from the pond and sat back on the bench. He gently twisted it and raindrops splattered everywhere. Qi Jinglong said, "Mr. Chen's qi has been formed. Refining it should not be a big problem." Sui Jingqing turned and asked, "Is it really foolproof?" Qi Jinglong was a little helpless. How could he answer this question? Sui Jingqing turned and asked softly, "Senior, are you really that young?" Qi Jinglong looked into the distance and smiled. "My real age is naturally young, but my mental age is not young. There are many strange things in the world, and the blessed enclave is the strangest. Time passes slowly, and it is not like the human world, but it is more like the human world." So when Mr. Chen said he was 300 years old, he was not lying. The rainstorm came suddenly. Sui Jingqing went to get a hedge and a straw raincoat and sat by the pond in the rain. As for Qi Jinglong, he did not need to circulate his qi activity, and the rain did not invade. His sword heart moved slightly, and his sword will moved the sword qi. The raindrops the size of soybeans fell on the lotus leaf that Sui Jingqing had placed on the bench and spluttered loudly. Sui Jingqing's eyes suddenly widened. He could vaguely see a pair of mandarin ducks hiding under the lotus leaf in the lotus pond. Sui Jingqing's mood improved immediately. Qi Jinglong smiled. "That's a kind of spiritual bird sold in the spring dew garden in the Jimu mountain range. It is not an ordinary mandarin duck. It is wild and arrogant, and it is bred in the mountains. It can watch over the precious fish in the pond, and prevent them from being eaten by the strange beasts in the mountains." What a killjoy. Sui Jingqing's mood worsened immediately. Although Qi Jinglong was puzzled and did not know how he had offended her, he knew that he had said something wrong and did not say anything else. Late at night, Sui Jingqing had returned to his house, but the lights were on for the night. Qi Jinglong sat on the bench by the pond, motionless. Occasionally ripples of qi activity would leak out, but they were shattered by the sword qi and returned to the world. As for the phenomenon of Qin Pingon taking out the cauldron for refinement and bringing out the treasures, Qi Jinglong naturally would not allow anyone to pry into it with their spirit consciousness. For cultivators, refining their destiny items was of utmost importance as their lives were at stake. At noon the next day, Qin Pingon opened the door and walked out of his house with a pale face. Qi Jinglong sighed. Was it that exaggerated for a cultivator of the lower 5 realms to refine his destiny item? Be it the appearance of the cauldron, the rarity of the treasures, and the difficulty of refinement, wasn't it a little too unbelievable? It was not as though he was a Dragon Gate cultivator trying to break through to the Golden Core Earth Immortal realm. Qi Jinglong asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to drink a few mouthfuls of wine to calm your nerves?" "I'll drink after calming down." Qin Pingon saw that there was an empty bench beside the lotus pond. He sat there and turned to smile. "It's fine. I'm well prepared. There are still 2 more chances." He casually picked up a lotus leaf that had been knocked off the bench by the rain. Qi Jinglong pointed to his heart. "The key is here. Don't let anything go wrong. Otherwise, the so-called 2 chances, no matter how many treasures you have, will be useless." Qin Pingon nodded. "Of course. That's all I have. It's still acceptable." Qi Jinglong was relieved to see that he was not dejected at all. Sui Jingqing walked out of the house, but there was no place for her. Qin Pingon moved to one end of the bench while Sui Jingqing sat on the other end. Qin Pingon asked, "If there's any extra cost for plucking the lotus leaves, it'll have to be charged to the account." Sui Jingqing smiled. "Sure, it's just a few snowflakes. I'll charge to it." Qin Pingon turned to look at Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong was indifferent. "Don't drag me into your flirting." Qin Pingon could only explain. "Mr. Liu, you've misunderstood." Qi Jinglong smiled. "Okay, I'll take it that I've misunderstood." Qin Pingon sighed. He picked up the blade's strengthening gourd and drank silently. Qin Pingon thought of something. "The 3 cultivators on the small boat that we saw at the waterside pavilion are very famous in the North Continent?" Qi Jinglong said, "They're the same as Mr. Sword Urn who liked to nurture flying swords for people. They're one of the 10 weirdos of the North Continent. This person likes music and has collected many musical instruments and Dharma treasures. He's eccentric and drifts aimlessly. In the North Continent, many sects and immortals celebrate, such as the opening ceremony of a peak or the success of a great cultivator's breakthrough, to be able to invite more than 10 masters and disciples to play music at the banquet. The most recent gathering of masters and disciples was invited by the youngest sect master in the history of the North Continent. They appeared on the back of a green cliff in a small grotto heaven of the Qingliang sect. Qin Pingon nodded. After about half an hour, Qin Pingon returned to the house without saying a word. Sui Jingqing had nothing to do. She continued to twist the lotus leaf that was still green. Qi Jinglong said, "Do you mind if I say something about your cultivation of Dao? I didn't mean to check. It's just that your breathing and qi movement feels familiar to me." Sui Jingqing shook her head. "I mind." She turned her head and glanced at the house. She said softly, "Mr. Liu, tell me about it." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "The breathing and dharma that you cultivate is very similar to the Taixia progenitor, Immortal Master Li Kuang, one of the direct disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal." Sui Jingqing was confused. "Mr. Liu, wait a minute. Although I don't know many of the rules on the mountain, I followed you all the way here. I know that the Daoist Immortal is only an Earth Immortal. However, the progenitor is at least the Jade Pure state of the upper 5 states. Is it because Immortal Master Li Kuang's talent is too good? The student has surpassed the master by too much?" Qi Jinglong laughed as he shook his head. "This is an interesting story from the North Continent. That Jinren Fire Dragon is a heavenly master with an external surname from the Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Middle Plains. There are some rumors. Forget it, this is not something to talk about. I shall not mention it. Anyway, this old immortal has an extremely high level of attainment. However, he has been guarding the title of immortal. Rumor has it that he likes to sleep and cultivate in his dreams. It's very mysterious. Li Yu is one of the direct disciples of the Fire Dragon Immortal. As the old immortal takes in disciples as he pleases, he doesn't look at their potential or their roots. Anyway, he will bring 1 or 2 disciples back every time he goes down the mountain. As a result, there are about 40 to 50 direct disciples in the ancestral hall. In the long years, there are people like Immortal Master Li Yu who became Daoist progenitor. However, most of them died of old age at various bottlenecks from the cave realm to the nascent soul realm. Now there are more than 20 direct disciples on the mountain who continue to cultivate. Therefore, there is a huge difference in age and attainment between cultivators of the same generation. However, this Taixia progenitor has been in seclusion for many years. However, her lineage has spread and she has the most disciples on the mountain. There are more than 100 disciples of the 3rd generation after her. Sui Jingqing's expression changed slightly. Senior once pointed out the seal script of the 3 golden hairpins. One of them was Taixia Ghost Slayer. Sui Jingqing quickly calmed himself down. He was in a dilemma. Qi Jinglong turned and glanced at Sui Jingqing with a complicated expression. "Forget it. Some things should be seen through but not exposed. Mr. Qin will have to worry about the final result." Sui Jingqing's Dao foundation was actually not that simple. He must be the disciple that Immortal Master Li Yu, the Taixia progenitor, had taken in. Could even be said that the possibility was both high and low. This was because before Li Yu went into seclusion, she had already taken in a disciple with excellent roots. Although he was not yet 40 years old, he was a candidate for the next top 10 youths of the North Continent. The cultivators on the mountain, the higher they were, the more careful they were when it came to the status of master and disciple. Moreover, Mr. Qin was not a real Earth Immortal sword cultivator and had yet to see through the hidden secrets of Sui Jingqing. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. In any case, based on the faint sword will on Sui Jingqing's body, Qi Jinglong could roughly guess some clues. This kind of cultivation method was too dangerous and troublesome. If it was not handled properly, it would affect the foundation of the Dao. Qi Jinglong could even follow this vein and the complicated relationships between some of the great cultivators of the North Continent to draw more conclusions. However, there were many things on the mountain that could not be revealed. As for the progenitor's disciple, Gu Mo, Qi Jinglong had met her once during his travels. She was indeed very talented, but her temper was not very good. The Taishao lineage had always been like this. They were fearless when they went down the mountain to slay demons and devils. Death was nothing to them. As long as they were in the right, even if they were facing cultivators who were 2 or 3 levels higher than them, all the external heavenly masters of the Taishao lineage would still attack. In history there had been earth immortal cultivators and even sword immortals of the upper 5 levels who casually killed those ignorant Daoist cultivators. Most of them thought that they were silent, but without exception most of them were killed by the Taishao progenitor or her senior and junior brothers. If there was a great cultivator on the mountain peak who could even block them, it was fine. In the 1,000 years of history, the fire dragon immortal had gone down the mountain twice. The first time he killed a 12th level military cultivator. The second time he killed a 12th level sword immortal who thought that he could protect himself. From the beginning to the end the old immortal was unscathed. Even the battle on the mountain peak that should have changed the color of heaven and earth was not affected at all. The sun and moon alternated and the day and night alternated. When Qin Pingon walked out of the house for the second time, Sui Jingqing immediately followed him out of his house. Qi Jinglong did not speak this time. Qin Pingon was still sitting on the bench. The lotus leaf placed on the bench was showing signs of withering after its spiritual energy dissipated. Its color was not as moist and full as before. Sui Jingqing did not sit on the bench but stood not far away. She was slim and graceful like a hibiscus. Qin Pingon held the blade strengthening gourd and drank wine. He smiled and said, "Don't worry." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "If you're not worried, why should I be?" Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Qi Jinglong's answer was concise and to the point. "You're welcome." Qin Pingon asked, "Mr. Liu, do you have your own understanding of the so-called heart monkey subduing in Buddhism?" Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, "It's superficial and not worth mentioning. I'll tell you if I think of something better in the future." Qin Pingon said, "I once met an enlightened monk, so I have some ideas. Let's talk about it casually." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "That's for the best." Qin Pingon stood up and stretched out a hand. His 5 fingers were like hooks and did not move at all, as if he was restraining something. "Does this count as subduing?" Qi Jinglong thought for a moment and shook his head. "If it's like this at the beginning, it's definitely not. If it's the final result, it's not perfect either." Qin Pingon nodded and then squatted down. He pressed his fingers against the bluestone ground beside the lotus pond and casually drew 2 extremely faint marks. Then he drew veins in all directions. Finally he stretched out his hand and wiped them all. However, he did not completely wipe them out, leaving behind intermittent fine scratches. Qi Jinglong asked, "Is this our state of mind? The heart monkey gallops everywhere. It seems to be returning to its original place, but as long as we're not careful, there will be traces of the heart that have not been truly wiped clean." Qin Pingon did not say anything. He went to the pond and scooped up a small handful of water with his right hand. He stood near the center of the circle and gently squeezed out a drop of water with his left hand and dripped it on the center of the circle. Qi Jinglong stared at it. He squatted down again and wiped it gently with one hand. The bluestone ground seemed to be free of water stains. However, there were still some fine traces of water that spread in all directions. Moreover, they were of different lengths and distances. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. "Mr. Liu is right." Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. "But when the heart monkey gallops past, will there definitely be traces left behind? Won't there be snow footprints that will completely melt after exposure to the sun?" Then both of them fell into deep thought. Sui Jingqing squatted near Qin Pingon and opened her eyes wide, trying to see something. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to be like this all the time? When she raised her head, she realized that the senior had glanced at her. She sat on the bench and put on an "I think I know everything" look. Qin Pingon patted his head and threw away the water in his hand. He twisted his wrist and the Buddhist scripture made of bluestone paper appeared in his hand. He stood up and handed it to Qi Jinglong. "I don't know Sanskrit. Can you take a look and see which Buddhist scripture this chapter is from?" Qi Jinglong took the page of Buddhist scripture and smiled. "Chapter? This is a complete Buddhist scripture." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment and sat aside. Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. "I'll tell you more about the content. In the future you can go to the temple and ask the monks yourself. Remember to keep it well. Qin Pingon kept the page. The Buddhist scripture. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. That's good. Although you don't know the Buddhist scripture, you can still copy it to calm your mind. Qi Jinglong nodded. Qin Pingon stood up and was about to go to the house to copy the scripture. Sui Jingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon said, "It's okay." Sui Jingqing's eyes were red. Qin Pingon said seriously, "Don't think that you can go back on your word just like that." Sui Jingqing glared at him, turned her waist and sat on the bench. Qi Jinglong had been looking straight ahead. He blinked and thought, Mr. Qin is a master. Could I ask for some advice? After all, the female cultivators inside and outside the sect, on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, made Qi Jinglong feel guilty. This was the trouble of being reasonable everywhere. It would not affect the cultivation of the great Tao and the clarity of the sword heart, but it was still a regret because of him. He was fine but they were not. It was not good. On this day after Qin Pingon finished copying the scripture, he continued to cultivate in seclusion and began to light the fire for the 5-colored golden chamber stove. It was the last time he refined the 5-colored soil of Dali Mountain. That night, Qi Jinglong was resting with his eyes closed. Sui Jingqing was in a daze. Qi Jinglong opened his eyes, turned his head and said softly, "Why are you distracted? The great Tao is the key. So what if you trust others once? Is it good to be alone every time?" The slightly chaotic ripples in the house calmed down. Sui Jingqing was a little flustered. An enemy attack? Is it the Immortal from the Golden Scale Palace? Qi Jinglong shook his head but did not say anything. A white rainbow sword gleam and a dazzling stream of light swept from the end of the sky. The momentum was enough to alarm the entire Green Oriole Kingdom's dragon head fairy. Almost all the cultivators in the inn took a look. Everyone who was strolling or chatting in the courtyard returned to their houses. The sword gleam landed on the opposite side of the lotus pond, and the dazzling stream of light landed on the lotus leaves of the lotus pond. The female cultivator Gu Mo, the disciple of Taixia progenitor Li Yu, was wearing the unique Daoist robe of Mount Longhu. There were bright red clouds embroidered on the robe, flowing slowly and overflowing with brilliance. The Daoist robe, Taixia, was one of the items that made Taixia progenitor Li Yu famous. The other person was an outstanding nascent soul sword cultivator, but he was not the Qi cultivator from Venerable Fiery Dragon's Mountain. As expected, Qi Jinglong understood. The cultivators on the mountain, especially the female cultivators, had their own boudoir friends. Taixia progenitor was no exception. That explained why the female sword immortal from the central part of the North Continent did not go to inverted Hanging Mountain. She should be waiting for her good friend Li Yu to succeed. When Gu Mo saw Qi Jinglong, she did not recognize the land dragon, Lu Jinglong, due to the difference in their realms. However, the nascent soul sword cultivator saw through the camouflage and smiled. Rong Chong from Floating Duckweed Sword Lake greets Mr. Lu. The owner of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Li Kai. Sui Jingqing's expression was a little strange. Why did she feel close and familiar when she saw the self-proclaimed sword cultivator of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake? She shook her head, dispelling the inexplicable ripple of emotions in her heart. She moved her feet and stood behind Qi Jinglong. Rong Chong saw this scene and could not help but laugh. He did not say anything. It was reasonable to turn a blind eye and listen to it so that he would not be superfluous and spoil the Tao. However, Rong Chang's heart felt heavy after meeting her after a long separation. Originally, there would not be so many twists and turns in the cultivation of Sui Jingqing. However, no one expected that Taixia progenitor Li Yu, who had a great chance of succeeding in the life and death juncture, and a great cultivator who had a close relationship with his master, had passed away. Therefore, Gu Mo, who was the most favored disciple of Li Kai, was in a terrible mood all the way to the south. There were a few devil's dens that had been haunted for many years. Her master's thunder technique could make the mountains collapse and the earth crack. If Rong Chong did not use his sword, she would have been in a desperate situation. After all, the opponent was a nascent soul realm great demon who was in a killing frenzy. Therefore, Gu Mo, who was seriously injured, still buried himself in the journey. He first went to Wuling country, then followed the clues back and rushed to Long Tu Ferry of Green Oriole Kingdom. He did not have time to rest. Rong Chong tried to persuade him twice but to no avail. He had to give up. After all, Guemo was not his master's disciple. After learning that Taisha progenitor had passed away, Rong Chong immediately sent a flying sword message to the calligraphy lake of the Aquarius continent that he had agreed with his master in advance. Then his master quickly sent a flying sword back to floating duckweed sword lake, asking him to protect the safety of the woman and not to have any more accidents. Otherwise he would be questioned. Rong Chong knew his master Li Kai's temper very well. This was definitely not something she said out of anger. His master's temper was very simple. There was no need for the disciples to guess. For example, Rong Chong could not enter the upper 5 realms. Li Kai did not like him. Every time she saw him she would teach him a lesson. Even if Rong Chong was just flying back and forth on his sword, as long as his master did not see him when she was enjoying the scenery, he would be cut down by her sword. After all, it was a big deal. Although Guemo was in a bad mood, he still followed the agreement with Rong Chong of floating duckweed sword lake and said to the woman, "You are Sui Jingqing, right? You can be considered a registered disciple of my master Taisha progenitor. From now on, you will have a protector on your path of cultivation, and that protector will be me, Guemo. But don't worry, other than teaching you a sword technique, you can go anywhere you want. No one will restrict you and I am no exception. From now on, the bamboo robe you're wearing will officially belong to you. However, you must take out one of the 3 golden hairpins, the Taixia Ghost Slayer. The sect will make other arrangements in the future. However, I will use other magical weapons to exchange with you. The quality will be the same." As for Lu Jinglong, Guemo pretended not to see him and did not know him since he had used a camouflage technique. He heard that he was a strange person with high cultivation, great talent and great reputation, but was very fussy. Guemo was not willing to exchange pleasantries with him. Relationships? The Taisha progenitors' relationships were only with cultivators who had fought side by side. Even if you were a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, you could still be a guest on the mountain. Other than that, you were a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. What did that have to do with him? Sui Jingqing was stunned. She gritted her teeth and walked to Qi Jinglong. She asked carefully, "I want to go to the Aquarius continent to take a look. Can I?" Guemo, who was standing on the lotus leaf, glanced at Rong Chong behind him. Rong Chong smiled and said, "It's best to stay in the North Continent. Because if nothing unexpected happened, Master Li Kai was already on her way back to the North Continent." Sui Jingqing hurriedly took out the 3 golden hairpins. "I can return the 3 golden hairpins to you. If possible, I would like to cultivate with a senior. I mean if possible, but if Taisha progenitor doesn't agree and still wants me to be a registered disciple, can you let me complete a trip to the Aquarius continent? I will return to the North Continent myself and ask for forgiveness from the progenitor." Guemo was furious and said, "Cut the crap." Rong Chong was also in a difficult position. There was nothing wrong with the woman's words, but to Guemo, it hit the nail on the head. The death of a progenitor was a great misfortune in any sect, not to mention that Guemo was Li Yu's direct disciple. Qi Jinglong sighed and guessed that something must have happened to the Taisha progenitor. But Qi Jinglong still said calmly, "Let's talk nicely." Gumo's face was frosty as he stared at Qi Jinglong. "You're an outsider, what right do you have to interrupt?" Qi Jinglong's expression was normal as he said, "I have a friend who is now refining her natal item and is in a critical period. Miss Gu and Sword Immortal Rong should know. Can we sit down and talk?" Sui Jingqing nodded vigorously, still holding out her hand. She opened her palm and placed the 3 golden hairpins. Rong Chong suddenly frowned. "Please don't let it be that tribulation." That was a mountain pass that seemed to be the least dangerous but most intertwined. The failure of the Taisha progenitor's seclusion actually affected this woman's cultivation to a certain extent. If the woman in front of him was trapped in another tribulation, it would be one disaster after another. If that was the case, then Rong Chong could not stand by and do nothing. Some ripples in the heart lake could be suppressed in the early stages, but once the threads of love were allowed to flourish, how could it be cut off? If it was cut off, wouldn't it hurt the foundation of the Great Path? Qi Jinglong sighed and said softly, "The Great Path is difficult. More haste, less speed. Shouldn't you think more slowly? Wait a little while. I'm not making things difficult for you, right?" Guamo sneered. 2 hours or half a day? Qi Jinglong frowned but still said pleasantly, please wait until my friend is done refining. When the time comes, the three of you can discuss it. The one who tied the bell should untie it. Maybe compared to our hasty decision now, there will be a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. Rong Chong felt that Qi Jinglong's words were right. However, the tricky part was that the one who tied the bell should untie it. This was true. If that person did not know what was good for them and was unwilling to untie it, but instead tried to sow discord with words, given the woman's current state of mind, it would be no different from pulling the string again. The bell would only be harder to untie. Therefore, Rong Chong was in a difficult position. Guamo sneered. Why? Do you think you're in the right just because you're from a famous immortal family and have a high cultivation? I don't understand. You're an outsider, what right do you have to criticize us? Don't you feel ashamed? Qi Jinglong shook his head and said, now we're in a complicated situation. If you're really thinking for Sui Jingqing's future, shouldn't you listen to her voice? How can you be sure that your good intentions won't lead to bad things? At this point, there are so many hidden dangers that we can't escape or avoid. I believe that when my friend walks out of the house, she will listen to your reasoning. If she finally realizes that Miss Sui's reasoning is too small, and my reasoning is too biased, that's the best. If it's not right, we can discuss a solution. Only when the three of us understand this can we truly untie the knot in our hearts. Guamo said angrily, Lu Jinglong, aren't you annoying? Do you need to criticize us for such a small matter? She handed over the golden hairpins and left Long Tu Fairy with us. Other than the Aquarius continent, where else can't she go to? Sui Jingqing turned to look at the house, took a deep breath and said, I'll leave with you. Qi Jinglong suddenly turned and smiled. Are you worried about implicating Mr. Chen? Or have you really changed your mind? Sui Jingqing was on the verge of tears, clenching the 3 golden hairpins in her hands tightly. Qi Jinglong nodded and asked again, what if I say that as long as I, Qi Jinglong, am here, your senior can refine his natal item without worry? What will your decision be? This time I can give you a definite answer. I can guarantee that what happened in Mr. Chen's house was his own doing. Whether it succeeded or not, I don't dare to say anything. But tonight, as long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Sui Jingqing's eyes were hazy with tears. Even if I have to leave, I have to say goodbye to my senior. But I'm still afraid. Qi Jinglong turned and laughed. What are you afraid of? Do you really think that Mr. Chen and Mr. Lu's reasoning can't be eaten? Sui Jingqing looked flustered. Qi Jinglong shook his head. There are things that can't be done for the sake of things that can be done. Qi Jinglong looked at Guamo, who was laughing out of anger. I know that Miss Gu is not an unreasonable person. It's just that her Dao heart is not stable now, that's why she's acting like this. Qi Jinglong turned to look at the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake. I also know that sword Immortal Rong is worried and has good intentions. Guamo sneered. Oh, is there going to be a but? Qi Jinglong smiled and shook his head. I'm standing here. That's the but. There's no need for me to say it. Rong Chong thought for a moment. Just one sword. How about that? Qi Jinglong nodded and then looked away from Rong Chong. He shifted his gaze and looked at Guamo. He said expressionlessly, it's your turn now. Guamo was extremely shocked and turned his head abruptly. Rong Chong did not move at all. He smiled bitterly and said, indeed, both of you stopped after the battle at Jolly Mountain. At this moment, this nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword tomb seemed to be in a small world. That small world was made of countless pure sword intents. Qi Jinglong's intrinsic flying sword was called Rules. Its name came from a classic of a scholarly sage. However, almost no one in the North Continent knew what kind of intrinsic mystical power this strangely named flying sword had. Guamo gritted his teeth. His face was pale and his hands began to tremble. Qi Jinglong shouted softly, be calm and composed. Calm your heart and condense your qi. Don't act rashly. Guamo felt as if he had been shouted at. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. He looked at the green-robed sword cultivator with a complicated expression. At this moment, a young man who was wearing the same green robe as Qi Jinglong walked out of the house. I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting. "525. Dragon Gate Realm Cultivator Gu Mo and Floating Duckweed Sword Lakes Rong Chong looked at the young man who had just come out of seclusion. Gu Mo was a little surprised. It was unreasonable for a cultivator of the lower 5 realms to refine an intrinsic item to cause such a huge commotion. As a nascent soul sword cultivator, Rong Chong stood higher and could see further. He was not only surprised but also shocked. Qi Jinglong did not turn around. He put away the pocket world created by his intrinsic flying sword. When he attacked, the flying sword was nowhere to be seen. When he retracted his hand, the flying sword was still nowhere to be seen. Qi Jinglong said to Rong Chong, "I'm sorry for being rude." Rong Chong came from Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. With a sword immortal like Li Kai, it was difficult for the disciples to not be happy. Therefore he did not hold any grudges and said with a smile, "It's an honor to be able to personally experience Mr. Lu's intrinsic flying sword. If there's a chance in the future, let's find a place to spar." Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "As long as it's not on Rock Mountain." Qin Pingon walked to Qi Jinglong's side. When he brushed past Sui Jingqing, he said softly, "Don't worry." Sui Jingqing felt relieved. It was as though the senior's appearance made her feel more at ease than Mr. Lu's flying sword. Even though she now knew that the senior was actually a cultivator of the lower 5 realms whose cultivation level was temporarily inferior to Qi Jinglong's. Qin Pingon stood beside Qi Jinglong. "Thank you." Qi Jinglong said, "If you really want to thank me, don't persuade me to drink." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Don't mention it." Then Qi Jinglong gave a general explanation of the situation. Even though he knew the inside story, he naturally did not reveal it. Qin Pingon had to focus on refining his intrinsic item without any distractions. Therefore Qin Pingon was not aware of the conversation between Qi Jinglong and company. However, he could still vaguely sense the hostility at the Lotus Pond. Especially at the moment when Qi Jinglong took out his intrinsic flying sword, Qin Pingon could still clearly sense it even though he was immersed in it. However, due to his state of mind, it did not affect his refinement. Instead, it was similar to Qi Jinglong's support for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon turned to Sui Jingqing and said, "You go back to the house first. It's not good for you to know some things too early. Mr. Lu and I need to have a chat with Fairy Gu and Sword Immortal Rong. Remember not to eavesdrop. Don't play around when it concerns your great Dao." Sui Jingqing nodded and went straight to his house. Seeing this scene, Rong Chang's mood was somewhat solemn. After Sui Jingqing gently closed the door, Qin Pingon didn't wait for Qin Pingon to say anything as Qi Jinglong had already quietly set up a talisman array, isolating Sui Jingqing's room from sound and images. It was done casually and smoothly. It was extremely fast and stable. Qin Pingon also seemed to have no intention of reminding Qi Jinglong. When the door closed and Qi Jinglong drew the talisman, he had already looked towards the 2 immortal masters who had come together to look for Sui Jingqing. He asked, "Can Mr. Lu and I sit down and chat with you? We may not have any results for a while." Gu Mo nodded. "Up to you." Qin Pingon sat on the long bench behind Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong also sat down, but he moved slightly and no longer sat in the center position from before. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jinglong just stood up, reasoned with him, attacked and sheathed his sword. When the 2 of them sat down, Rong Chang's heart sank again. Why are these 2 men in green so compatible? The 2 of them sat on the long bench. Just by looking at the way they sat, there was a sense of, you follow the rules and I follow the rules. Regarding the Golden Core Sword Immortal with the surname Qin, Rong Chong and Gu Mo had also conducted an in-depth investigation along the way to find Sui Jingqing. There were many clues, but they were messy and shrouded in fog. As for Lu Jinglong, the 2 of them didn't need to investigate much. Lu Jinglong, the land dragon who ranked 3rd among the 10 young people in the North Continent, was a prodigy of the Tai Hui sword sect in the north who rose rapidly. Now, the 2 sword immortals of the Tai Hui sword sect had traveled to the inverted hanging mountain. For a sect immortal, especially in the North Continent where a disagreement could lead to life and death, this was a very dangerous thing to do. For a mountain where sword cultivation was the foundation of a sect, There would be many enemies. However, no one dared to underestimate the Tai Hui sword sect without a sword immortal. Those whose cultivation was not high enough dared not, and those whose cultivation was high enough were unwilling. Of the 2 sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one of them was Sect Master Tai Hui. He was not Lu Jinglong's disciple. The other person was of higher seniority and was not Lu Jinglong's path protector. The one who had this opportunity was one of Lu Jinglong's senior sisters. However, she did not have a place among the 10 people in the North Continent. This was because when Lu Jinglong entered the mountain, she was already a sword immortal at the Golden Core bottleneck. After Lu Jinglong became famous, she still could not break through. Even though the Tai Hui sword sect had sealed off the news, there were still rumors that this female Golden Core sword immortal who had high hopes for her almost went crazy. Lu Jinglong had to personally help her and pay the price of being severely injured to help her survive the ordeal. On the other hand, Lu Jinglong's disciple was only an old sword immortal at the Dragon Gate realm of the Tai Hui sword sect. He was limited by his talent and was already in a pitiful state of decay. He had already passed away. Now it seemed that this was a very strange thing in itself, but in the past, it was a very reasonable thing because Lu Jinglong was not a true innate sword embryo. At the beginning of Lu Jinglong's cultivation after he went up the mountain, almost no one outside the Tai Hui sword sect, even within the sect, thought that Lu Jinglong's path of cultivation could advance so quickly. There was a sword immortal who had been on good terms with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. After Lu Jinglong reached the cave realm and was promoted to a rare direct disciple of the ancestral hall, he had doubts about this. He was worried that Lu Jinglong's character was too soft, which was completely contrary to the Tai Hui sword sect's principle of swordsmanship. It would be very difficult for him to become a talent, especially the kind of person who could become a pillar of the sect. Of course, the facts proved that the Tai Hui sword sect made an exception to accept Lu Jinglong as a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, which could not be more right. Qin Pingon looked at the female cultivator from the Taixia sect and said, "I am a foreigner. You should have already investigated clearly. In fact, I am from the Aquarius continent. Saving Sui Jingqing was a coincidence." Rong Chong asked, "Can you elaborate?" Qin Pingon nodded and gave a rough account of what happened at the pavilion. As for the matter of observing people and cultivating the mind, he did not mention a word. He did not talk about whether the person was good or bad, he only talked about what everyone did. Not to mention floating duckweed sword Lake Rong Chong. Even the bad-tempered Guimo was not worried that this person was lying. Because Lu Jinglong was sitting beside this green-robed young man. Even if it was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, they could lie endlessly, the truth and the lies were uncertain, and they could scheme to the death without paying for it. But Lu Jinglong was destined not to do so. Even those who could become Lu Jinglong's friends would not do so. This was an invisible principle, an invisible rule. As long as Lu Jinglong sat there, even if he did not say anything. Previously, I speculated with the greatest malice that you had abducted Sui Jingqing, and at the same time, made her follow you wholeheartedly in cultivation. After all, Sui Jingqing was inexperienced in the world and she had precious treasures on her. Like the Golden Scale Palace, it was a waste of heaven's treasures. Actually, when we found out about it, it was not troublesome at all. Instead, it was the scene I saw earlier that gave us the biggest headache. After hearing this, Rong Chong said honestly, "I didn't expect Mr. Qin to have already guessed the preaching opportunity behind Sui Jingqing, and even left her a choice to lean towards us. It seems that I have gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Qin Pingon said, "Now that I have finished talking about the situation on my side, can you say something that can be said?" Rong Chong and Guimo looked at each other. They were in a difficult position. Guimo landed on the small boat and sat cross-legged. She started to be a hands-off boss. "Sword Immortal Rong, tell them that I'm not good at these twists and turns. It's so annoying." Rong Chong was a little helpless. In fact, Gumo's actions could not be said to be disloyal. In fact, Taixia progenitor Li Kuei was helping his master, Sword Immortal Li Kai, about Sui Jingqing's matter. To be precise, he was helping the future master of Fuping Sword Lake, because Li Kai was definitely going to travel to the inverted hanging mountain. The reason why she stayed in the North Continent was to wait for Taixia progenitor to come out of seclusion, so that they could go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill the big demon together. Now that Li Kuei had unfortunately passed away, his master would probably still go to the inverted hanging mountain alone. And his master had already decided that the future master of Fuping Sword Lake would not be him, Rong Chong. Even if he was a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, it would still not be him. It would also not be the other seniors of Fuping Sword Lake, who had good qualifications in cultivation. It could only be Rong Chang's little junior sister who had been in seclusion for 30 years. She was the beauty of Sui family of the Wuling country. Rong Chong did not have a knot in his heart about this, nor did he have any objections. He believed that all the cultivators of Fuping Sword Lake were the same. The reason was simple: they were afraid of being killed by suzerain Luo Kai. Li Yu of the Taixia sect was proficient in several wonderful spells. It was said that she had received the true teachings of Daoist techniques from Immortal Fire Dragon. His little junior sister's real body was indeed in seclusion at Fuping Sword Lake, but under the control of the Taixia progenitor's supernatural power, his little junior sister was in a state similar to a wandering Yin spirit. She was half reincarnated into Sui Jingqing, and did not harm her original soul at all. It could be said that the Sui Jingqing in the room was still the legitimate daughter of the old assistant minister Sui Xinyu, but not all of it. In short, it was a mysterious state that gave Rong Chong a headache whenever he thought about it. As for the final ownership, Rong Chong was too lazy to think about how his little junior sister used this to practice her swordplay. Master Li Kai did not say much back then and seemed to have some reservations. Anyway, what Rong Chong needed to do was to erase the big accident caused by the Taixia progenitor's death and the small accident on Sui Jingqing's side. He would leave Sui Jingqing in the North Continent and wait for Master Li Kai to cross the continent and return home. This way, Rong Chong could avoid being attacked by his master when she returned. As for the Golden Scale Palace and Chaofu, he had never heard of them before. Rong Chong even thought that he would dirty his hands by using his sword. After thinking about it, Rong Chong still did not want to say much. The 2 men in green robes in front of him liked to reason and were good at it. However, if he treated them as fools, then Rong Chong was stupid. Perhaps if he revealed a little bit of information, they would follow the vine to the melon and find out more of the truth. These 2 bystanders might be able to see further than Rong Chong. They might not use this to blackmail him, but it was not a good thing. There were 2 things that one could not do at Fuping Sword Lake. One was not good at swordplay and one was too stupid. However, his master Li Kai saw everyone as a blockhead who was not good at swordplay. Every time his master got angry and beat someone up, he could not help but say a catchphrase: "If your brain is not bright, then practice your swordplay to death. How dare you slack off?" How could he explain this logic? Therefore, Rong Chong carefully chose his words and said, "The situation is like this. How to break the situation is the key. Sui Jingqing has obviously fallen in love with Mr. Qin. It is easy to say but difficult to use the intelligent sword to cut off the threads of love. It is not that no swordsman has succeeded in using love as a grindstone, but there are too few." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That is true. In the lotus flower blessed land, Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, or rather Jiang Shangzhen, had used many methods to help his good friend Lu Feng break through the knot of love. Not only did his actions make one's hair stand on end, but they were also the most ruthless methods in the world. However, the results were still not good. In the end, Lu Feng did not make it into the top 10. It was not only because he lost to Qin Pingon. In fact, the more important reason was that Lu Feng's state of mind was not perfect. Even if he could fly out of the lotus flower blessed land, it was equivalent to wasting 60 years of his time. Rong Chong asked, "I am not blaming Mr. Qin. I am just talking about the current situation. Mr. Qin, you are the one who started the trouble. Are you willing to be the one who ended it?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Difficult." Rong Chong frowned. Gu Mo, who was planning to practice silent meditation, could not help but say, "What kind of attitude is this? Cultivators who are greedy for beauty are at a disadvantage. Or are you saying that you want to become Sui Jingqing's Daoist companion on the mountain? Well, if you do that, you will be related to the Taixia sect in Fuping Sword Lake. You have a good plan." Qin Pingon still shook his head and said, "That is not the case." Some words were not pleasant to hear. However, those who were willing to say it to others face to face were not so bad. The truly unpleasant words were always hidden in other people's stomachs or hidden in the dark. They would say one or two so-called neutral words lightly and lightly. That was the most disgusting thing. Qi Jinglong nodded and said, very difficult. Qin Pingon suddenly said, I will only talk about some possibilities. Let's talk about two extreme cases first. When the Buddhists went east, there was a distinction between Hinayana and Mahayana. It is better to have no self than to have Sui Jingqing. When Sui Jingqing's heart is successful, her love today will turn into indifference in the next year. Of course, there is another case where Sui Jingqing's love is deeply rooted. Even if she is thousands of miles away from me, she will still be haunted by it. Even if she ascends to the upper 5 realms and becomes a sword immortal, it will still be difficult for her to sever it with her sword. Let's talk about the possibility between the two of you. Both of you are Taoist masters on the mountain. You should know some Dharma spells and divine powers that are specialized in overcoming love. However, I think we should also take care of Sui Jingqing's state of mind. Guillemot started to have a headache again. Can you be more direct? What should we do? Is there a need to be so long-winded? Qin Pingon looked at her and asked, for you it is only a matter of 1 or 2 strikes. For Sui Jingqing, it is the direction and level of her life. What's the big deal if we chat a little more? What's the big deal if we chat for a few days? Cultivators on the mountain don't know the weather of the world. Is this a long time? If the people sitting here today were not me and Mr. Liu, but other cultivators of the same realm, the two of you might have retreated with serious injuries. Qi Jinglong said indifferently, she is dead. Qin Pingon said helplessly, do you know how to talk? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, continue. Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of wine. He threw one pot to Qi Jinglong and opened the other pot for himself. He took a sip. Qi Jinglong took the wine but did not drink it. He really did not like drinking. Rong Chong smiled. Harsh words. That was the logic. He could accept it more. However, Guillemot would probably be more unhappy. As expected, Guillemot stood up and sneered, if you are afraid of death, why would you enter the Taoist sect? Why would you go down the mountain to slay demons? Wouldn't it be easier to hide on the mountain and climb up? You don't even have to meet people like you. If I die, it is only the death of a Dragon Gate cultivator. However, 2 bastards with higher cultivation in the North Continent will die. Who will gain from this deal? Qin Pingon hesitated. You won't lose. Guillemot scolded, lose my asterisks. Qin Pingon was not annoyed at all. He turned and said with a smile, your cultivation is higher. You can reason with us. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, you have a better temper. You should do it. Guillemot's Taoxia robe fluttered. He was so angry that his face turned green. You two stop wasting time. Get out here and fight with me. Qin Pingon said, your sect is too powerful. I don't dare to fight with you. Guillemot laughed angrily. I'm not crazy. I will only spar with you. There will be no life and death. Qi Jinglong smiled. It is not good to pick on someone who is weak. Guillemot was not embarrassed at all. He said matter-of-factly, we are not slaying demons. So what if I die? It is just a spar. Isn't it asking for humiliation to spar with you, Lu Jinglong? Guillemot looked at the cultivator of the lower 5 realms. You have pretended to be a golden core sword cultivator and fought a few tough battles. Even the golden body cultivator of the Great Guan dynasty lost to you. That swordsman Xiaoxia was killed by you. I don't think you are a pushover. Our spar has nothing to do with sections. Then Guillemot asked in confusion, are you two whispering about something? Qin Pingon nodded and said, I am asking Mr. Liu if your robe can withstand the full power of an earth immortal sword cultivator. That is why you are so confident. Mr. Liu said it must be. Guillemot said angrily, shameless. Rong Chong rubbed his forehead. What the hell is going on? If he had known it would be so troublesome, he would have let someone else take part in this trip after leaving floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Qin Pingon stood up. Guillemot smiled. Oh, before the fight, do you want to nag a little more with me? Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't talk much during a fight. It depends on whether you have the ability to make me speak and breathe quietly. Qin Pingon stomped his foot. A faintly discernible snow-white flood dragon appeared on the wall of the residence. It exploded with light and was incomparably dazzling. It was like a mortal suddenly looking up at the sun. It was naturally dazzling. Rong Chong only narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Mo subconsciously closed his eyes. Then he knew that something was wrong and opened them suddenly. It happened in an instant. A snow-white sword light and a dark green sword light flew out. A green-robed figure suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Gu Mo. He quickly returned to his original position and sat down lightly. Gu Mo stood in place, dazed for a moment. He sat cross-legged on the small boat. Fine, I lost. You can continue to reason with me. No matter how annoying it is, I will endure it. This was also the reason why Rong Chong was willing to accompany Gu Mo and had a good relationship with him. Gu Mo seemed to realize something and said angrily, "No. Lu Jinglong helped you draw the talisman and took the initiative." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with me." Rong Chong said, "It really has nothing to do with Mr. Lu." Gu Mo sized up the green-robed outsider and asked curiously, "Why do you have two flying swords that are not your natal flying swords?" Qin Pingon said, "You have the nerve to talk about me?" Gu Mo grinned. "Unfortunately, they are not as fast as your sword. Besides, it is not a battle of life and death. There is nothing wrong with exchanging life for injury. I will not do that." Qin Pingon sighed inwardly. In addition to the robe on Gu Mo's body, he actually had two flying swords hidden. At least, similar to him, they were not sword cultivators' natal items. One of them should be the property of the Tai Xia lineage. The second was most likely a gift from Fuping Sword Lake. Therefore, the higher Gu Mo's cultivation level, especially after he became an Earth Immortal, the more troublesome it would be for his opponents. As for entering the upper 5 realms, it was a different situation. Everything outside of one's body had to be pursued to the extreme. The greatest killing power, the strongest defense, the strangest sorcery, the scarier one's true trump card, the greater one's chances of winning. However, all of this was icing on the cake. For example, Jiang Shangzhen's many Dharma treasures were useful, very useful. However, in the end, in a battle of life and death, even after the outcome was decided, it still depended on the degree of refinement of the willow leaf. It was the final word, the life and death of both sides. And Gu Mo could see at a glance that Chui and Chu were not sword cultivators' natal flying swords. This was perhaps the insight of a disciple of a large sect. Rong Chong said, "There is a relatively safe way now, which is to wait for my master to come here and see Sui Jingqing. I wonder if Mr. Qin and Mr. Lu are willing to wait a little longer?" This was actually forcing him to do something he couldn't do. Relatively safe was only relative to Rong Chong and Gu Mo. For this outsider in front of them, if he was not careful, it would be a life and death calamity, and there would be endless consequences. If he left today and left Sui Jingqing behind, it would actually save him a lot of trouble. To be able to do this, even if Master Li Kai rushed to the Green Oriole Kingdom, she would not be able to find fault. His disciple in seclusion fell in love with someone else. Did he need that man to slap his junior sister awake? Could he wake her up? Perhaps an ordinary woman could, but looking at Sui Jingqing's words and actions, it was clear that his thoughts were exquisite and thousands of twists and turns. Compared to his junior sister's straightforwardness on the path of cultivation, it was a world of difference. Therefore, the more Sui Jingqing was valued by Sword Lake Fuji, the higher the cultivation of Rong Chang's master, the more dangerous this outsider young man would be because the accident would be greater. The reason why Rong Chong did not suggest this at the beginning was that this idea could easily turn a situation where there was a chance to talk and slowly talk into a battle of life and death. When the time came, the two of them would hide in the Taihui sword sect. Even Master Li Kai would not go to the Taihui sword sect to find them. It was not reasonable and it was meaningless. The cultivators of the North Continent were not completely unreasonable, but everyone had their own reasons to conform to the customs of the continent. It was just that the principles here were not the same as those of other continents. That was why there were so many outsider cultivators with powerful backgrounds who died here without a burial ground. In the end, they could not even find out who killed them. Other than the younger brother of the god of fortune of the White Ridge continent and the direct disciple of the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu noble Huangzi, there were actually a few people with equally frightening identities. However, the news was blocked, and other than the celestial clans, no one else knew about them. For example, one of them was a proud disciple of the Confucian Temple's deputy hierarch. These living people behind these dead people, old immortals, which one of them did not have a strong family background and a strong fist. However, if you have the ability to come to the North Continent, why don't you roll up your sleeves and show your fist? The North Continent did not have many things, but there were many sword cultivators and sword immortals. Qin Pingon made up his mind, but he did not say anything. He only turned to look at Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I still have nothing to do." Qin Pingon wanted to say something, but he stopped. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "I haven't said enough. Even if I did, the Taihui sword sect has its own reasons to say." Qin Pingon did not say anything else. Then Qin Pingon stood up and knocked on the door. Qi Jinglong had already removed the talisman array. Qin Pingon brought Sui Jingqing to the lotus pond. As long as it was something that could be said, he told her everything. In the end, Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You don't have to think about anything now. Under this premise, what are your plans?" Sui Jingqing asked softly, "Won't I cause trouble for Senior and Mr. Liu?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you don't cause trouble, you don't have to be afraid of trouble." Guemo sat on the small boat. She was even more idle than Qi Jinglong. She seemed to be staring at the lotus leaves outside the boat, but in fact she had been listening attentively. She could not help but roll her eyes. It was not because she did not like what that person said, but because she felt that what he said was quite reasonable. But towards that person surnamed Qin, she did not deny that she had a big prejudice against him. That was why she was like this. Sui Jingqing nodded and smiled. "Then let's talk about it after I meet that expert?" Qin Pingon said, "Sure." Sui Jingqing's expression was a little gloomy. Her eyes were full of guilt. She wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon frowned and said, "If you think too much about everything and only make you drag your feet, then what are you thinking about? Do you think that your cultivation progress is too fast? Or is the cultivation of the mind too easy?" Sui Jingqing said, "Oh." She did not refute, nor did she seem to reflect. If it was his first disciple, Qin Pingon would have already smacked him with a chestnut. Qi Jinglong still sat where he was. See no evil, hear no evil. But his cultivation was high, his words were clear and could not be stopped. Rong Chong might be the one who was the most depressed. The overall situation was set. Gu Mo, who was burning with anxiety at the beginning, became the most relaxed person. Looking at that man and woman with a strange relationship, she actually felt a little strange. After that, Gu Mo and Rong Chong stayed in this Longdu Immortal Inn. The two houses were not small. It was a little far from the Lotus Pond house. It was also a little sincerity, lest the two men in green robes misunderstood that they were worried about them. Gu Mo and Rong Chong sat opposite each other in the small courtyard. Gu Mo asked, "Rong Chong, I'm just asking. You really can't beat that Lu Jinglong? Defeated in one move?" Rong Chong smiled and said, "If we really fought, of course I wouldn't lose so badly. But the chances of winning are indeed very small. Qi Jinglong and that foreign female Taoist monk fought at Julie Mountain. Either he stopped or found an opportunity to break through." Gu Mo said with emotion, "This Lu Jinglong is really a freak. How can it be so easy to break through all the way? It's simply like a hot knife through butter. Comparisons are odious." Rong Chong smiled and said, "If we were to look at the two people before Lu Jinglong, wouldn't we just bang our heads against the wall and die?" Gu Mo shook his head and said, "Those two, I won't even compare with them. I won't even think about it. Lu Jinglong has great hopes of rising to the top of the North Continent in the future. However, those two are already set in stone. In fact, one of my uncle masters from another lineage even said that if one of them went to the Central Plains in the future, he would have a chance of rising to the top 10. Gu Mo suddenly asked, "Sword Immortal Li went to the Aquarius continent. I heard that the Sword Immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and the Dali vassal Song Jiangqiang are also strong people?" Rong Chong nodded and said, "They are both very strong. The great Tao is within reach." Gu Mo was puzzled and said, "Let's not talk about Wei Jin, but Song Jiangqiang is a pure martial artist. He has taken a dead-end path. The great Tao is not suitable for him, right?" Rong Chong thought of a certain person who dared to stand beside his master but still dared to be frivolous. The words of the casual speaker but the listener meant something. He copied and said, "Beyond the great Tao of longevity there is also the great Tao." Guo smiled and said, "This kind of words is similar to what the uncles and uncles on the Crouching Ground Peak say." Rong Chong did not say anything more. After all, the Crouching Ground Peak was the peak of the old immortal, the fire dragon Immortal. The old immortal almost never cared about the affairs of the mountain. He left it all to his disciples and disciples to manage. The old immortal only cared about sleeping. For example, Gumo's master, the Taixia progenitor, had achieved success in her cultivation. She left the Crouching Ground Peak early on and took in disciples. Other than the Taixia lineage, the other three lineages were famous in the North Continent. The Peach Mountain lineage was especially proficient in the Five Thunder technique, the Baiyin lineage was proficient in talisman formations, and the Shen Finger lineage was proficient in the Way of the Sword. But without exception, all the four direct disciples who had made a name for themselves in the North Continent would only say that they had learned the basics when talking about their master's teachings. Would the listener believe such polite words? In the North Continent they would believe it. This was not the most exaggerated and the most speechless explanation. It was a rumor that had spread through half of the North Continent. It was said that one of the direct disciples of the fire dragon Immortal had said that when the disciple was traveling down the mountain, he had chatted with an otherworldly expert who was visiting the Crouching Ground Peak. Somehow he had leaked the heavenly secret. He said that his master had told him personally that the most regrettable thing in his life was that his ability to subdue demons and devils was not good enough. It seemed that the disciple had agreed with him. Fortunately, when he talked about this, the little Daoist did not dislike his master. Many sword immortals from other places wanted to reach out and press the head of the direct disciple. They wanted to ask the young Daoist, who seemed to have a screw loose, whether he was joking or not. Of course, after asking the question, the sword immortals still had to send him off with a smile. The sword immortals of the North Continent were not afraid of anything. They were not afraid of anyone except the fire dragon Immortal, who was half a family member. Fortunately, this old immortal was fond of sleeping and did not like to go down the mountain. However, similar to that young Daoist whose whereabouts were unknown, these Daoist immortal fire dragons' direct disciples who did not have good aptitudes, there were still more than 10 of them who remained at Lying Ground Peak to cultivate. Although they were said to be cultivating in the eyes of the other immortal cultivators with the word sect in their names, they were just eating and waiting for death. Besides them, there were many little Daoist children. After all, no matter how weak their cultivation was, they would still have their own disciples. They could often hear the fire dragon Immortal, who did not sleep, preach Tao personally. However, it seemed that he was still not enlightened. It had been a long time since the disciples of the fire dragon Immortal from the Crouching Ground Peak made others feel that they could not be more reasonable when it came to cultivation. In short, they had wasted a huge portion of their immortal Tao fate. Many Earth immortal cultivators from the North Continent felt that if they were any other stupid Daoist from the Crouching Ground Peak, they would have gone straight to the upper 5 realms. Hence, the Crouching Ground Peak was a place of cultivation that people did not understand. It was not the best in terms of feng shui and spiritual energy. The direct disciples who stayed on the peak were mostly those who did not have a bright future. Hence, although these Daoists were of high seniority, they were only of high seniority among the various branches of the Fire Dragon Immortal. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon Immortal would not have too much contact with the other mountains. Furthermore, the Fire Dragon Immortal would often go into seclusion, which meant sleeping. The cultivators from the Taixia and Baiyun secluded themselves and did not have any reason to get close to them. Hence, they were not familiar with those who had to greet them respectfully. As for the origin of the name Crouching Ground Peak, there were many different theories. The most mysterious rumor was that there were several ferocious Jiao dragons hidden in the area of Crouching Peak. They were spotted by the fire dragon's spiritual master when he passed by. Perhaps he did not like them, so he stomped on them one by one. Not only that, after the Jiao dragons laid on the ground, none of the Jiao dragons dared to move an inch. After the old spiritual master decided to plant the Jiao dragons there, He ordered his disciples to use their supernatural powers to move the soil from the remote mountains. Thus, the Jiao dragons became silent and motionless mountain ranges. It was said that at least the origin of Zizhao Peak, South Radiance Peak and Fiao Peak was related to the genuine dragon vein. As for how many Jiao dragons were stepped on by the Jiao dragons in the early years, only God knows. Rong Chong smiled and asked, "The Jiao dragon Immortal has not returned yet?" Guimo was a little sad. "Not yet. If the Grand Master was on the mountain, my master would not have died." Rong Chong sighed. There were some things that he could not say. For example, life and death are predestined. The benevolence of an old immortal like the fire dragon Immortal is not something cultivators like us can understand. However, Rong Chong truly respected the fire dragon Immortal from the bottom of his heart. His master Li Kai was even more so. It was very simple. Just based on the words of the fire dragon Immortal. "We came from the mortal world at the foot of the mountain, so we have to go there eventually. Climbing the mountain depends on walking, and descending the mountain depends on riding the wind. On the path of cultivation, magnificent feats are hard to come by. Becoming an immortal is easy. However, if someone can break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and go to the highest place to take a look, of course it's a good thing. There will be more cultivators like that in the northern continent. Don't let the title of the first continent outside of Middle Earth rest on your sword. Killing is not true strength. I can kill all of you with a few slaps." In the heavenly mansion of the Kingfisher Inn. After the storm, the sky was clear. The fragrance of the lotus flowers wafted and the lotus leaves swayed. Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong sat on a bench, while Sui Jingqing sat alone on the bench beside them. Qi Jinglong said, "Congratulations on reaching the 3 realms." Qin Pingon nodded. Sui Jingqing's eyes lit up. "Only the 3 realms?" She stood up and squatted beside the lotus pond. She plucked another lotus leaf and sat back on the bench. Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong were silent. They only looked at the lotus pond quietly. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "That pair of splendid mandarin ducks was produced in the spring dew garden?" Qi Jinglong was not in a hurry to answer. He leaned forward and glanced at Sui Jingqing. The woman had a look of admiration on her face. She was probably admiring her senior's knowledge and experience. Qi Jinglong quickly sat up straight and spoke to Qin Pingon using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He was puzzled. "I didn't think so before, but now I feel that Rong Chang's worries are justified." After reaching the 3 realms of Qi Refinement Warrior, Qin Pingon could barely speak using the ripples of the Heart Lake. He smiled and said, "Let's not think about that. We'll wait for the Patriarch of Fuping Sword Lake to arrive first." Qi Jinglong said, "That female sword immortal is called Li Kai. She's not a bad person, but her temper," Qin Pingon said helplessly, "to be able to become good friends with the Taixia progenitor, and for her to be able to teach a disciple like Guimo, I know what to do." Qi Jinglong did not speak anymore. Sui Jingqing did not want to be an outsider. She tried to find a topic. "Mr. Liu, previously you said that the reason does not lie in your fists. But didn't you use your cultivation to convince Rong Chong? You even brought up the Taihui Sword Clan in the end." Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong looked at each other and smiled. Neither of them spoke. Sui Jingqing was a little embarrassed. Why was she the only fool who did not know anything? Sui Jingqing then felt a little wronged. She lowered her head and gently twisted the lotus leaf. In the past, whenever she did not understand something, her senior would explain it to her. Look, now that she met Qi Jinglong, she was not willing to do so. Fortunately, Qin Pingon said with a smile, Mr. Lu's reason was actually for the entire Taixia progenitor. Could even be said that he was talking to the old immortal fire dragon Immortal. Sui Jingqing raised her head. She understood this explanation. So when Rong Chong said that his master was coming, Mr. Lu said that his Taihui Sword Clan was actually also for the Sword Immortal of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake? Rong Chong would help to pass the message and make the Sword Immortal wary? After a while, Sui Jingqing asked tentatively, "Can we say that the biggest rule Mr. Lu mentioned is to make people with strong fists have scruples when they can kill someone? So this allowed those who were not strong enough to say a few more words? Can even be said that even if they do not say anything, it is already the reason? But if there is a great disparity in strength, whether or not they make a move, they will still be in the hands of the other party." Sui Jingqing's eyes brightened. She continued, Can we say that this is equivalent to verifying what you said? At least there is an additional possibility? Qin Pingon nodded. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, let's not talk about an example. Let's talk about most cases. In the streets and alleys, why would strong people not dare to rob people? In the secular dynasties, why would rich people still need to hide their evil deeds? When cultivators go down the mountain, why would they not do as they please and rob the rich people of a city of their wealth and kill them all? Why would I, as a nascent soul cultivator, dare to drag your Mr. Qin along and wait for the arrival of a Jade Raw Realm Sword cultivator? So, it is very impressive to have a strong fist. This saying has no negative or positive meaning. But if one can restrain a fist, it is naturally even more impressive. Qin Pingon reminded, watch your words. Sui Jingqing smiled slightly. Qi Jinglong hesitated for a moment and looked at the lotus pond. But then again, these are the rules of a place of rules. In a place of lawlessness they are useless. But as long as the world moves forward looking at history and the current situation, it still needs to move from lawlessness to order. Then everyone will work together to change the order on the surface, which may not be correct everywhere, into good order on the mountain and good law on the mountain. The world will slowly move from being reasonable to being reasonable under a large category so that more people can benefit from it. Perhaps there will be no need to be constrained by the 3 religions and 100 schools. Find a state of balance and in the end everyone will walk their own path. Qin Pingon said softly, let's not talk about this first. Qi Jinglong stopped talking. Qin Pingon suddenly said, that Gumo's mentality is rare and valuable. Qi Jinglong nodded. The world needs many cultivators like this, but it can't only be this kind of cultivator. So when we meet Gumo we don't need to be anxious and we can't be too harsh on her. Qin Pingon nodded and said, that's right. Sui Jingqing looked at the 2 guys and snorted coldly. Carrying the lotus leaf he got up and went into the house to cultivate. I'm an eyesore, okay? I'll leave, okay? Qin Pingon asked, this is. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, you're an expert, don't ask me. Qin Pingon was confused. What expert? Qi Jinglong had already changed the topic. Tell you some things to take note of when cultivating the 3 realms? Qin Pingon glanced at the pot of wine in his hand. If you don't want to drink then forget it. Give it back to me. A few snowflakes were spent on immortal wine. Qi Jinglong laughed angrily. Do you think I don't know about glutinous rice wine? Did you forget that I came from the streets? I've never drunk it before but I've never seen it before. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. Then I took the wrong one. On the other side of the house Sui Jingqing, who had deliberately slowed down, quickly crossed the threshold and slammed the door heavily. Qi Jinglong was puzzled again. Qin Pingon said, you can't guess a woman's thoughts. Qi Jinglong grunted. Words of experience, priceless advice. Then they chatted. Qin Pingon no longer called him Mr. Liu, but used the name Qi Jinglong. Qi Jinglong, do you have a girl you like? No. Poor thing. You still don't drink? You're almost 100 years old and you still don't have a girl you like. Shut up. I'll change it for you. A pot of real immortal wine? Qin Pingon, if I drink, can you change the topic? Qi Jinglong began to drink. He didn't even need Qin Pingon to persuade him to drink. Qi Jinglong, let's talk while drinking? You're not bad looking and your cultivation is high. There must be a lot of girls who like you. Get lost. These days Long Tuan was very peaceful. It was just that there were more and more guests and it was overcrowded. This was because it was said that a female Daoist priest from perfected fire dragon's side had appeared, and she was with a sword immortal of unknown origins. His aura was overbearing as he confronted another group of people. Unfortunately the fight did not happen, but fortunately it was peaceful. This was also the reason why cultivators dared to come to the inn to watch the commotion. Otherwise wouldn't they be courting death? Qin Pingon asked Qi Jinglong about the key points of cultivation in the lower 5 realms. Qi Jinglong naturally told him everything he knew. As for the talisman, the 2 of them had many things in common. However, neither of them casually imparted their talisman mystic techniques. It was not that they were unwilling. It was that they could not. For example, the Ghost Hatchet Palace's snow talisman that Qin Pingon had previously drawn on the wall, and the restriction talisman array that Qi Jinglong casually created. However, the Great Tao was interconnected. On the path of talisman, exchanging insights was more beneficial to one's cultivation than learning a specific talisman. Of course, Qi Jinglong was already an expert on this path, but he was more of an answer for Qin Pingon. When Qi Jinglong learned that Qin Pingon had more than 300 yellow paper talisman hidden in his sleeves, he was speechless. Did Qin Pingon think that he was a peddler who sold talisman? Regarding the assassination of Deer Mountain's assassins, Qi Jinglong only commented, "It was extremely dangerous." However, when Qin Pingon took out the spoils of war that Sui Jingqing had found, Qi Jinglong only had a rough estimate of the Du armor, giant bow and other items. Only the 2 daggers that were inscribed with the words Morning Dew and Sunset Glow. He could not help but sigh, such good luck. The reason was simple. If it was not for Qi Jinglong, how would he know the inside story of Deer Mountain, and even more so he would not know that female cultivator. Instead, Qi Jinglong had seen this pair of daggers in an ancient book of immortals. It had a long history. The female assassin who had killed Deer Mountain was only lucky enough to obtain this pair of immortal weapons that had been lost for a long time. However, her luck was not good enough because she had not grasped the essence of the dagger's refinement and usage. Therefore, Qi Jinglong told Qin Pingon in detail about what he had seen and heard in the book. At the side, Sui Jingqing was full of smiles. Afterwards, Gu Mo and Rong Chong visited the Lotus Pond residence one after another. Rong Chong and Qi Jinglong talked about the way of the sword. Gu Mo asked Qi Jinglong about the truth of some of the rumors. For example, did you, Qi Jinglong, really kill that nascent soul demon in the Golden Core realm? Did you, Qi Jinglong, really have feelings for that Water Scripture Mountain's Fairy Lu? Qi Jinglong answered one by one, not evading. After Gu Mo heard all the answers, he was both satisfied and a little disappointed. He felt that those senior sisters had bad eyesight to actually admire such an extremely boring Taihui sword sect cultivator. Qin Pingon and Sui Jingqing sat on the long bench and watched the show while eating melon seeds. When Gu Mo asked, Qin Pingon and Sui Jingqing looked at each other when they heard that Fairy Lu. After Gu Mo left, Sui Jingqing noticed that her senior gave her a look. She immediately understood and hurriedly stopped eating melon seeds. Clapping her hands, she wanted to ask Qi Jinglong properly. Anyway, she was also curious about whether that female cultivator of the Water Scripture Mountain was beautiful or not. Along the way, whether it was Gu Mo or the 2 female cultivators on the small boat, they were all inferior to her. In the end, Qi Jinglong sat where he was and closed his eyes, saying, "I'm going to cultivate." After another 10 days in the night, Qin Pingon had almost completely stabilized his 3-realm qi. There was no shocking movement of riding the sword like a rainbow or the sound of thunder. On the other side of the lotus pond, a female cultivator silently appeared with a sword at her waist. Qi Jinglong, who had been sitting on the long bench for the past few days, opened his eyes. Qin Pingon, who was originally copying scriptures in the house, also put down his brush and walked out of the house. Qi Jinglong stood up and smiled. "Greetings, Sword Immortal Li." Li Kai waved her hand. "Rong Chong has already sent me a flying sword message. I know the general situation. What about that little girl called Sui Jingqing? What should I do in the end? Should I thank you or beat you up? I'll talk to her first." Li Kai took a step forward and passed Qi Jinglong and the bench. "How dare you use the Taihui sword sect to scare me, Lu Jinglong?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When I enter the pure jade realm, Sword Immortal Li can ask me about the sword according to the rules." Li Kai smiled and said, "Just wait. However, you have to hurry because I will be leaving the North Continent soon. I have to help Li Yu with the killing of demons on the city wall." Qi Jinglong thought for a moment. There will be a chance. Li Kai turned her head and clicked her tongue. "Everyone says that you speak like an old woman's foot binding cloth. Are the rumors on the mountain so unreliable? With your cultivation level and temper, you can definitely compete to be the next sect master of my floating duckweed sword lake." Qi Jinglong turned to look at Qin Pingon, who was standing near a house. Qin Pingon nodded gently. Li Kai stopped and saw the young man in green standing not far away. "You are Qin Pingon?" Qin Pingon was puzzled. "Senior Sword Immortal, how do you know my name?" Li Kai thought for a moment and gave an answer that went against her conscience. I guessed. Qin Pingon did not ask further and made way. Li Kai stepped into the house. With a wave of her sleeve she created a small world. Sui Jingqing was sleeping soundly. She sat gently on the bed and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar face. Li Kai smiled and sighed. You look much more handsome. She sighed. It's just that you have to suffer. Little girl, you're indeed your master's favorite disciple. You're a family, you're bound to enter the same house. We're in the same boat. Then she seemed a little annoyed and scolded Jiang Shangzhen's mouth. She bent 2 fingers and gently tapped Sui Jingqing's forehead. Even in seclusion you can still embarrass your master. Sui Jingqing woke up and saw a woman with a sword lighting a lamp. Then she sat on a chair and faced him. Sui Jingqing sat on the edge of the bed and did not say a word. Li Kai said, Don't be afraid. Just talk about what you have seen and heard in the Sui family of the Wuling Empire. About 5 minutes later, Li Kai brought the confused Sui Jingqing and walked out of the house. Li Kai spoke to the green-robed young man. Qin Pingon, from now on Sui Jingqing can continue to roam the Aquarius continent. But there is a bottom line. No matter who she recognizes as her master, you or anyone else, you can only be a disciple in name and cannot be recorded in the ancestral hall. When Sui Jingqing becomes enlightened, she can only wait until that day. She can decide whether she will write her name in the floating Duckweed Sword Lake Ancestral Hall or go to other ancestral halls to offer incense. In this period of time I will not restrict her. You cannot influence her mental state. Other than you, anyone else can. As for Rongchong, he will be her Dao protector and follow her to the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon was just about to confirm the mental state influence and how to record it. Li Kai was already annoyed. She waved her sleeves and said, Forget it. As long as you 2 don't roll around in bed, the rest is fine. After saying that, Li Kai flew away on her sword. She made quite a commotion. It seemed that she was in a bad mood. Sui Jingqing's cheeks were red. She lowered her head and ran back into the house. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter. Qin Pingon sighed. On the wall. Because his master had appeared, Rongchong did not dare to stand. He squatted there. Guemo also squatted by the side and added fuel to the fire. Sword Immortal Rong, what do you mean by rolling around in bed? Rongchong was in a good mood. He pretended to be serious and said, I don't know. Guemo and Rongchong left together. It was the first time Lu Jinglong left the lotus pond. He went to a house to cultivate. Qin Pingon knocked on the door. Sui Jingqing opened the door. The 2 of them sat on 2 long benches. Sui Jingqing asked softly, In the end I have caused trouble for Senior, right? Qin Pingon shook his head. To speak my mind to you? Sui Jingqing nodded. He turned to look at him. Qin Pingon said slowly, If you like someone, no matter how high his realm is or if he is a mortal teacher, it is not a problem. But if the person you like already likes someone else, isn't that a very sad thing? You can say that it is not a problem. Liking someone is my own business. If the other party does not like you, you can just look at them from afar. In fact, I thought the same way back then. So it is not that I do not understand. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. So it is hard to reason with. After walking a long path, I, Qin Pingon, am not blind. I will not be blinded by the light. I can see even the slightest sign of love between a man and a woman that is related to me. To me, telling you that I won't like you isn't because I'm afraid that if I don't tell myself that, I won't be able to control my emotions, nor am I trying to make you think that I'm an infatuated person. In fact, I'm the calmest when it comes to relationships between men and women, because this isn't something I learned after practicing martial arts or cultivating. Instead, I felt that this is a matter of course since a long, long time ago. You have to know that a lot of things that I originally thought to be a matter of course have unknowingly changed a lot. Only this matter has never changed. If I like someone, I'll only like her. That's enough. Sui Jingqing was silent. He only looked at him. That young man in green said softly, I am sorry. Sui Jingqing wiped his tears and smiled. It is okay. To be able to like a senior who does not like me seems to be happier than liking someone who likes me at the same time. Qin Pingon shook his head and did not say anything else. Sui Jingqing smiled and asked, Senior, you are only a 3rd realm Qi refinement warrior? Qin Pingon turned and said, But I am younger than you. Sui Jingqing supported himself with both hands on the long bench and stretched out his legs. He shook his head and smiled. I will not be angry. Qi Jinglong said that he was cultivating, and he was indeed cultivating. However, he still heard every word of the conversation by the lotus pond. It was troublesome to be in a high realm. Qi Jinglong thought for a while and felt that he should ask Qin Pingon for advice. Even if he was persuaded to drink, he could still tolerate it. Sui Jingqing sat for a while before returning to the house to rest. Qin Pingon began to do breathing exercises by the lotus pond. At daybreak he left the house and went to look for Guemo. After the dust settled, there was something that he could talk about. After Guemo opened the door, the two of them sat on the stone bench in the courtyard. Qin Pingon went straight to the point. Zhang Shanfeng is my friend. Do you know him, Fairy Gu? Guemo nodded. Yes, but we are not close. We have only met a few times. According to seniority, he is my senior uncle. Qin Pingon nodded. As for the old Daoist who appeared in the alley in Qingwan country, he should be Zhang Shanfeng's master, perfected fiery dragon. Although the three of them had different seniority, the style of their Daoist robes were roughly the same. Qin Pingon did not say much. After knowing that Zhang Shanfeng and perfected fiery dragon were not at Ground Landing Peak, he only asked if he could visit them if he passed by in the future. Guemo smiled and said, since you know that little martial uncle, why not? Then Guemo added, but when you reach the peak, don't greet me. I'm not close to you. Qin Pingon smiled. We will talk about it later. Guemo glared at him. Senior and junior sisters have a lot of gossip. If you do that, they will gossip for many years. Don't harm me. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He bade farewell and left. Guemo suddenly said, if you know my little senior uncle, why didn't you say so in the beginning? Perhaps there wouldn't be those misunderstandings. Qin Pingon shook his head and did not explain. Qi Jinglong could see the problem with Gumo's state of mind. Qin Pingon could also vaguely see some clues. It was better to let water out than to block it. Qin Pingon had a deep understanding of this. Back then on the Cloud Sea, Zhu Quan of the Hemp sect did very well. After Qin Pingon left, Guemo confirmed that the fellow was far away. She then raised her hand and wiped her face. That little senior uncle named Zhang Shanfeng. Master only told her a little in private back then. Grandmaster said that Grandmaster also told Master a little bit of the heavenly secrets. Grandmaster said to Taixia progenitor, if one day Master is no longer in the human world, as long as your little junior brother is still here, he just needs to stomp his feet and Ground Landing Peak will continue to be Ground Landing Peak. You don't have to worry about anything. All banquets in the world came and went. Qin Pingon wanted to continue his northward journey and then follow the Great Blasphemy River upstream to cross the North Continent. Qi Jinglong said that he wanted to go to the capital of Great Chuan to take a look. On the shore of the Longtu Ferry, Guemo was teasing Sui Jingqing, egging on the beauty of the Sui family. Since Rong Chong was by her side to protect her, she could just take the fence. She was so good-looking it would be a pity to hide. Of course, Sui Jingqing ignored her. Rong Chong also used a camouflage technique to hide the aura of a nascent soul sword cultivator and suppressed it near the ordinary golden core cultivators. As long as one was not a sword deity and went down the mountain to travel in the North Continent, try pasting a label of that realm on your forehead. Some bastard sword deities of the unpolished Jade realm would go down the mountain and wander around when they had nothing to do. They liked to chase after nascent soul cultivators and 8th and 9th realm martial artists. Not only did they beat the crap out of them, but they also said that they did not need to thank them for helping them cultivate. If they really wanted to thank them, they should block one more sword strike. Not only were there such bastard masters, but there were also quite a few of them. Moreover, even if one became a sword deity, it was hard to say. Qin Pingon and Qi Jinglong strolled away slowly. Sui Jingqing hesitated for a moment and followed from afar. Guemo wanted to follow her, but Rong Chong dissuaded him using telepathy. The two of them walked side by side. Qin Pingon chatted telepathically. Do you have an agreement with sword deity Li that when you reach the unpolished Jade realm, she will be one of the 3 sword deities of the questing sword? Qi Jinglong smiled and replied, don't worry, I'm not being impulsive. It's just that the sword intent of the sword lake of duckweed is very different from my own sword intent. It's very effective to use it to sharpen the blade. As for the danger, which new sword deity in the North Continent would worry about that? Also, you might not know this, but in history many of the so-called questing sword actually had a deep meaning of preaching. Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. I admire the elegance of sword deities like you. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, I hope that one day you can catch up to me. Then we can travel the Middle Earth together? Qin Pingon said, that would be best. Qin Pingon stopped and said, if one day you Qi Jinglong meet an unreasonable person who has a very high realm and is very good at fighting, you will need help. After a pause, Qin Pingon said with a determined look, then count me in. After another pause, Qin Pingon smiled brightly. I will let him know what the fastest sword in the world is. Qi Jinglong clicked his tongue and said, you're saying that your sword is fast in front of a sword cultivator who is about to reach the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingon laughed and said, how old are you now? How old am I now? Qi Jinglong was a little helpless. That sounds quite reasonable. Qin Pingon patted his shoulder. Don't mind it. I've just refined my second natal item. I'm a little smug. Sui Jingqing stopped and stood not far away. She had many farewell words that she wanted to say, but now she felt that there was no need to say them. Also, she felt that Mr. Lu's realm was higher, but he was not as handsome as Senior. She turned and left. At Gumo's side, Guemo lightly bumped Sui Jingqing with his shoulder and said in a low voice, why do you like that surname Qin? He obviously can't compare to Lu Jinglong in any way. Not to mention other things, just talking about appearance, isn't he still inferior to Lu Jinglong? Sui Jingqing glanced at her and didn't say anything. She just cursed in her heart. How could such a good girl be so blind? In the distance, Qi Jinglong stretched out his hand. Qin Pingon took out 2 jugs of wine, one for each of them. They faced the sea and the river and drank in small sips. Qin Pingon said softly, what is a strong person? I think it's every dream buried in the bottom of your heart when you were young. Every boast you made when you were young has come true. And you can become more and more like those people you admired the most. Qi Jinglong, what do you think? Qi Jinglong nodded and said, pretty much. Qin Pingon said, then what you need now is a girl you like and someone who loves to drink. Qi Jinglong didn't answer at all, but he finally answered Qin Pingon's previous question. If there is really a strong enemy that I can't deal with, I will call you Qin Pingon. But the premise is that you have at least reached the Yuanying realm, or are a martial artist of the 9th realm. Otherwise, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend. Qin Pingon raised his hand and opened his palm. It's a deal? Qi Jinglong was stunned for a moment because he had never had such an experience. Most of the people who cultivated on the mountain had a pure heart and few desires. Of course, there were also friends who fought side by side with life and death. But most of them didn't need to be said. Such an action of Jianghu at the foot of the mountain had never happened before. However, Qi Jinglong still raised his hand with a smile and clapped his hands heavily. Then it's a deal. On the shore of the ferry, 2 people who liked to reason with each other held a jug of wine in one hand and clapped with the other. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. "526. The ferry from Longtu Ferry to the Skeleton Beach in the south slowly rose into the sky. The clouds in the sky were as red as brocade. Guemo leaned on the railing and cried silently. Master once said that her greatest wish in life was to ascend. Guemo was still a naive girl at that time. What was so good about ascending? At that time, her master only looked at the sunset on the horizon and did not say anything to the girl. Guemo was not sad that she had lost a backer. The Daoist priest and female Taoist of the Taixia lineage went down the mountain to kill demons. As long as they did not die, they should not go home and complain to their masters. Sui Jingqing stood beside Guemo. Rong Chong did not show up. Qi Jinglong stood not far away from them. Because the ferry was going south, it was on the way. The ferry route would pass by the territory of the Great Xuan dynasty. However, Qi Jinglong returned to his house very quickly. On the ground, Qin Pingon in his green robe had already started walking north towards the mouth of the Great Blasphemy Sea. Gu Mo and Sui Jingqing lived in adjacent houses on the ferry. Gu Mo had already returned to normal. She openly followed Sui Jingqing into the house and poured herself a cup of tea. She did not regard herself as an outsider. She ignored Sui Jingqing's expression of wanting to cultivate alone. Gu Mo's face was full of smiles. With Sui Jingqing's current state of mind, how could she meditate? Who was she kidding? Gu Mo asked, "Didn't that Qin guy give you a few tokens of love?" Sui Jingqing ignored this blabbermouth female cultivator. Gu Mo glanced at the small mountain staff in her hand. With her cultivation at the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, she could naturally see through that guy's clumsy camouflage. That's it. The material is good and the appearance is passable. However, Sui Jingqing is so good-looking. That guy clearly did not mean it. Sui Jingqing, I really don't want to nag you. Don't be bewitched by that guy's flowery words. Sui Jingqing took down the fence and placed the mountain staff on the table. She sat opposite Gu Mo and leaned on the table. Gu Mo sized up this beauty of the Sui family and clicked her tongue. As long as a woman was beautiful, she would be beautiful even if she did not speak. When Sui Jingqing entered the middle 5 realms, her beauty would only increase. What would happen then? Gu Mo couldn't help but reach out to touch Sui Jingqing's soft face. Sui Jingqing slapped Gu Mo away with one hand and sat up straight. He frowned and said, "Fairy Gu, please conduct yourself with dignity." Gu Mo rolled his eyes and finished the tea in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, he asked softly, "I heard that you traveled to several countries with that Qin guy. If you were to sleep in the open, how would you bathe? Also, you haven't killed the red dragon yet, right? Isn't that troublesome?" Sui Jingqing said indifferently, "Fairy Gu is a Daoist immortal. Isn't it inappropriate for you to ask this?" Gu Mo chuckled and said, "After cultivating the Tao, aren't you still human? Aren't women still women when they cultivate? I don't need to spend a single snowflake to ask these questions, and you won't need to spend a single snowflake less. Tell me about it." Sui Jingqing said in a low voice, "Senior is a gentleman. Fairy Gu, I will only say this once. I don't want to hear such words again." Gu Mo wore a horrified expression. "Are you going to get Sword Immortal Rong to kill me in a fit of anger?" Then Gu Mo slammed his head on the table and leaned forward. He waved his hands and said, "No, I'm afraid of death." There was a soft knock on the door. Rong Chong said from outside, "It's me." Sui Jingqing was relieved. He quickly said, "Please come in." Gu Mo was already sitting up straight and drinking tea. Rong Chong seemed to be used to it. After sitting down, he said to Sui Jingqing, "Next, we are going to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost part of the North Continent. After that, we will cross continents and travel to the Aquarius continent. I will tell you about the restrictions on the mountain. It might be a little complicated, but there is no choice. Although the Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, there are still many strange people." Rong Chong was actually a little awkward. At the floating duckweed sword lake, his temper was not good. It was only when compared to his master Li Kai that he seemed amiable. What his real temper was, those cultivators who died or were injured under his sword knew best. Rong Chong was a powerful nascent soul sword cultivator in the central part of the North Continent. At the floating duckweed sword lake, he actually had a few disciples. The market at the foot of the mountain emphasized that a rod made a filial son. On Rong Chang's side, it was to eat a few more swords to increase his cultivation. But on Sui Jingqing's side, Rong Chong naturally had to be more patient. Sui Jingqing listened to Rong Chang's long explanation patiently. Gu Mo was not an outsider. Rong Chong would not chase people away. She also did not have the ability to tell people to leave. She just sat there and drank cup after cup of tea. She yawned from time to time. She would rather listen to those boring lectures than to stay in her room alone. Rong Chong heaved a sigh of relief. Sui Jingqing seemed to have learned many of the rules of the mountain from the young man surnamed Qin. And compared to the familiar little junior sister, she was indeed very different. His little junior sister had the best temper in the floating duckweed sword lake, but also the worst. When she was good-tempered, she could guide the juniors of the sect for a long time. She was even more dedicated than a preacher. When she was bad-tempered, even his master Li Kai could not do anything to her. After returning from a trip, his little junior sister felt that she was not wrong. Their sword immortal master felt that he was right. After an argument, his little junior sister was imprisoned by their furious master until she was only left with the cultivation of the cave abode realm. She sank to the bottom of the floating duckweed sword lake for half a year. When she was pulled ashore, she was already on the verge of death. Their master asked her if she admitted her mistake. In the end, she said that the scenery at the bottom of the lake was excellent and that she had not seen enough. Finally, their master surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze. Hence, as the eldest disciple, Rong Chong braced himself and stepped forward. Of course, he did not forget to use a voice transmission to call out to his junior brothers and sisters. He said that everyone was willing to accept the punishment on behalf of his junior sister. Only then did his master take advantage of the situation and reward everyone with a sword strike. Only then did he vent his anger and leave the shore. After that, Rong Chong was nearly hunted down by his junior brothers and sisters. Rong Chong felt aggrieved, but he could not divulge the heavenly secrets. All he could do was escape the sect to lie low. Back then, his master only used a voice transmission to ask him to come out and accept the punishment. What could he do if he showed some of his bearing as the eldest senior brother? His master's means of making things difficult for others were in no way inferior to her sword arts, right? However, floating duckweed sword lake was ultimately very good. For example, floating duckweed sword lake had an unwritten rule in the ancestral hall. All disciples who go down the mountain to practice sword arts are not allowed to use the identity of a sword cultivator from floating duckweed sword lake. However, if you encounter someone you cannot defeat, you have to take 3 steps. The first step is to quickly escape. The second step is if you cannot escape, you have to report the name of floating duckweed sword lake's Li Kai. The third step is that the name Li Kai is useless. Don't forget to use the ancestral hall's talisman sword to pass on the name of your enemy before you die. When your soul returns to the sect in the future, your head will accompany you wherever your sword is buried. Rong Chong naturally hoped that his junior sister could improve further and become the second floating duckweed sword lake sword immortal Li Kai. As for himself, there was not much hope. After cultivating to the nascent soul stage, he already knew how high and how far he could go in the end. Only after cultivating to the Jindan realm could one be considered a member of his generation. However, once he succeeded in forming his gold core, there would be an even more significant watershed in addition to his great fortune. This was just like those imperial scholars in the secular dynasties who were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate. Some people were already wild with joy when they obtained a grand scholar status. They felt as if smoke was rising from their ancestral graves, as if it was a lifetime ago. Following that, they would be immersed in that great sense of accomplishment for the next few decades. These people were like the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes. They were like the so-called cultivation geniuses of a small mountain's residence that could not be seen for hundreds of years. Some people who obtained a grand scholar status might feel extremely fortunate, while others might feel regretful. These people were mostly the immortal masters of the large mountain's archives. Some people who obtained a grand scholar's second or third place would feel that it was only right and proper, a fly in the ointment. This small group of people were usually the direct disciples of the immortal clans. There was also a group of people who obtained a grand scholar status in one fell swoop, but only because the grand scholar was the highest ranking. Lu Jinglong could be considered one of them. As for the 2 young cultivators who were ranked before Lu Jinglong, it was naturally even more so. Gu Mo, Lu Jinglong's senior sister, and Rong Chong had different realms for the time being, but their final achievements were about the same. It was only possible that they could dream of reaching the Jade Roar realm. Sui Jingqing suddenly asked an off-topic question. Sword Immortal Rong, are we going to the Golden Scale Palace on the way? Rong Chong smiled and said, it's not on the way, but we can go. Sui Jingqing was a little confused. Could it be that he was going to bring her to the Golden Scale Palace and then rush to catch the ferry? Rong Chong explained, just spend money, the ferry will agree to compensate the passengers. We just need to take a detour for a few days. Sui Jingqing asked, what if the ferry passengers are unwilling to accept the money? Rong Chong smiled and said, a nascent soul sword cultivator is giving them money, they should be grateful. Sui Jingqing shook her head. Rong Chong said seriously, what I told you before was more about the taboos and customs of the Aquarius continent. Now that the fairy is still above the territory of the North Continent, these are the rules of our mountain. Sui Jingqing smiled and said, forget it, when I'm successful in my cultivation, I'll go to the Golden Scale Palace to seek justice. This time it was Rong Chang's turn to shake her head. Guemo was grinning from ear to ear. He heard that the Golden Scale Palace seemed to have an unknown nascent soul cultivator overseeing it. His actual combat power was definitely trash among the nascent soul cultivators. However, if Sui Jingqing wanted to settle the feud by herself, this meant that she had to at least become a golden core sword cultivator. When a sword cultivator sought revenge or sought a sword in an immortal school, it had always been one man and one sword against the entire mountain. First, they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then they had to break through the great formation of mountains and rivers. Then they had to break through the great formation of cultivators and their magical artifacts. Finally, they had to fight against the pillars of the cultivation school. This was equivalent to a pure martial artist, one man and one horse. In the history of the North Continent, how many sword cultivators who did not know their place had died? Sui Jingqing smiled and said, I know it will take a long time, but it's okay. Rong Chong thought that might not be the case. As long as you become the junior sister of the floating duckweed sword lake with a complete soul one day. Sui Jingqing hesitated and said softly, Sword Immortal Rong, I think it's better to be careful when traveling. Rong Chong held back his laughter and nodded. Gu Mo nodded in agreement. Sword Immortal Rong, you have to be careful. There are a lot of Jianghu sayings that you have to listen to. Sui Jingqing ignored Gu Mo's teasing and continued, Sword Immortal Rong, the way you look at the ferry passengers is too obvious. One's cultivation level can be hidden, but it's difficult to hide some of the aura of a sword immortal. If it falls into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives, it's inevitable that they will be more cautious. If it's really a group of desperados who has the combat power of a cave abode realm, they might rope in accomplices and try to become sea-viewing realm, Dragon Gate realm, and so on. A small matter will become a big matter, and a big matter will become a disaster. Sui Jingqing thought about it and blushed. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is low. I've been in Jianghu and encountered a few dangerous situations, so I'm a little paranoid. Sword Immortal Rong, just treat me as a frog at the bottom of a well spouting nonsense. Gu Mo no longer had the joking expression from before. It wasn't that Sui Jingqing's reasoning was right and enough to make Rong Chong, but that a half-baked cultivator who had only been in Jianghu once in 30 years had such a temperament. He was definitely more willing to use his brain than her. Rong Chong smiled. I have my own plans. He was a nascent soul sword immortal after all, and often went to the foot of the mountain, so he had experienced many life and death battles of different realms. But Sui Jingqing's warning was not bad. It seemed that little junior sister becoming Sui Jingqing before him was not entirely a bad thing. Back then little junior sister made a big mistake, causing Fuping Sword Lake and Chongxian Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan to become enemies. After she was sunk to the bottom of the lake for half a year, Master Li Kai did not let little junior sister go out to train anymore. Little junior sister did not want to go out either, and only stayed in Fuping Sword Lake to cultivate. She became fond of solitude and did not care about worldly affairs. Then the entire Fuping Sword Lake, including sect leader Shui Kai, felt a little flustered. It was not that Rong Chang's little junior sister's cultivation level was stagnant, but that she had broken through too quickly. In just 20 years she had broken through the two bottlenecks of the Dragon Gate and Aurus Core, and directly entered the nascent soul stage. This was why Li Kai dared to say that this disciple of hers would definitely be one of the next 10 youths of the North Continent. But even Rong Chong felt a little uneasy, and always felt that breaking through at such a speed was very likely to bring about huge hidden dangers in the long run. Master Li Kai naturally saw it more clearly, which was why little junior sister went into seclusion and Taixia progenitor Li Yu quietly went down the mountain to the Wuling country. On this day Sui Jingqing gave Gu Mo the golden hairpin with the inscription Taixia Ghost Slayer, but according to a secret agreement between her and sword deity Li Kai, Gu Mo would not bring the golden hairpin back to the sect, but handed it to Rong Chong for temporary safekeeping. As for why this was so, Gu Mo did not know the deep meaning, but sword deity Li Kai and Master Li Yu were best friends, And the flying sword that Guemo refined was indeed, as Qin Pingon had guessed, a relic left behind by a sword deity of Fuping Sword Lake. Li Kai gave it to Guemo, so Guemo was very close to this female sword deity who was like a family elder. Not only that, Sui Jingqing finally got the middle and lower volumes of Xianxia Xianxian collection. The first volume described the fundamental purpose of this great Dao technique, which was of little value in the hands of ordinary earth immortals, but Sui Jingqing cultivated it to the bottleneck of the second realm. Even Rong Chong felt that Sui Jingqing's aptitude was worthy of being called a genius. The second volume was the step-by-step cultivation pithy formula, which was a veritable Jin Dan secret manual, and the second volume was the key to entering the upper 5 realms. Moreover, Rong Chong also gave Sui Jingqing a special jade token from the ancestral hall of Fuping Sword Lake, which not only symbolized the identity of a direct disciple, but also a close item that only ordinary cultivators of the upper 5 realms would have. Rong Chong herself only had a Fengxuan item. The ferry went south, passing by the Spring Dew Garden and stopping for a while. The passengers could disembark and roughly tour the surroundings of the ferry, which could take 4 hours. Qi Jinglong walked down from the ship. Most of the passengers were still riding the wind or flying through the air. Gu Mo shamelessly followed behind this land dragon, and continued to ask about the rumors of Qi Jinglong on the mountain. If he returned to the sect, wouldn't those infatuated senior and junior sisters be jealous? Not only the Taixia sect but many female cultivators including Xianxia and Bai Yun, admired this young sword immortal Tai Hui, who was not a scholar but more like a bookworm, so much that they almost drooled at the mention of his name. After whispering, when they turned around to their senior and junior brothers, all of them were as cold as frost, and did not fake their expressions, which was an eye-opener for Guemo. Anyway, Guemo had made up his mind. When he returned to the sect, he would say that Lu Jinglong was actually a sanctimonious big pervert, who liked to look at the chest and buttocks of any woman he saw, and was particularly vulgar. Lu Jinglong liked the kind of foxy woman who put on a few pounds of rouge on her face, so that they would be angered to death, who secretly put on some rouge and did not dare to go out. It was equivalent to helping them cultivate in peace, wasn't it? Taking 10,000 steps back, didn't it also help them save the money to buy rouge? Therefore, Guemo looked at this young sword immortal from Tai Hui Sword Sect, who was not pleasing to the eye at the beginning, but now he was more and more pleasing to the eye. Qi Jinglong bought some books at the Spring Dew Garden's Talisman Water Crossing bookshop, hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Gu, although it's a little inappropriate to say this, but I really don't like you." Guemo was stunned for a moment and then she was furious, asking, "Lu Jinglong, is your brain flooded with water?" Qi Jinglong did not get angry but laughed instead. It was indeed useful. Guemo was a little flustered. It seemed that water had really entered her brain. The person in front of her, could it be a fake Lu Jinglong? Qi Jinglong continued to walk, his body relaxed. Guemo was afraid that this guy would lose his mind, so she slowed down her pace, not daring to walk side by side with him and not daring to smile at him. Qi Jinglong turned his head and smiled. "Miss Gu, you don't have to do this, we are still friends." Guemo almost could not help but kick him, but after weighing the cultivation of both parties she finally controlled herself, but she was so angry that her teeth itched and she turned to leave. Qi Jinglong was a little emotional. Compared to Qin Pingon, it seemed that he was still lacking in this kind of thing. But the general direction should be right. Sui Jingqing went to Spring Dew Garden's Old Locust Street, and strolled around the small buy-in shop. She heard the senior and Mr. Lu talk about this property when they were chatting. Of course, Rong Chong followed along. Sui Jingqing wore a hedgerow on her head and held a walking stick in her hand and entered the shop. The shopkeeper was a friendly and attentive person full of emotions, and in a few words he roughly introduced how good the buy-in shop was so that it would not be annoying. Sui Jingqing quietly asked, "Senior brother Rong, can I borrow money from you?" Although she now had the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple jade token, she was still the floating Duckweed Sword Lake sect Master Li Kai's disciple in name, so it was not a problem to call Rong Chong senior brother. Rong Chong laughed in his heart. "Master has reserved 100 grains of Guyu money for you. Junior sister Sui can spend as much as you want. It's not considered a loan." Senior brother Rong also has some property here, you don't have to return it. Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Zhou Xian Bureau's Cloud Palace's Yang clan respectively had 20 and 30% of the income of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The remaining 50% was, of course, the local tyrant. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, one of the 36 Grotto Heavens, was located at the deepest part of the Great Blasphemy, and the scenery could be described as strange and variegated. It was not only a famous tourist attraction, but also an excellent place for Qi cultivators to cultivate water arts. Just the number of Earth Immortal cultivators who rented a cultivation mansion for a long time, there was as many as 10 people, and one could imagine the huge annual income. Even if Floating Duckweed Sword Lake only had 20% of the income, it was still quite an exaggerated amount. But Sect Master Li Kai did not take a single cent. All the immortal money that was settled in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven every 60 years would be the property of the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake's ancestral hall, and it would be distributed to all the cultivators except her according to their realm, talent, and merit. This was Floating Duckweed Sword Lake. Rong Chong could guarantee that even if Master Li Kai's realm fell and was no longer a sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, the sect master of Floating Duckweed Sword Lake would still be Li Kai and only Li Kai. No matter what, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake was not short of money. Moreover, Master Li Kai had always respected the rule that female disciples must be raised well, so as to prevent them from being abducted by men. However, half of the 100 grains of Guyu money was actually Master Li Kai's private savings, and the other half was the Ancestral Hall's share of the Ancestral Hall's junior sister who was in seclusion. Sui Jingqing looked through the treasure shelves in Bai An's shop, and picked a few cheap items, but they were not spiritual weapons. After bargaining, he only spent 10 grains of Guyu money. Then Sui Jingqing asked if there were any treasures of the shop, and it didn't matter if the price was higher. The young shopkeeper who came from the Night Illumination Cottage to help was still enthusiastic, and did not change his attitude after the girl bought a few cheap items. He roughly mentioned a few expensive items that were not placed in the front shop. The dragon chair was fine, as the young shopkeeper did not mention it at all, but he emphasized the 2 golden crowns, one big and one small, and could be sold separately. The bigger golden crown was 18 grains of Guyu money, and the smaller one was 16 grains of Guyu money. If they were bought together, it would be cheaper by 1 grain of Guyu money, for a total of 33 grains of Guyu money. Sui Jingqing asked, "Can I take a look first?" The young shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course, after looking. If you don't like it, it's fine if you don't buy it." He went around the counter and opened the door. Rong Chong glanced at the words on the door and did not know whether to laugh or cry. For big words, the faded will get it. For boys, the highest price will get it. Rong Chong could not connect the owner of this shop with the young man in green robes from Green Oriole Kingdom's Dragon Head Fairy. Sui Jingqing took a fancy to the 2 golden crowns at first glance. He did not bargain and asked Rong Chong to take out 33 pieces of grain rain money. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. Holding the locust wood box that was made according to Nightly Cottage's meditation, Sui Jingqing left Bai An's shop and walked on Laohui Street. His footsteps were light and he was in an extremely good mood. The young shopkeeper bowed and lowered his head all the way, and sent the 2 distinguished guests out of the shop. He watched them leave. He only felt that it was inconceivable. Actually, this substitute shopkeeper of Bai An's shop was a little guilty himself. Although the pair of golden crowns were a pair of genuine magic treasures, they could not be sold for the sky-high price of 33 grains of grain rain money. Nightly Cottage had actually made a private estimate. Although the 2 magic treasures could be used to summon the protection of 2 golden goddesses, and its effect was similar to a robe. At the same time, it also had a certain degree of offensive ability. However, it was ultimately not a robe with the quality of a magic treasure. Therefore, 25 grains of grain rain money was a fair price. Even if some treasures that could not be bought with money were added, for example, if a female Earth Immortal took a fancy to it, it would be 28 grains at most. At the Earth Immortal level, the requirements for magic treasures were actually very simple. The more extreme, the better. This was also the fundamental reason why the 2 golden crowns could not be sold. It was not that no customers liked them, but that the price was too high and there was no benefit to speak of. However, the price of the golden crowns and dragon throne was set by the sword Immortal shopkeeper himself. The reason was that he did not want to meet a fool who had too much money. Knightley Cottage was also helpless about this. They always felt that they would have to eat dust for at least 100 or 200 years. They did not expect that only a short time had passed. After walking out of Laohui Street, Rong Chong smiled and said, "It was too expensive." Sui Jingqing was a little embarrassed. However, she really liked this pair of golden crowns. Sui Jingqing said softly, "Senior brother Rong, I definitely won't buy anything else from now on." "I don't mean to blame junior sister." Rong Chong shook his head and said with a smile, "Our master is very forthright when he buys things. He once took a fancy to a beautiful robe and insisted that the other party raise the price. Otherwise he would not buy it. At that time master did not reveal his identity. The other party was scared half to death, thinking that he encountered a troublemaker. Later when he learned that it was our master, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, feeling that he should have doubled the price." Sui Jingqing said with a sigh, "If I had known, I would have gone to Fuping Sword Lake to take a look." Rong Chong heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn it." If Master Li Kai was present, he would definitely ask Rong Chong if he had any Dharma treasures he wanted to buy recently. After returning to the ferry, the two sat down. Regarding the refinement of the two exquisite golden crowns, Rong Chong had to impart to her a sword refinement formula for Fuping Sword Lake. If a sword could be refined, then naturally everything could be refined. After reciting the 1,000-word sword refinement formula, Sui Jingqing closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she said with a smile, "I'll remember it." Rong Chong did not repeat it. Although the little junior sister from back then and the current Sui Jingqing had completely different temperaments and were like two different people in terms of cultivation talent, they were cut from the same cloth and would not disappoint. However, Sui Jingqing still made Rong Chong repeat it to prevent any mistakes. Then Guemo knocked hard on the door at the corridor, making loud banging sounds. Sui Jingqing opened the door. Guemo said hurriedly, Sui Jingqing, let me tell you a secret. Lu Jinglong might have been swapped. The person we're looking at now might be someone else." Sui Jingqing was confused and turned to look at Rong Chong. Rong Chong was a little helpless and said to Guemo, "Don't talk nonsense." Guemo sat down on the chair and frowned in deep thought for a long time. Suddenly he came to a realization and slammed his fist on the table. "Well, that shameless bastard was teasing me." Rong Chong stood up and left. Along the way, Gumo's state of mind was unstable, but Rong Chong could not say anything. Fortunately, Gumo's state of mind had returned to the tranquil state of Taoism during this trip to Dragon Head Ferry. That was a good thing. The two cultivators who seemed to be Mr. Green Robes had contributed greatly. Of course, Sui Jingqing had contributed as well. After Rong Chong closed the door, Guemo told Sui Jingqing what had happened. Sui Jingqing held his forehead and did not want to speak. "Both of you have high cultivation realms, but you're both muddle-headed. This Mr. Lu too, has he become stupid from studying too much? Why hasn't he learned anything good after staying with Senior for so long?" Indeed, Senior was right. A cultivator's realm can't be eaten. Guemo asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Tell me, could it be that there's more to it? I'm still a virgin. My experience in such matters is far inferior to yours." Sui Jingqing's face flushed red. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Guemo sighed. "Forget it." Guemo leaned on the table and looked at the sea of clouds outside the window. Sui Jingqing placed the small and cute golden crown on the table and leaned on the table like Guemo. His cheek was resting on one of his arms as he reached out and tapped the golden crown gently. Guemo said softly, "I miss Master a little. What about you? Do you miss that man too?" Sui Jingqing murmured softly, "If you don't say it, you'll miss it. Once you say it, you won't miss it anymore. Don't you think it's strange?" Guemo said helplessly, "How would I know?" Both of them were speechless. Guemo was suddenly in high spirits. He stood up, moved a chair and sat beside Sui Jingqing. He whispered in her ear, "Sui Jingqing, let me tell you. There are many ways to do duo cultivation and it's not dirty at all. It's one of the branches of Taoism and it's upright. Otherwise, why would those Daoist couples on the mountain get married? Right, I know a little. For example, Sui Jingqing listened for a moment and pushed Guemo away. She said angrily, "Why are you such a hooligan?" Guemo said resentfully, "I heard it from someone else." Sui Jingqing's face was red. She stood up abruptly and chased Guemo out of the house. She slammed the door shut. Guemo coughed and imitated Chen's voice. "Hey, I'm here. Open the door." Sui Jingqing said angrily, "Guemo." Gumo's tone remained unchanged. "Jingqing, why are you so disobedient? Call me senior." Sui Jingqing looked around and picked up the walking stick. She opened the door and was about to hit Guemo. Guemo had already skipped away. He popped his head out at the corner of the corridor and said with a cheeky smile, Hey, even a girl like me will be tempted when I see you now. I think that guy walked with you all the way and definitely did not pay attention to his eyes. It's just that his cultivation level is high and your cultivation level is low. That's why you didn't notice it. Sai, I just don't know if you've suffered a great loss or gained a great deal." Sui Jingqing was so angry that she wanted to chase after him. Guemo had already returned to his house in high spirits. He was in a good mood. Sui Jingqing closed the door and leaned against it. She smiled sweetly and sat at the table. She put on the golden crown and held the bronze mirror in her hand. After that she took off the golden crown and kept the bronze mirror. Sui Jingqing began to carefully read the middle volume of Xianxia collection. Daoist cultivators do not know day and night. Qi refinement warriors who had just stepped on the path of cultivation would often lose their sense of the speed of time. Late that night, Sui Jingqing put down the last volume of Xianxia collection and turned to look out of the window. Moonless Chinese parasol tree, showering banana, wild geese, autumn wind, spring grass, horse hooves, snowy skiff, childhood sweethearts, talented scholar and beautiful lady, famous general's saber, beautiful lady's bronze mirror. There were so many matches made in heaven in the world. Then what about Sui Jingqing and the senior? Qi Jinglong was flipping through a book bought from Fu Shui Du. It was a miscellaneous book about the imperial porcelain of various continents and countries. It was printed by the Qianglin sect, which was the best at doing business in the North Continent. He suddenly frowned. He closed the book. He closed his eyes. At the Kingfisher Inn at Long Tu Ferry, Qin Pingon talked about a lot of things with him. Most of them were mentioned in passing without leaving a trace. There was the crash of the cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, the Baihan in the southeast of the North Continent, and the matter of the natal porcelain in his hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven. These topics were mixed in with many other topics and were not conspicuous. Qin Pingon did not deliberately pursue any answers. It was more of a casual conversation between friends. But Qi Jinglong was not stupid. There was a hidden thread in all of this. Perhaps Qin Pingon himself didn't notice it. The cross-continent ferry at Dage Mountain, Mr. Jian Weng, one of the top 10 eccentrics in the North Continent, was dead or alive. The ferry crashed in the most powerful Zhuang dynasty in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The North Continent was furious. The heavenly Lord Xianxia went south to the Aquarius continent. He first returned to his hometown, the Lizhu Grotto Heaven of the Dali dynasty. Then he went to the central region of the Aquarius continent and challenged Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 academies. The Dali cavalry went south and swept through the entire continent. The natal porcelain of Lizhu Grotto Heaven was not considered a secret among the major sects in the North Continent. Qin Pingon first changed the way he addressed himself from Mr. Qi to Mr. Lu. Finally, he changed his address to Qi Jinglong instead of Lu Jinglong. Qin Pingon was now only a third-level Qi refinement warrior. He had to use the natal item of the 5 elements to rebuild the longevity bridge. Qin Pingon was knowledgeable, but he strived for balance. He tried his best to cultivate his mind. Qi Jinglong sighed heavily. He stood up and went to the window. He believed that Qin Pingon's trip to the North Continent this time definitely had a far-reaching plan. Moreover, Qin Pingon had to be careful at every step. He had to be even more cautious than when he was traveling in the Jianghu, where he had enough tricks up his sleeves. Qi Jinglong muttered to himself, "Could it be that your natal porcelain is now in the hands of a major sect in the North Continent? Then you have to be more careful today. The higher your level in the future, the more careful you have to be." Qi Jinglong's heart was heavy. If he was in the prosperous White Jade continent, everything could be negotiated with money. However, things were much more complicated in the North continent. Especially for a foreigner, it was even more difficult to reason with him in the North continent. Qi Jinglong did not mind standing beside Chen Pingan. The price was either he had to leave the Taihui sword sect or he had to ruin the reputation of the Taihui sword sect. Once Qi Jinglong got involved, the trouble would become even more troublesome. It might even attract more sword immortals who had chosen to watch from the sidelines. That was the scary thing about rules. The North continent liked to stick together. When something was right or wrong and did not involve absolute good or evil, as long as a foreigner wanted to rely on his identity to do things, it was wrong. Then, to the sword immortals in the North continent, it would be the same as begging them to draw their swords. In history, the head of the Lu family of the White Jade continent and the Daoist of the Celestial Master residence of Mount Longhu had wanted to go ashore in the North continent to investigate the culprit. In the end, more than 10 sword immortals of the upper 5 realms blocked the way. No one shouted for help. They all gathered by the seaside and stopped on their swords. Without exception, they did not say a word and only drew their swords. Regarding this, the otherworldly experts, including Venerable Fiery Dragon, never cared. Even if Venerable Fiery Dragon was a legendary celestial master with a different surname from Mount Longhu, he did not have the intention to mediate or intercede. Once they fought, the sword immortals would choose to draw their first sword. After that, it would be a fight to the death. Every time a sword immortal died, there was a high chance that 2 more would rush to the battlefield. This was why the North continent was in the northeast, but they forcibly snatched the word north from the White Jade continent. Unconvinced? After a huge grudge, the White Jade continent in the North continent was aggressive and talked nonsense to the North continent. There were even great cultivators of the White Jade continent who insulted the sword immortals of the North continent who died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not only that, they even threatened to expel all the cultivators of the North continent. Then, there were more than 200 sword immortals of the Northeast continent who were prepared to travel on their swords to the White Jade continent. Among them, there were 10 sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Before they left, this group of sword immortals did not say anything to the White Jade continent. They directly traveled across the continent. Half of the sword immortals of the upper 5 realms had once sharpened their swords at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the White Jade continent suddenly found out that the 200 sword immortals of the North continent were only 3,000 miles away from the coast, almost all the immortals with the surname Zhong were about to collapse. This was because the other party had threatened to challenge the White Jade continent with their swords. No one should rush. From east to west, one by one, everyone would have a share. As for the surname North of the White Jade continent, don't you all care about it? Just keep it. Other than this group of sword immortals who were opening up new territory, there were also sword immortals who continued to travel west. In the end, an old scholar blocked the path of the sword immortals. It was unknown what the old scholar talked about when he faced the 200 sword immortals. But in the end, the sword immortals of the North continent did not go ashore on a large scale and chose to return to their continent. But after that, the White Jade continent no longer had the surname North. Qi Jinglong thought about these past events. Even if he did not personally experience it and could only hear about it from the seniors of the sect, he was still fascinated. But the 2 sword immortals of the Tai Hui sword sect were among those who traveled across the continent, and were not willing to talk about it. Qi Jinglong only heard some elders of the sect talking about it. The 2 sword immortals had a dispute about who would guard the sect and who would attack across the continent. The general idea was that one was the sect master, so he should stay. The other was saying that his sword technique was not as good as his, so he should not go and embarrass himself. Qi Jinglong started to think about all the possibilities. The best and the worst, as well as many other things in between. This was the same as Qin Pingan's way of looking at big and small difficulties. But after thinking about it, Qi Jinglong felt that this was a complicated situation that could affect all parties. So Qi Jinglong planned to gather more information. One thing was very important to help out of kindness, and that was to not cause trouble for others. Qi Jinglong sat back in his seat. The Qianglin sect would be a better place to start. Because this sect was rolling in money, it was very complicated. Asking for information about them would not alert the enemy. There was also a sect that had been on good terms with the Tai Hui sword sect for generations. It was said that they had done business with the Pearl Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain, so he could ask around. In addition, Qi Jinglong had some other ideas. It was nothing more than going step by step, pursuing a slow but infallible path, seeking victory in stability. After Qi Jinglong had a rough idea, he poured himself a cup of tea. Among the 10 young people of the North Continent, Zhou Xian Bureau was full of Yang Ningzhen's brothers, and Qi Jinglong was naturally familiar with them. Especially Yang Ningzhen, who went to practice martial arts, he liked to go to a dead end. Yang Ningzhen was ranked 9th and his brother Yang Ningzhen was at the bottom. But in fact, Yang Ningzhen's ranking could be moved up a few places. The 4th person who was behind Qi Jinglong was called Huang Shi. He was a wild cultivator, the youngest wild nascent soul cultivator in the history of the North Continent. He was the kind of terrifying cultivator who could kill his opponent bit by bit, but even Jade Realm Sword cultivators found it extremely difficult to kill him. He relied on his mystical arts, the half-immortal weapon that he had killed his way out, and the half-immortal weapon that he had picked up in his early years by chance. One attacked and one defended. Moreover, this person had a gloomy personality, was extremely shrewd and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was known as the native of the North Continent Xianxia. In this revenge he single-handedly slaughtered a second-rate immortal sect, leaving no survivors. The scary thing was that he did not choose to barge into the sect openly. Instead, he sneaked in 3 times and calculated people's hearts to a terrifying extent. When a Jade Realm Sword cultivator arrived with a group of people, he was just far away. The old patriarch of the Immortal sect took his last breath. His golden core was stripped, and his natal nascent soul was lit. It was placed on the roof of the ancestral hall, burning fiercely. On the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, there were cultivators' natal lamps that were constantly burning their souls. Some were extinguished and turned into ashes, while some still had remnants of their souls. An immortal mountain that was originally full of spirit qi now had a gloomy aura, like that of a ghost. Qi Jinglong had interacted with him once. Qi Jinglong even drew his sword. However, that person retreated as he fought and even said some heartfelt words to Qi Jinglong, as well as some inside stories that Qi Jinglong had never heard of before. Among them, the matter of distraction was a warning from this person. This wild cultivator was called Huang Shi. Huang Shi had also done some inexplicable feats. In short, it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil. The 2 people before Qi Jinglong. There was no need to think too much about the first person. As long as he was willing to make a move, the other party would definitely lose. Even if the other party was a level higher than him, it was no exception. And this was under the circumstances that he had never used the immortal weapon that recognized him as its master. Even Qi Jinglong could not help but admire him. However, Qi Jinglong would not be disheartened because of this. On the Great Tao there would always be a higher mountain. It had always been so. Moreover, Qi Jinglong firmly believed that as long as the gap between them was not too far apart, he would have a chance to catch up. As for the second person, he was called Zhou Xian. Before this person was born, there were several sects that were waiting for an opportunity. It was said that there were also otherworldly experts from the Central Divine Continent who were spying on him. There was definitely a deep connection between them. On Zhou Xian's path of cultivation, he had finally refined a natal item of the 5 elements. It could be said to be marvelous and majestic. He had 2 personal maidservants. One was responsible for carrying his saber, and the saber was called Cough Pearl. The other was responsible for carrying his sword, and the sword was called Fu Li. He was the only disciple of the number 1 sword immortal in the north of the North Continent, by Chang. Therefore, Zhou Xian was not only the eldest disciple of this sword immortal, but also a disciple in seclusion. There were not many rumors about Zhou Xian. However, every one of them was very shocking. For example, he was actually half the master of the Qianglin sect, and the Qianglin sect's business had already expanded to the Aquarius continent and even the Tongye continent. Another example was that one of his ambitions was to defeat his master, Bai Chong. The most recent rumor was that Zhou Xian hoped to become Dao companions with the female sect master of the Cool Breeze sect, Xiaoyang. As long as she agreed, Zhou Xian was willing to leave the sect and join the Cool Breeze sect. However, regardless of whether the disciple declared that he would defeat his master or leave the sect, the great sword Immortal Bai Chong remained indifferent. However, it was said that Bai Chong was currently in seclusion, trying to break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. This should be the reason why Bai Chong did not go to the inverted hanging mountain together. No one would doubt Bai Chang's boldness. This was because Bai Chong had thrown himself into the Great Wall of Sword Qi twice in his life and stayed there for nearly 70 years. As Zhou Xian had never fought before, the people of the North Continent were still unsure if he was a swordsman or not, let alone what Zhou Xian's intrinsic flying sword looked like. However, no one doubted Zhou Xian's second place on the list of the top 10 youths. This was because Zhou Xian had broken through to the Cave Abode Realm, Golden Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm. These three major cultivator thresholds all had magnificent phenomena. Some people said that Zhou Xian had already reached the upper 5 realms, but Bai Chong had personally suppressed all the phenomena. Moreover, Zhou Xian was the youngest among the top 10. He was 3 years younger than Huang Shi, who was ranked 4th. Next was Lu Jinglong of the Taihui Sword Sect. The 5th was a female martial artist. If Yang Mingzhen was not included, she was the only one who was purely a martial artist on the list. The 6th was already dead. Her sect had been investigating for more than 10 years, but there was no result. The 7th was in a battle with someone at Julie Mountain. Both sides were severely injured and the so-called top 10 only existed in name. The other party was an old nascent soul sword cultivator from an enemy sect. It was obvious that he wanted to use his life to destroy the future of this young genius. Since he knew that it was a trap, he could not resist and chose to fight. This was the outcome. The great Tao was always ruthless. The 8th was Fairy Lu of the Water Scripture Mountain. However, there were some rumors that there were a few newcomers on the mountain who were completely qualified to be in the top 10, and their rankings were not low. Qi Jinglong flipped through some calligraphy and painting collections. Recently, he had been studying the calligraphy intent of the cursive calligraphy and the 8 sides of the blade. This was sword practice. Studying the freehand brushwork and sketches of famous paintings was also sword practice. When he read, he flipped to a line of bird seal by Green Moss, which was also sword intent. Qi Jinglong had always believed that the so-called I speak reason would be a process that went from complicated to simple, and when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Just like reading thick and thin books, in the end it might only leave behind a few words that added the finishing touch, but it could accompany and benefit a lifetime. Moreover, the fundamental principles that supported a stomach of knowledge were like the pillars and beams of a house. They supported each other, but they did not fight with each other. In the end, the Tao heart was like the Baek Okekyung building, rising layer by layer until it reached the sea of clouds. Not only that, the land occupied by the house could also be expanded. As the rules were grasped more and more, the so-called limited freedom would naturally be infinitely close to absolute freedom. In the dead of night, Qi Jinglong had been reading under the light. Everyone felt that he was distracted. Fortunately, there were still people who did not feel that way. Dressed in a green robe, he walked along a big path. It was autumn. On this day in Jianghu City, Qin Pingon suddenly found an old restaurant and ordered a gold-plated hot pot. Many of the Jianghu people were shouting over there. They were sweating profusely, but their chopsticks were still flying. One of them might have been a Jianghu person who had read books. He was drunk and said something for no reason. He asked Qin Pingon to order an extra pot of wine. That person said that the oil pot that the weak gathered in was the hot pot on the table of the strong. Qin Pingon drank a big bowl of wine and felt that Senior Song was right. The hot pot was wine, and the taste here was unique in the world. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.